In a world torn apart under a violent purple sky, the final battle for humanity is about to begin. On a floating rock adrift in a dark abyss, the last remnants of the human army face the demonic horde. They march toward the Demon King's castle, a jagged fortress looming in the distance, ready for one final, desperate charge. But a lone warrior steps out from the ranks. He figures if this is the end, he might as well give the Demon King a front-row seat to his own defeat. His eyes are locked on the throne ahead, certain that's where he'll find his target. And there he is, the Demon King himself, perched on a throne of cold stone. A massive scythe rests beside him, and a suffocating dark purple aura radiates from his body. The Demon King looks down, unimpressed. He admits, for a mere human, getting this far isn't bad. But his words carry a cold finality, a promise that this is the end of the line. With a voice that echoes with absolute authority, he gives the simple command to kill the intruder. And from the shadows behind him, his monstrous guards begin to stir. In an instant, a tidal wave of armored demons surges forward, a chaotic storm of claws and fury aiming to overwhelm the single warrior. But the lone human isn't intimidated. A confident, almost amused smirk crosses his face. This is exactly what he was waiting for. He raises his hands, golden energy swirling around them. With a calm, steady voice, he decides it's time to get started. The battlefield erupts in light as intricate magic circles glow on his hands, signaling his first devastating attack. Beams of pure energy fire from his fingertips, slicing through the air with blinding speed. He leaps into the air, a blur of white and gold against the dark horde, raining destruction down on the charging demons. A massive explosion rocks the ground where his attack lands, sending shockwaves of force in every direction. His eyes glow with a fierce red light as his shots find their mark, blasting through the skeletons of the demons and shattering them to pieces. He focuses his power again, channeling all his energy into a single armor-piercing shot. The bullet, a spinning vortex of orange light, tears straight through a demon's tough hide. The impact is devastating, blowing the demon backward as purple energy bleeds from the fatal wound. He lands gracefully before launching back into the air, silhouetted against the dark, ominous moon. Pulling out a futuristic-looking rifle, he prepares his next assault, a magic circle glowing around the weapon. As he weaves through the enemies, he realizes the Demon King has far more guards than he expected. He's completely surrounded. But he remains perfectly calm, a new plan already forming. If a straightforward attack won't work, he'll just have to switch things up. A glint of fierce determination shines in his golden eye. He knows exactly what to do. He unleashes a breathtaking move, a dance of bullets. He becomes a whirlwind of motion, spinning and firing in every direction, leaving trails of red energy in his wake. He moves with impossible grace, twisting his body to eliminate every enemy around him in one single fluid attack. As the last demon falls, he comes to a stop, that confident smirk returning. The path is clear. A demon shrieks in agony as it's torn apart by the storm of bullets, its body dissolving into purple mist. The entire horde is wiped out, disintegrating into nothing under his overwhelming firepower. A final guttural roar echoes through the chamber as the last of the minions vanishes. Before the dust even settles, he's already moving, rifle aimed forward. He mutters that they were too slow. Now, for the main boss. A single shot rings out. The Demon King, now off his throne, stands completely unfazed. The ground is now a graveyard of defeated demons. The stage is set for the final duel. The Demon King moves in a blur, a flicker of purple and black that closes the distance in an instant. He's so fast his presence alone seems to warp the very air around him. The warrior stands his ground, his own aura flaring to life. He remarks that the king has finally come out to play. The real fight is about to begin. The Demon King's armored hand tightens around the handle of his massive scythe. He raises the weapon high, gathering a colossal amount of purple energy that crackles with raw power. The energy converges on the scythe's blade, swirling violently as he prepares his strike. With a single mighty swing, he unleashes a massive wave of dark energy that seems to tear a hole in reality itself. A third eye on the Demon King's helmet flashes open, glowing with menacing power as the attack hurtles forward. The warrior senses the danger, his eyes wide with concentration as the wave of destruction rushes toward him. Even he is shocked by its speed, realizing it's faster than he thought as his body already moves to dodge. He throws himself aside just as the beam of energy obliterates the ground where he stood a split second before. A cold sweat runs down his back. He knows if that attack had connected, it would have been instant death. The Demon King's power is on another level. The warrior grunts in pain as a follow-up strike grazes him, forcing him back as he deflects it. The Demon King gives him no time to recover, pressing his advantage with another blindingly fast attack. Gritting his teeth, he blocks the strike with his rifle, the impact sending sparks flying as he struggles under the immense force. The Demon King scoffs, easily deflecting the warrior's countershots with just his hand. He mocks him, finding it laughable that he would dare use such a weak attack on him. The warrior realizes his attacks are being nullified by an invisible barrier. The rumors were true. The dark stone on the Demon King's forehead is his only weakness. His mission is now crystal clear. He has to break through that barrier and destroy the dark stone, no matter the cost. He opens fire again, but the bullets harmlessly deflect off the purple shield. The Demon King watches, calling his actions meaningless. Promising to show him the true difference in their power, the Demon King materializes a sphere of pure dark energy in his palm. He creates several more of these destructive orbs, which float around him menacingly, crackling with dark lightning. With a flick of his wrist, he sends the orbs hurtling toward the warrior. The warrior desperately weaves between the projectiles, returning fire as he moves. But one of the orbs is too fast. It grazes his shoulder, sending a jolt of pain through his body. He stumbles, catching his breath. That was a close call. The speed is almost too much to handle. A look of annoyance crosses the Demon King's face. He's tired of this game. He unleashes a much larger, more powerful blast of energy, catching the warrior head on and engulfing him in the attack. The force of the blast sends his rifle flying from his grip. He's been disarmed. The Demon King stands over him, victorious, declaring that no matter how hard he struggles, an attack from a brat like him could never reach him. But from the dust, a quiet voice replies, "Is that so?" A massive, intricate golden magic circle materializes behind the warrior. He's not done yet. He asks again if that's really the case. He retrieves his rifle, his expression now deadly serious. He challenges the Demon King, telling him they're about to see if it's really true that nothing can reach him. He takes his stance, aiming his weapon, all of his focus narrowing to a single point. He unleashes his ultimate skill. A massive pillar of concentrated moonlight erupts from the barrel of his rifle. The beam of light is blinding, a pure expression of holy power aimed directly at his target. It strikes the Demon King's forehead, shattering his barrier and cracking the dark stone. For the first time, a look of pure shock appears on his face. He stumbles back, clutching his head in disbelief. His composure is gone as he cedes, calling him a darn brat. Roaring with rage, he unleashes a torrent of dark power, screaming that the warrior will die by his hands. The warrior is caught off guard by the sheer ferocity of the counterattack. Dark, shadowy tendrils shoot out from the ground, wrapping around his leg and holding him fast. He struggles against the binding, realizing his mistake. He got caught. He knows the shadows will consume him if he stays put. There's no choice left. He has to go all out, right here and now. The Demon King lunges, his fanged mouth wide open, but the warrior shoves his gun forward and unloads a point-blank blast right in his face, making him grunt in pain. Trapped, but defiant, the warrior yells that he'll destroy him first. He rapidly fires again and again, a storm of energized bullets raining down on the Demon King, all aimed at the cracked stone on his forehead. The individual shots merge into a single, massive explosion of light and energy, engulfing the Demon King completely. As the blast intensifies, the Demon King screams that he'll end this. The warrior stands firm, his weapon steady, his eyes locked on his target. His face is grim, resolute. With chilling finality, he agrees. Yes, let's end this, Demon King. He unleashes his final, most powerful attack, Divine Judgment. A colossal pillar of holy fire descends from the heavens. The beam strikes the Demon King, and the dark stone on his forehead finally shatters into a million pieces. The warrior stands his ground, facing the storm of dark energy unleashed by the Demon King's demise. The Demon King lets out one last agonizing scream as his body is consumed by the holy light. Even as he disintegrates, his rage echoes, questioning how a mere human could do this to him. A shockwave from his death blast rips through the area, but the warrior holds firm. He's blown back by the force but lands on his feet, unharmed, as the last of the Demon King's energy dissipates. He approaches the dying king and points his rifle at him. Then he asks a strange question. "Demon King, do you know what my playtime for World 2.0 is?" The Demon King can only respond with a confused, "What?" A small smile plays on the warrior's lips. He says that after enjoying the game this much, it's time to see the ending. He pulls the trigger one last time. The Demon King's body finally crumbles to dust. The warrior takes a quiet step forward. He stands for a moment over the spot where his greatest enemy once stood. Then, without a word, he turns and walks away. The battle is over. Suddenly, a massive blue holographic screen appears in front of him with two words: "Game Clear." He strikes a casual pose, rifle resting on his shoulder. This epic, world-ending battle was all just a game. The screen displays his character, World Verdu 2.0's magic marksman. Leaning back, he says to himself that it was pretty fun. The scene shifts to a young man at a desk, looking at a computer. He was impressed by the magic skills, and now he's thinking about what to play next. A new character model appears on the screen, a dark, hooded figure. For the updated World Ver 3.2.0, he's decided, he's going to be a mage. He smirks. A normal mage would be boring. He's going to use the game's karma system to make something special. The system allows a player to take penalties in exchange for benefits. It's a high-risk, high-reward feature that most people are too scared to touch. But he's not most people. A red, ominous aura surrounds his new character as he starts stacking on the penalties: puppet, insomnia, mana addiction, chronic headache, even a life-draining talent. His plan is simple. By accepting every debilitating penalty available, he can max out all of his magic-related stats from the very beginning. By doing this, he can create the ultimate mage. He looks at the character sheet, a satisfied smile on his face. This is going to be interesting. He pauses for a moment, a thought crossing his mind. But the scene pulls back, showing him in the real world. He's a young man in a tank top, standing barefoot in his room. He looks down at himself and wonders if he went too far with the penalties, thinking he'll be super sick. He quickly shakes off the doubt. Well, it probably doesn't matter. His face is pale, the dark circles under his eyes are deep, and he looks completely exhausted. He tries to reassure himself. After all, it's just a game character. Suddenly, a voice shouts from off-screen, "Wake up!" His eyes snap open. He's in bed, looking horribly ill. The voice shouts his name, Lennox. Dazed and confused, it feels like he's being pulled from one reality into another. The game might be over, but its consequences seem to be just beginning. His last memory was the loading screen. A saying comes to mind. The first time is a coincidence. The second, an inevitability. The third is fate. He remembers watching the loading bar fill, ready to dive into the new world he'd been so excited to play. But when it finished, his screen didn't show a game. Just a black light that pulled him in with an incredible force, and he lost consciousness, feeling like he was being swallowed by a void. The next thing he feels is a rough hand grabbing him. He's yanked violently from his bed, his eyes barely able to focus. He's weak, disoriented, with no idea what's happening. A burly, bearded man screams in his face, his voice booming with anger. "When are you going to wake up, Lennox?" The man strikes him hard across the face, the blow sending his head reeling as he demands to know why he won't get up. Lennox crashes to the cold, hard floor, completely powerless. As his vision clears, he sees it. A bleak, industrial room lined with identical beds. Other men are stirring, their faces as grim as their surroundings. The air is thick with misery, and in that moment, the horrifying truth settles in. As pathetic as it sounds, he had somehow become the weak, sickly character he created. This wasn't a game anymore. The supervisor keeps yelling. He threatens him, asking if he needs another beating to come to his senses. As the supervisor storms off, he shouts at Lennox to hurry to the assembly room. Lennox just kneels there, his body aching, trying to process the nightmare he's woken into. The other workers start to mutter. One guy smirks, calling Lennox a stupid bastard. Another says to just leave him, since he'll probably die soon anyway. They joke that a beating from the supervisor might be what finally does him in. The first worker nudges his friend, a man named Van, asking if he agrees. Van just stares on with a grim, unreadable expression. The supervisor roars for everyone to get moving. The workers scramble, leaving Lennox to struggle to his feet, alone. The men shout apologies and rush out of the room, their fear of the supervisor obvious. The supervisor turns to Van and asks about the Viper. Van confirms the order was placed and says he'll bring it as soon as it arrives. Lenik touches his bruised cheek, his mind racing. The supervisor called him Lenik, the name he'd chosen for a game character. He can't believe it. He's actually trapped inside this pathetic, weak body he created just for fun. It's been 3 days since he woke up in this factory. He doesn't know much, but he's already fallen into the grim daily routine with frightening speed. The work is grueling. Up before sunrise, work until he's about to collapse. For food, he gets a bowl of porridge that looks more like garbage. He's tried asking questions, but the other workers won't even speak to him, too busy and too scared of the supervisor's watchful eye. But it's more than that. To them, he's already a dead man. His body, too weak to hold it, drops a box of parts. He knows they're not wrong. A body this weak can't last long here. As he gathers the spilled parts, someone barks his name. "Hey, you there!" "What are you doing?" It's the supervisor again, with Van right behind him. He sounds annoyed. "You again, Lenik?" He calls him a worthless bastard and tells him to get up, but his words are cut short as Lenik doubles over, coughing violently. He can barely choke out an apology between racking coughs, his body shaking with weakness. The supervisor looks disgusted, muttering that he looks like he's about to die. He tells Van to just stick him in a corner somewhere, out of sight. Van quietly agrees. Lenik thinks to himself that the only thing keeping him sane is the maxed-out willpower stat he'd given this character. One of the other workers kicks at him, telling him to hurry up and get out of the way. They tell him not to get in their way, to go die in a corner somewhere. They walk past without a second glance. As he tries to work, one of the men snaps at him for staring, asking if he wants to get beaten again. Lenik knows he's on his last legs. The illnesses he chose as penalties are literally killing him. But there's one silver lining. While this body is a disaster, its talent for magic should be just as incredible as he designed it. A flicker of hope ignites. If he can just figure out how to use that ability, he might be able to escape this hell. He decides to try. To escape, he first needs to understand the layout of this place. Using the fact that no one pays him any mind, he slips away from the main work floor. He finds a door with a sliver of light coming from underneath. Could this be the way out? He approaches quietly, his heart pounding with a mix of hope and fear. He peeks through the crack, but his hope dies. It's not an exit. "Damn, this is so frustrating," he thinks. From inside, he overhears 2 men. One complains that the new people are slow. The other scoffs, calling them leftovers, and says they'll become useful once you beat them enough. The conversation shifts. They're worried about a delivery to the Union in 2 days, wondering what they're even doing with the products to be in such a rush. The other man explains that the Union sells their product, the shredder, to the Black Mage. Hearing those words, Lenik freezes. Black Mage. The realization hits him like a lightning bolt. Magic really does exist in this world. A desperate thought crosses his mind, if only he could use it. But how? What does he need to do? Just then, one of the men tells the other to look. He holds up a small vial. He explains that it's a body enhancer called Viper, a new model from a company called Calvin and Cubs. He says they need it to keep the workers in line, and this new version has a filter to reduce the side effects. And then he says the most important thing. It has mana in it. Lenik's eyes go wide. A single bead of sweat trickles down his face. Mana. That one word changes everything. The man casually tosses the Viper to his partner. As the other man catches it, the blue liquid inside swirls. Lenik feels a powerful pull. The trace amount of mana in the nearby Viper resonates with him. A new sense awakens within him, his pupils glowing with a faint blue light. Electricity seems to arc around him as his latent abilities are forcibly dragged to the surface. He's enveloped in a torrent of blue energy, his body floating slightly as the power of mana flows through him for the very first time. A shock runs through him, as if something has just exploded inside his body. He knows what this is. It's the 6th sense, the one that exceeds all others. The third eye. His alter ego. The true mage he was always meant to be. He sees a vision of himself before a being of pure white energy, his own magical potential. He has grasped a sense he never knew he had. He understands now. Mana was always flowing through this world, he just hadn't been able to see it. It's the fundamental power that makes up everything. He can feel it in the air, flowing into his body with every breath he takes. This power, both familiar from the game and completely new in its reality, is, without a doubt, light. A smirk spreads across his face as he's surrounded by crackling blue energy. This is the world's magic, and now he can touch it. Later that night, in the dark dormitory, everyone is asleep. Lennox lies in his bed, a small ball of glowing blue mana hovering in his palm. It's not much, but he thinks that with this, he might just be able to escape. He recalls the conversation. The union member is coming in 2 days. Security will be weaker. That's his chance. He clenches his fist, blue energy crackling around it. He just needs a way to avoid attention and move alone. Then, an idea strikes him. A sudden realization. That's it. He thinks back to the light skill. If he uses a similar method to gather mana on the surface of his skin, it works. His skin grows hot, and he breaks out in a sweat. A flush rises in his cheeks as he realizes it feels just like a fever. If he keeps this up, he'll look like he's on death's door. And then, finally, they'll leave him alone. His plan is set. Sometime later, Van walks up to the supervisor's door. He knocks, saying he's brought the Viper he asked for. The supervisor takes the case and offers a vial to Van. Van politely refuses, but the supervisor insists, calling it a reward for his obedience. Van reluctantly takes it and thanks him. But before he can leave, the supervisor gives him one more order. He tells Van to take care of that guy who was wobbling earlier. He means Lennox. He says that if a union member sees him like that, it'll make them all look bad. The implication is chillingly clear. Van looks down at the Viper in his hand, a conflicted expression on his face. "Yes, understood," he says quietly. The next morning, a loud buzzer rings through the dormitory. The workers groan as they get up, complaining about their stiff bodies. One remembers the union members are coming today, which means the supervisors will be even worse than usual. Lennox lets out a pained groan, his face flushed and covered in sweat. He's still in bed, his feigned illness going perfectly. The other workers look over. One asks what's wrong with him, while another observes that his fever looks pretty serious. One of them grimly states that it looks like his time has finally come. Lennox, eyes closed, listens to every word. They start arguing about who will have to clean up the body. They all agree he'll be dead by dinner, but none of them want to be the one to touch a corpse. Lennox thinks his plan has succeeded. They're going to leave him be. But just then, a voice cuts through the argument, telling them to get out of the way. It's Van. The other workers look at him, confused. Then they realize what's happening. Van is planning on sending him off cleanly. It makes sense to them. Lennox is just a liability. They decide to leave, not wanting to watch. Lennox overhears them. Send him off cleanly? What are they talking about? Van walks toward his bed. A surge of panic hits Lennox. This was not part of his plan. He curses inwardly as Van stands over his bed. This was a fatal miscalculation. Van reaches down and roughly grabs the blanket, yanking it away. Lennox grunts, bracing himself for the worst. But instead of an attack, Van's voice is low. Take this. He forces the Viper enhancer into Lennox's hand, pressing it against his chest. It's called Viper, Van explains quietly. It's an active enhancer that temporarily improves your physical strength. He glances back, making sure no one is watching. It's a cheap one, but it'll be enough for the road you have ahead of you. The road ahead of him, Lennox realizes Van isn't here to kill him. He's giving him a chance to live. After Van leaves, Lennox sits up, the Viper in his hand. He doesn't hesitate, he activates it. A powerful blue aura surges around him. He can feel an incredible vitality flowing through his veins, shocked that a simple enhancer could have this kind of effect. He thinks back. Van had gone to the supervisor's room. He must have gotten this from there. His eyes glow with newfound power and determination. He's no longer just a sick man waiting to die. His escape plan has changed. The day of the union's visit has arrived. Down in the factory's basement loading dock, the air is thick with tension as workers hurry under the watchful eyes of their supervisors. Everyone is on edge, scrambling to load the last of the products onto the trucks. A man in a sharp suit, the member from the union, frowns at a clipboard. He tells Supervisor 80 that the numbers don't match up, asking condescendingly if he expected too much. 80 stammers, but the union member cuts him off, his voice turning cold. "Excuse me, who do you think is keeping this factory running?" The threat hangs heavy in the air. He goes on, saying they're already cutting them slack because of some human rights complaint, waving a datapad at AD as a reminder to show a little more sincerity. AD immediately bows his head, his face pale with sweat. "My apologies," he shouts, terrified of the man's authority. Nearby, another supervisor, a bald man named Mark, cleans a weapon. He grumbles to himself about the rallying bastards from the Human Rights Commission, clearly annoyed. Just then, Lenak approaches, holding a box. "Excuse me," he says. Mark looks up, irritated. "What?" Lenak, looking weak and harmless, says he's on an errand to the director's office, but the door is locked. He meekly asks if Mark could please open it. Mark snaps that he's busy and asks what kind of errand it is. Lenak hesitates, then answers, "It's called a viper," the key word. Mark lets out an exasperated sigh. Cursing under his breath, he slams a set of keys down. Seriously, so annoying. He barks at Lenak to follow him. Lenak's face remains neutral, but his plan is working perfectly. Mark stomps down the hallway, yelling at Lenak to walk faster, complaining about how busy he is. He glances back at Lenak, muttering to himself, wondering why anyone would send a weakling like him to run an errand. As he unlocks the office door, he's still grumbling about where they found such a useless guy. He swings the door open and impatiently tells Lenak to hurry up and put the box there. But as Mark turns his back, Lenak strikes. Blue lightning crackles to life in his hand. He thrusts his hand forward, mana coalescing into a powerful electric charge. Bolt. A blast of lightning erupts from his fingertips, engulfing the unsuspecting guard. Mark convulses, seized by the raw magic, letting out a choked scream before collapsing. Lenak watches with cold, glowing eyes. As the crackle of magic fades, he stands over the unconscious body. A quiet breath escapes him. I did it. He doesn't waste a moment, bending down and plucking the keys from Mark's belt. He inspects the keychain, and his eyes land on a key fob. It's for a car. A crucial piece of his escape plan has just fallen right into his lap. After dragging the body out of sight, he searches the office, wondering where Mark put the case of vipers. He grimaces as he frisks Mark's unconscious body. It stinks. Opening a locker, his eyes widen. Inside, resting in a case, is a gun. He grabs the gun and a jacket from the locker. His escape arsenal is now complete. He quickly finds what he was looking for under a desk, the case of vipers. He takes one out. He knew this was an incredible item, something that could make you forget all pain and exhaustion. He thinks to himself that since he came all this way for it, he should take his time and, suddenly, footsteps approach the office door. He freezes. The door bursts open, and Supervisor Ade stands there, sniffing the air. "What's this? Is that the smell of viper?" He looks furious. "I'm so busy. Who dares to rest in here?" He steps inside, his eyes adjusting to the dim light. And then he sees him. Mark, lying unconscious on the floor. "Mark?" Lenak steps out from the shadows, his expression grim. Ade stares, confused. With no other choice, Lenak unleashes another blast of lightning. Ade screams as the magic crackles around him, too stunned to move. The bolt hits the doorframe, narrowly missing. Ade stumbles back, his mind reeling. "Magic? Who are you?" Lenak clenches his teeth. He doesn't have enough mana for another bolt. He's cornered. Shit. Ade's shock turns to recognition, then to rage. "Wait, you're Lenak? You bastard!" He lunges forward, his hands outstretched to grab him. But Lenak is faster. Empowered by the viper, he dodges easily, the gun now in his hand. Ade freezes mid-lunge, his eyes wide with terror. "A gun?" He throws his hands up. "Wait!" Lenak's voice is cold and steady. Silence. He charges the gun with mana, the barrel glowing blue. Ade panics. "What are you going to do?" He tries to reason with him. "Calm down first and let's talk, okay?" Lenak just stares, his face unreadable. Ade changes tactics, switching to begging. "Look, Lenak, I'm sorry for everything I've done." He claims he was just following orders, that he had no choice. He promises that if Lenak lets him live, he won't tell anyone. Lenak knows it's a lie. He can't believe a word. But a flicker of doubt crosses his mind. Can he actually shoot a person? Just then, a voice from the hallway shouts, "Ade, are you there?" The interruption snaps Lenak back to reality. Time is running out. He tightens his grip on the gun, his resolve hardening. Ade continues to plead for his life, promising he'll keep his word. He points frantically at the door. "Okay, that door leads to the basement parking. You can go outside. You can leave quietly before that guy comes." Lenik is torn. The supervisor is right. Getting caught now would be bad. He curses his own hesitation. What should he do? The worker outside gets impatient. Is Ade napping again? He grumbles, walking towards the office. He peeks his head through the doorway. Ade, the members of the rally are looking. He stops short, his eyes widening in shock as he takes in the scene. Huh? Suddenly, the screech of tires echoes from outside as an alarm blares. A red car has pulled into the loading dock. The worker calls out, "Mark, we're so busy right now. Where are you?" His gaze falls on Ade, held at gunpoint by Lenik. He's frozen in disbelief. Lenik is out of time. He shoves the gun against Ade's head. "The gate! Open it!" The worker, terrified, throws his hands up. "I'll open it. Don't shoot." He scrambles to the control panel, and the boom gate outside slowly begins to rise. The gate is opening. "You can just leave now." He stammers, shaking with fear. He begs, "Please save me." But Lennox's eyes are cold. He can't leave any witnesses. The worker fumbles for his walkie-talkie to call for help, but it's just static. The radio is dead. It's not working in a situation like this, he panics. The exit, he makes a desperate dash for the door controls. The exit seal it off. He screams into his broken radio, "I said, seal off the exit." He frantically tries to explain that the walkie-talkie is broken. He turns back, a terrified apology on his lips. "I'm sorry." But Lenok's face is a mask of cold resolve. "If I leave you behind," he thinks, finger on the trigger, "you'll just become a problem." The worker's plea is cut short. Wait, a gunshot rings out. The mana-infused bullet hits its mark, and the worker falls. Blood splatters against the window of the security booth. Lenik has just crossed a line he can never uncross. In the aftermath, he feels strangely calm. His high mental strength, his level-headedness, his rationality, all the stats he min-maxed for his character are now suppressing any guilt or fear. He gets into the red car, his expression eerily serene as he starts the engine. These game-like traits are what allow him to keep his sanity. He speeds towards the gate, but sees another one just beyond it. Whatever, it doesn't matter. He grips the steering wheel and floors the accelerator. The car smashes through the final gate with a deafening crash of metal and glass. It's his level-headedness, a trait that grows even stronger in extreme situations, that sees him through. Another one of his choices. As he drives away from the factory, a small, genuine smile finally touches his lips. He's really escaped. He speeds down the open road, driving towards a dawning sun and an unknown future. This is the power of a mage's talent. Lenik drives into a sprawling, futuristic metropolis. Towering skyscrapers pierce the sky, covered in glowing neon signs and holographic ads. A city powered by technology and light. He pulls up to a massive building, the letters ACHS emblazoned on its side. Here, he finally ditches the car, his escape from the factory complete. But he's not in the clear. Behind him, he hears shouts. "Stop right there!" A squad of factory security is hot on his trail. They open fire, energy blasts, searing the air around him as he ducks for cover. He's cornered. He runs for his life, gasping for breath as they yell for him to stop. In a desperate move, he leaps toward a massive window, shattering the glass as he dives straight through. He lands hard, tumbling across the floor, but he doesn't stop. "Damn it," he curses, forcing himself back to his feet. One of the guards, a man with a goatee, powers up, blue energy swirling around him. He's not just some regular guard. The guards reach the broken window, panting. The goateed man looks down in disbelief. "That crazy bastard! He jumped from this height?" Another guard looks over the edge. There's no body, but from this high up, he assumes the fall would have killed anyone. The lead guard spots something on the broken glass, a torn, bloody piece of cloth from Lenok's jacket. He stands up, his face grim. The escapee is more resourceful than they thought. He gives the order to go down and search. Looking at the blood trail below, he knows they can't just assume he's dead. His voice is cold and determined. "We must find his corpse." But Lenok is long gone. We see him driving across a massive, multi-leveled bridge, heading into the heart of the magic engineering city, Balkan. The city is a marvel of futuristic technology, with sleek vehicles and glowing bikes weaving through traffic on illuminated highways. As he drives, Lenok glances at the city passing by, a robotic police officer on a hoverbike speeding past. He's amazed. This world is completely different from the fantasy setting he knew in World 2.0. Everything here, from the gas stations to the people on the street, Hosa has a little bit of mana mixed into it. He can see it in their glowing datapads, in the technology they use. He can feel the same familiar power he sensed in the factory, but now it's everywhere, woven into the very fabric of this civilization. But the strain of the escape is catching up. A wave of nausea and exhaustion washes over him, a direct result of his weak body and the penalties he chose. He sighs, wondering if he pushed himself too hard. He glances at the stolen case of vipers on the seat next to him. He thinks about taking one to fight off the fatigue, but he stops himself. No, I can't. He knows he only has a few. They have to be saved for true emergencies. He pulls the car into a futuristic parking station. Right now, his first priority is simple: find a place to rest. He finds what he's looking for, a hotel with a glowing green sign, a temporary sanctuary. He gets a room, the heavy door sliding shut behind him. He leans against it, finally able to let his guard down for a moment. He catches his breath. In the hour it took to get here, no one chased him. He threw the car away, cutting his last tie to the factory. For now, he can finally rest. The exhaustion hits him all at once. He collapses onto the floor, the case of vipers falling beside him. He passes out right there by the door, his frail body finally giving in. He wakes up sometime later, groaning. His throat is completely dry. I'm thirsty. He stumbles through the room, looking for something to drink. He opens the mini-fridge and grabs a can of water Balkan. He downs it in a few quick gulps. He lets out a sigh of relief. I feel alive now. But the moment is short-lived. He suddenly retches, his body rejecting the water. He collapses to the floor, coughing and gagging. An intense wave of nausea washes over him. His head feels like it's splitting open, and every muscle aches as if it's being torn apart. His hands start to tremble uncontrollably. He realizes with dawning horror, this must be the side effect of the viper stimulant. He clenches his shaking fist. Even so, he knows that to keep this body moving, he has to rely on stimulants. It's a dangerous cycle, but it's the only way he can survive. His stomach growls loudly. He can't believe he's hungry now. Come to think of it, he hasn't eaten in over 12 hours. He opens a can of preserved food from the room, his expression disgusted. To think this is all he has to eat, he eats a piece of the processed meat. His verdict is simple: it sucks. As he's eating, the hotel room's console pings to life. A cheerful, automated voice chimes in. Good morning, sir. You have 2 hours left until the designated checkout time. Would you like to extend your stay? Lenik looks up, tired. It's already this late. Yes, he replies. The console details the bill: 200,000 sell for the room, 20,000 for the food. After his advance payment, he owes 120,000. Please pay by today, the console chirps. Lenik slumps in his chair. That single can of terrible food cost 10% of his entire stay. This is so ridiculous, he mutters, feeling the weight of his new reality. He counts the money he stole, 130,000 sell. After paying the hotel, he'll only have 10,000 left. He won't even be able to stay another day. The answer is obvious. I need more money. A sudden thought occurs to him. He decides to clean himself up before going out. In the bathroom, he takes a pair of scissors to his long, messy hair. He cuts it short, giving himself a completely new look. This should be good enough, he thinks, looking at the shorn locks on the counter. He looks at his reflection. His hair is neater, but the exhaustion in his eyes is still there. He doubts anyone will recognize him now. He walks out into the back alleys of the city, the streets teeming with shady characters and people just trying to get by. He finds a spot to sit and thinks. Earning money legally is impossible. In this world, he's an illegal visitor without an identity. His logic leads him to a dark but practical conclusion. It would be better to beat up criminals and take their money. That way, it won't cause him problems later. All right, let's start looking for them. He closes his eyes and focuses, gathering mana in his ears to enhance his hearing. The sounds of the city flood his mind. He listens intently, filtering through the noise, overhearing talk of a missing engineer. They talk about hiring a replacement, maybe through some lobbying agency. He hears business deals, talk of profit splits and droid participation in some reduction plan. He filters past the mundane, the corporate, until he hears it. An angry voice. I told you to bring the stolen money. Do you think I'm joking around? That's what he was listening for. His eyes snap open, a new focus in them. Found them. He stands up, his gaze locked on a nearby alley. Over there, huh? But as he starts to move, a sharp pain hits him. He stumbles, clutching his head. He leans against the wall, gritting his teeth. Damn it, this darn body. His physical limits are a constant, frustrating obstacle. He has no choice. He pulls out another viper. He takes it, and a surge of blue energy flows through him, overpowering the pain and weakness. A look of grim determination settles on his face. Now, let's go earn some money. In a grimy back alley, a stray cat is startled by a sudden, violent crash. A man is sent flying into a pile of trash bags, crying out in pain. Two thugs stand over him. The leader, a man with a purple mohawk, glares down. Hey, remind me, what did I tell you? The thug grabs the man by his collar. The man is terrified, stammering that if they just finish this job, there won't be any problems. But the leader isn't listening. He slams the man to the ground, screaming that he's talking nonsense about losing the money they stole. The man insists he's not lying, that it just vanished on the way. The second thug, a man with a goatee, sighs. Well, can't be helped. His partner pulls out a glowing blue laser cutter. For the amount that's missing, he says with a sadistic grin, we can just sell his parts. The other agrees it's a nice idea. Their victim begs for his life, tears streaming down his face. The thug with the cutter tells him to stay still, warning him not to damage the goods. He brings the laser down, and the man screams. But just before it touches him, a surge of blue electricity crackles through the air, shocking the thugs. They turn to see Lenik standing there, lightning dancing between his fingers. He calmly says, "That's easy." The first man they were torturing shrieks in surprise. Lenik dispatches the two thugs, leaving them unconscious on the ground. The man he saved is stunned, still processing what just happened as he stammers for help. Lenik ignores him and starts searching the thug's pockets, pulling out a wad of cash. 700,000 sell? That's quite a lot. He thinks to himself that, with this, he can finally get some proper clothes and medicine. He then finds the laser cutter. The man he saved panics, pleading with him not to aim it at him. Lenik examines the tool. It's a Dykes laser cutter, an industrial tool, illegally remodeled into a weapon. I should take it then. He tucks it into his jacket. The more ways he has to defend himself, the better. The man, still on the ground, promises he'll never tell a soul about what he just saw. Lenik looks down at him, his eyes glowing faintly. Anyone can say that. The man gets to his feet, trying to reason with him. Lenik cuts him off. Then I have something to ask. He explains that he's new to the city and is looking for some unlawful work, a job that someone without an ID can do. He adds, it'll be better if it's something that uses magic. Sometime later, Lenik is standing outside a nondescript building with a small neon sign that just says, Bar. He's wearing a new, stylish black coat and suit. Is that the place? He wonders. It looks like a regular bar, but he suspects that's just a cover. He decides there's no need to reveal himself just yet. He covers his face with his hand, channeling a small amount of mana. In this world, he can't trust anyone but himself. The inside of the bar is dimly lit, with a neon sign that reads, Underworld. It's mostly empty. Lenik walks in, a bell chiming as he enters. An older man in a sharp suit is cleaning glasses behind the bar. He looks up as Lenik approaches. Your order? The bartender asks. Lenik takes a seat. Anything light. The bartender pours him a drink. Lenik takes a sip and gets straight to the point. I want some work. Is there anything that needs a mage? The bartender pauses, his expression unreadable. He watches Lenik carefully, as if sizing him up. Lenik's glass trembles slightly. The side effects of the viper are still lingering. The bartender yawns and says his work hours are over. Just then, a woman emerges from the back room. She says she just fell asleep and asks what's going on. The bartender informs her that Lenik claims to be a mage. She looks him over, skeptical. A mage? He doesn't look like one. Well, she says with a smile, since mages are rare, appearances aren't important. I'm Jenny. You are? Lenik hesitates. He can't use his real name. He decides on an alias, Van. Jenny gets straight to business. Someone must have told him about this place. She confirms he's looking for work for a mage. Then, she says, leaning forward, tell me what you can do. Her friendly demeanor vanishes. I won't find it amusing if you call yourself a mage when you've only learned some common magic. She tells him he doesn't need to reveal his inherent magic system, but he should show her what type he is. Lennox responds instantly. Blue lightning crackles to life in his hand. He creates a sphere of pure electrical energy, the light reflecting in Jenny's surprised eyes. Lightning? Both Jenny and the bartender are shocked. This is rare, she says, her eyes wide. But what's truly astonishing is that he activated it without a magic circle or an incantation. Her skepticism melts into pure excitement. Nice! She slams a contract down on the table. Let's write up a contract, she says with a huge grin. She's found a real talent. She tells him that since he came all this way, he can't be picky. Lennox replies that anything is fine, as long as it doesn't involve ordinary people. Jenny assures him they don't have jobs like that and slides a datapad over. It's bounty hunter work, she explains. It pays right away, and the results are easy to determine. The target is Taylor Evans, a 34-year-old scavenger who, 4 days ago, tried to steal security equipment from the Achilles Corporation. Lennox notes the attempt was unsuccessful. He knows a low-life scavenger could never break through Achilles' security. Jenny adds a grim detail. The other scavengers in his crew were all murdered. He was the only one left, and the one who made the attempt. After the incident, Achilles passed the cleanup job to them. Since Taylor's own scavenger branch has disowned him, there won't be any complications. Lennox accepts the job and leaves the bar. He walks through the dark, quiet streets, his first official mission underway. He goes back to Jenny and asks about the reward. She tells him it's 3 million cell. Not huge, but not bad for catching a rat. He notices the file mentions a blood sample and asks for it. Jenny agrees, but warns him it's useless if he's thinking of hiring a blood mage. They're expensive, charging 5 million or more per case. Jenny hands him a small envelope containing a piece of bloody cloth. I don't need a blood mage, Lennox says, dropping the sample to the floor. I can simply use some common magic for this. What he calls common magic is just what he remembers from the game World 2.0, but he has a long list of spells already mastered in his mind. Light, bolt, silence, mask switch. He thinks to himself that the most suitable magic for this is a hunter-type class magic from the game. His eyes glow with a menacing red light. Bloody chase. He casts the spell, and the blood on the cloth begins to bubble and writhe, forming dark red tendrils. The blood lifts off the ground, twisting and morphing. It takes the shape of a sinister, glowing red snake, which hovers before him, ready to lead the way. The blood snake leads him to an old, abandoned railroad station with shattered windows and decaying platforms. It slithers down onto the tracks, its red glow illuminating the darkness. The snake moves with unnatural speed, honing in on its target. A man in a dark hoodie is sitting on one of the platforms, meditating. He's surrounded by a faint red aura. This is Taylor Evans. The blood snake stops right in front of him. Its job done. Taylor senses something and turns around, the red aura around him flaring up. What was that? He asks, his voice rough. Lennox steps out of the shadows, surrounded by a swirling red mist of his own. His voice is calm and cold. I found you, Taylor Evans. Taylor Evans is out of breath and out of time. He's cornered in an abandoned station, sweat and dirt streaking his face as he glances back in pure panic. He bolts down the decaying tracks, his mind racing. How? How did they find him here? But behind him, a lone silhouette stands unnervingly still, a calm predator in the darkness. Lennox lets out a soft sigh. Not of relief, but of annoyance. He'd prepared for a fight, setting up magical defenses for a proper confrontation. He didn't expect the guy to just run. This is just a waste of energy he can't afford. The strain is already settling into his custom-built, fragile body. Running after him is out of the question, and he's not confident in his long-range attacks just yet. So, he opts for a different approach, digging into the vast arsenal of spells from his gaming days. A faint blue light begins to glow in his palm. He recalls the basics of a simple but effective spell. Mana pools in his hand, taking shape with a low, crackling hum. He unleashes it with a single, silent command. A massive, invisible force explodes from his hand, bending the very air as it rushes toward his fleeing target. It hits Taylor like a freight train. He's thrown from his feet, his face a mask of agony as the disorienting wave slams into him. The invisible power envelops him completely, a brutal vortex of sound that rattles him to his core, leaving him stunned and helpless on the grimy tracks. With a few calm steps, Lenik closes the distance, standing over his incapacitated target. Taylor clutches his head, blood trickling from his ears. The high-frequency wave has deafened and disoriented him, leaving him able to do little more than cry out in pain. Lenik looks down, his voice cold and devoid of pity. "You really shouldn't have run." But just as he's about to finish the job, a flash of orange energy erupts around him. His eyes widen almost imperceptibly, his pupils contracting in surprise. He wasn't expecting this. The thought hits him in an instant. A sniper. An invisible bullet slams into the defensive barrier he'd set up, shattering against a shield of crackling orange energy that flared to life just in time. A bullet from an unknown attacker. His expression turns serious. That barrier was a good call. He immediately reinforces the shield, pouring more mana into it. He figures at this strength it could probably stop an anti-tank missile for a few moments. Besides, he has other ways to find an enemy. A pulse of blue mana expands outward from him, a magical sonar sweeping across the desolate train yard. The question now hangs in the air, his focus shifting entirely. Where is the shooter? His eyes scan the darkness, his mind working fast. This changes the entire situation. His mana detection spreads out, scanning every building, rooftop, and alley within a kilometer. But it finds nothing. Absolutely nothing. He runs through the possibilities. Either the sniper is more than a kilometer away, or they're using advanced camouflage his simple scan can't penetrate. But that raises a bigger question. Why shoot at him? In this form, he's a complete unknown. His eyes narrow as the pieces begin to fall into place. A single thought cuts through the confusion. Wait a second. He looks at the impact point on his barrier, then at the direction the shot came from, and it clicks. The chilling realization washes over him. He was never the target. The sniper was aiming for Taylor. He glances down at the dazed man on the ground, a soft "ah" of understanding escaping his lips. They were probably trying to silence Taylor for good. A loose end from that heist. It doesn't really matter. He doesn't care about their business, and yet his hand instinctively moves to the gun tucked in his belt. Because it's one thing not to care, and another thing entirely for someone to interfere with his job. Taylor's eyes widen in terror as Lenik points the gun directly at him. No one was going to steal his kill. His reputation as the hunter van is on the line, and he refuses to let his very first job be a failure. A single gunshot shatters the night silence. Lenik stands over the body, his face unreadable. This is for the best. The more Van is known as a cruel, cold-blooded hunter, the less likely anyone will be to get in his way. Through a sniper scope, we see the scene from a distance. Lenik standing over Taylor's fresh corpse. The sniper flinches, completely caught off guard. They never expected their target to be eliminated right before their eyes. At that exact same moment, Lenik's eyes flare with blue energy. He felt it, a tiny ripple of mana from a nearby rooftop. "Found you," he whispers. The moment he pulled the trigger, the sniper's shock and agitation caused their mana to flare, just for a split second. And a second was all he needed. The sniper feels a sudden shift in the air, a terrifying focus directed right at them. They grip their rifle, wondering if they've been discovered. Lenik confirms it. They're within a kilometer now. And for that range, he has the perfect spell to send a message. Once more, he draws on his memories from the game. Crackling blue energy gathers in his hand, a terrifying amount of power held in a single palm. This spell was a true symbol of lightning magic's destructive force. The very air around him vibrates with condensed power. But then, just as quickly as it appeared, the intense energy in his hand vanishes. Through the scope, the sniper sees the hunter lower his hand. What is he doing? Then they look up. And their blood runs cold. A massive, swirling vortex of lightning is forming in the sky directly above them. They can barely process what they're seeing. Lenik whispers the name of the spell into the night, thunder calling. As an enormous spear of pure lightning materializes from the storm cloud, the sniper stares up in utter disbelief. The bolt crashes down, not on the sniper, but on the corner of their building. The explosion is deafening, turning concrete and steel into dust and rubble. Lenik stands calmly amidst the aftermath. The power he just unleashed, it feels stronger, far more potent than it ever did in the game. He watches the smoke rise in the distance. He can now confidently say he's a lightning mage. This was all the proof he needed. He takes a few heavy breaths, the exertion finally hitting him as the ground around him lies scarred and broken from the sheer force of his own magic. He realizes that casting powerful spells back to back is still a massive strain on his frail body. The backlash is significant. He scans the area again, no trace of the sniper. They must have escaped in the chaos. Whoever they were a professional. There's no need to chase them. The demonstration he just gave was more than enough of a warning. In fact, it was the perfect introduction. From this night on, the name of the lightning mage, Van, will echo in the underworld. Sometime later, he arrives back at the neon-lit entrance to the underworld bar. A heavy duffel bag hits the floor with a dull, wet thud. Lenik, breathing heavily from the effort of carrying his bounty, pushes the door open. "Here," he says, his voice flat. "This is Taylor Evans." The few patrons in the bar turn to stare, their expressions a mix of surprise and curiosity at the newcomer's bluntness. An older man with white hair, dressed in a sharp vest, looks up from behind the counter, his face completely unreadable. He simply gestures toward a door. "There's a back door behind the building," he says calmly. "Could you come in through there?" Lenik, still catching his breath, agrees. The man offers to take the bag, telling Lenik he can go on ahead. The physical toll of the night is clear on his face. He pushes through a sterile, unmarked door, entering a much cleaner, more private section of the establishment. In the back room, the older man carefully unzips the heavy bag. He lays Taylor's body out on a metal table, telling Lenik he's free to use this private entrance from now on. He apologizes, saying his old age made him forget to mention it earlier. He asks Lenik to wait while he confirms the identity. Leaning against the wall for support, Lenik just replies, "Take your time." The man examines the body with a professional eye. He notes the cause of death, a gunshot to the head, and signs of injury around the ears. "This is definitely Taylor," he concludes. Lenik watches him work. "Were you a coroner?" he asks. The man replies that he did similar work in the past, before asking if Lenik would like his payment now. Lenik nods. The man informs him the payment is 270,000 sel, after the standard 10% processing fee has been deducted. He then mentions another option. If he wants the money through other methods, there will be additional fees. Lenik is curious. The man explains that some clients prefer their payments laundered through things like borrowed name bank accounts, bonds, or stocks. Lenik quietly wonders if the financial regulations here are similar to Earth's. Just then, a curtain is pulled aside and a new, amused voice cuts in. "Oh? Who do we have here?" "It's Jenny, the agency operator." She stretches with a playful smile, her sharp eyes fixed on Lenik. "Well, that was fast," she teases. "I guess you really needed the money, huh?" She leans over the back of a chair, explaining that, with this kind of work, it usually takes far more time to find the target than to actually kill them. Leaning closer, her gaze turns intense and probing. Her playful tone shifts to one of sharp curiosity. "So, tell me, what kind of talent do you have to find and kill him so quickly?" Lenik keeps his face a blank mask, downplaying the incredible power he just displayed. "I just got lucky," he says, his voice flat. A heavy silence hangs between them. Jenny's not buying it, and Lenik isn't giving anything away. A silent battle of wills. A slow, satisfied smile spreads across her face. She's clearly decided something. "All right," she says. "Since you're this capable, I think we can continue working together." Lenik is ready for the next job, but Jenny cuts him off. "No, not for now," she says, waving a dismissive hand. She explains they need to deliver Taylor's body to Achilles and figure out what the scavengers were up to. "And besides," she adds, turning away as she slips on her jacket, "it's a little too early for me to trust you completely, don't you think?" She flashes a sly, flirtatious smile. "It seems we're on the same wavelength. I guess you could say we need more time to get to know each other, just like in dating." Lenik remains silent. He's not fooled by her playful act. He knows there's a more calculated reason for her hesitation. He turns to leave, seeing no point in arguing. "I'll visit again soon." Jenny simply nods. "All right, see you next time." As soon as he's gone, Jenny's playful expression fades, replaced by a look of deep thought. Her assistant, the older man she calls Gramps, walks over. "Hey, Jenny." She turns, her mind clearly elsewhere. Gramps says he was bypassing the scavenger's network and found something interesting. Jenny gives him a look, asking if he's still monitoring that rundown system. He tells her that Van's mission was recorded. Her eyes snap to the device he's holding as it buzzes. On the screen, the footage of Lennox's thunder calling plays out, a sky-splitting bolt of lightning obliterating the corner of a building. Her eyes go wide with shock. All she can say is a single breathy word: "Wow." Meanwhile, Lennox has made his way to a large, modern building, the FNN Tower, which houses the Balkan City Library. He stands before the entrance, his objective clear. He needs to find out everything he can about the magic system of this world. But more importantly, he has to find a way to increase his own lifespan. Because of the karma system, his life is burning away like a candle. He's running out of time. He figures his best hope might be in the highest-ranked unique magics. Maybe, just maybe, there's a time-related spell that could be his solution. The library is vast and quiet. Lennox finds a spot and gets to work. He pulls out several thick, old-looking books, the most prominent one titled Magic Theory. He flips through the pages, his eyes scanning the dense text. The dark circles under his eyes show the constant fatigue he lives with. One concept immediately catches his attention: mana pattern. The book describes it as a mage's thumbprint, a unique signature of mana that every mage possesses, and includes a method to check it. He remembers this from the game. He follows the instructions, placing his left index finger onto his right palm. As he channels his mana, a faint blue light glows around his hand. His eyes widen in surprise as he feels the energy take shape. The light solidifies into an intricate, glowing pattern. So this is a mana pattern, he thinks, watching the ethereal light swirl. He recalls the text. It said only archmages at level 8 and above can modify their pattern. He can't help but wonder how powerful a level 8 mage actually is. He decides to try something, pushing a small surge of energy into his palm. The crackling blue energy intensifies, swirling around his fingers. His eyes focus intently. He can see it clearly. The pattern itself is shifting and changing as the mana flows out from him. He doesn't know what level 8 means here, but the fact that he can already do this, something supposedly reserved for the most elite mages. A slow, confident smile spreads across his face as the glowing mana dances in his palm. He knows one thing for sure: he is definitely talented. He sits alone at the long table, surrounded by books as sunlight streams through the large library windows. But as he continues his research, his confidence gives way to confusion. This is different from what he expected. The entire concept of common magic that he knew from the game, the versatile spells he'd been using, seems to have completely vanished from this world's theory. According to the books, magic in this world is categorized into two main types: unique magic and common magic. Unique magic is a single, specialized, powerful magic that each mage can learn, like calling down a meteor. Common magic, on the other hand, wasn't as powerful, but had an overwhelmingly wide range of uses. At least, that's how it worked in World 2.0. He leans back, running a hand through his hair in frustration. In this world, there's no mention of common magic at all. So how did he use it? No matter how talented he is, he shouldn't be able to use a concept that doesn't exist. He closes the book with more questions than when he started. And worse, he found nothing about time-related unique magic either. He lets out a heavy sigh, the weight of his predicament settling in. A voice from behind him suddenly says, "It'd be better to give up." He turns his head slightly and sees a woman with long blonde hair walking past his table, looking at him with an almost pitying expression. She continues, her voice soft but laced with a deep cynicism. "If you wish to become a mage." Lennox turns around fully, confused by the stranger's sudden advice. The woman gently places a hand on his stack of books. "Hope only causes people to suffer in pain," she says quietly. Lennox just stares at her, completely bewildered. "What?" "I just feel sad for you," she explains. "You've been reading all day, but that won't make you a mage. You're way too late to be trying. You'd be better off studying something like theoretical magic engineering." She walks away, explaining that you can only learn magic at a school or by finding a teacher. And you can't get into those without a foundation. "There's nothing you can do by yourself," she says, her back to him. "It's a field where talent and luck play such a big role." She glances back with a sad look in her eyes. "If all you have is a lot of passion?" She trails off, implying it's not enough. Lennox just watches her, his tired eyes taking in her words. She lets out a sigh. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm telling this to a complete stranger. She finally turns to him fully. It's past closing time. I need to arrange the books, so please leave. Lennox speaks up, his voice calm but sharp, cutting through her pity. Is that advice from your own experience? Her eyes widen in shock. He stands up slowly. If you're a student, he says, isn't it too early to give up? Instead of giving up on yourself, isn't it better to try everything you can first? He's thrown her own bitter advice right back at her. She's left completely speechless, staring at him. What? He starts to walk away, but she calls out, Hey! She quickly steps in front of him and, to his surprise, slips a small card into his jacket. You're so ridiculous, she says, a mix of annoyance and something else in her voice. To think you'd take my advice in that manner. She turns and walks away. Forget it. If you come back next time, I'll show you some magic. He's left holding the golden card she gave him. Lenik watches her go, a thought crossing his mind. What an odd woman. He glances down at the card in his hand. It's from Labatenon University, Elemental Magic Faculty, Chair Professor Eris Richelin. He's stunned. A professor? Leaving the library, Lenik walks through the bustling city streets, still processing the strange encounter. He can't believe it. She looked so young, definitely younger than him. It's hard to accept that she's a high-ranking professor. He shakes his head, deciding to put it out of his mind. Let's just buy the groceries. He enters a local market, browsing through the stalls filled with fresh produce. The place is alive with the sounds of everyday life. He picks up some vegetables, thinking he should cook something nutritious to help his body's condition. Suddenly, a uniformed officer steps in front of him. Can you cooperate with a quick check? Lenok immediately tenses. A bead of sweat rolls down his temple. His mind races. He's a fugitive, with no ID. This is the last thing he needs. The officer calmly asks him to put out his hand for a mana pattern check. Trying to appear normal, Lenok agrees. He tells himself to stay calm, his face a neutral mask, but inside, his heart is pounding. He reassures himself. It's just a random check. There's no way they're specifically looking for him, right? Just then, a sharp voice calls out from the side. Hey, you! He turns and sees a young woman with short dark hair sitting on a nearby bench, looking right at him. He asks, Are you talking to me? She holds up her phone, her eyes narrowed. Did you do something wrong or what? She looks him dead in the eye, her voice sharp and accusing. You were glancing at the mana pattern check, she says, as if you were guilty of a crime. The officer scans Lenok's hand, the device confirming his pattern is unregistered. His mind races. A mana pattern is this world's fingerprint, and he's just been caught without one. The girl's voice cuts in again, completely changing the subject. Why are you here? She asks, as if their previous conversation never happened. He's thrown off, but manages to answer. To buy vegetables. He admits to himself he was so preoccupied, he almost walked right past the store. The officer leaves, and Lenik turns to the girl who is casually lounging on a crate of produce. He asks if she's a customer, but she nonchalantly replies that she's the owner and grows all these vegetables as a hobby. Lenok can only think she must be rich. Yeah, I'm rich, she states plain and simple. Lenik stares, a bead of sweat on his face. Her directness is unnerving. He can't tell if she's lying or not. All he knows is that she's incredibly pretty, but that's not what's important right now. She leans forward, impatient. So are you going to buy something or not? He snaps back to the present. I am. He's just trying to figure out what to get when she cuts him off. Try this, she says, her tone more gentle now. She holds out a large, perfectly formed onion. It's a type of onion. It's good for insomnia. The word hits him hard. Insomnia? The dark circles under his eyes, the constant fatigue, it's written all over his face. Yeah, she says, her gaze fixed on him. Looks like you need it. He can't argue with that. He recovers quickly, placing his order. Then a few of those, 5 green onions and 6 bell peppers, please. The girl nods, thinking it's a good choice. As she bags his groceries, her voice drops, becoming serious again. By the way, your mana's pretty unique. A chill runs down his spine. The air around him seems to grow cold. Sorry? Suddenly, a menacing green aura explodes from her. Her eyes glow with power as she leans in, her voice a low, intense whisper. What's a mage like you doing here? The pressure is immense. Lenik stammers, trying to play dumb. I'm not sure what you're talking about. But she's not letting up. A faint blue aura, his own mana pattern, becomes visible under her intense gaze. She says she would have remembered a pattern that precise and asks if he only recently came to Balkan. He's completely exposed. Who is this woman, he thinks, his mind reeling. Not only did she know he was a mage, but she's casually talking about his mana pattern as if she can see it clear as day. She finishes bagging the groceries, the intense aura gone as quickly as it came. "It's 32K sell," she says, holding out the bag. "Aren't you going to take it?" He's still frozen, trying to process what just happened. He snaps out of it and quickly pays her, handing over the cash. "Come again," she says simply, as if nothing happened. He turns and walks away, clutching the bag, his mind racing. As he leaves, he tries to figure it out. Did she see the mana pattern that leaked from the barrier magic he used on his last mission? It's unbelievable. She can read mana patterns with her bare eyes, something even the police need special devices for. She's either got a unique skill or she's an incredibly powerful mage. Either way, that's not good news for him. To be recognized by a complete stranger, he grits his teeth. From now on, he'll have to be much more careful. After that day, Leenock holes himself up in his cheap hotel room. He spends days poring over library books, his desk covered in notes and diagrams, researching magic non-stop. He focuses on improving the efficiency of the only magic system he truly understands, the common magic from the game. He experiments with spell structures and mana flow, trying to perfect his control. But it's not enough. He lets out a frustrated sigh. He still hasn't found a single clue about inherent magic or a way to cure his body. And his physical condition isn't getting any better. The small bag of medicine on his desk is a constant reminder of his body's weakness. He knows he can't keep this up. To get better drugs, to have any hope of finding a real solution, he needs two things: a proper identity and a lot more money. The neon-drenched streets of Balkan flash by as he makes his way back to the only place he can turn. He arrives at the familiar, unassuming entrance to the Underworld bar. He gets straight to the point. Jenny looks up from the bar. "You need an identity?" she asks. "Yeah," he says. "Is that possible?" Jenny scoffs lightly. "Who do you think I am?" "Of course it's possible." Her assistant Gramps chimes in as he polishes a glass. "It's expensive, though." Leenock asks how much. Jenny holds up 2 fingers, a sly smile on her face. 20 million sell. Leenock nearly chokes on his drink. "That's an astronomical amount." "Don't worry about the price," she says, waving it off. "I was going to suggest a new job to you anyway. With your magic, there are plenty of high-paying jobs you can take." He has no other choice. "All right, what is it?" Jenny pulls up a file on a holographic display. "This one's a request from a business," she explains. Leenock is intrigued. "A business request?" "Yeah," she continues. "These get you much more money than bounty hunting." As she types, she advises him that, while he might prefer bounty hunting, corporate jobs are better for his wallet. He asks her a pointed question. "You don't enjoy chasing insane criminals, do you?" She meets his gaze without flinching. "Not at all." "Good," she says, gesturing for him to follow her. "Then should we go somewhere else to talk?" In a private back room, she lays out the details. The target is Charlotte Corporation's new makeup factory in District 42. It's a hot topic since the government funded most of it. She adds a chilling detail. The moisturizer they were supposed to make apparently underwent a lot of human testing. "Human testing?" Leenock repeats, his expression darkening. "Yeah," she confirms. Jenny explains that Charlotte is famous for its anti-aging techniques, rumored to be able to regenerate even dead skin. "There's even evidence," she says, her voice low, "that they stripped an entire face's skin off a person during development. To recreate a perfect environment or something?" The thought is sickening. Leenock questions why more work is needed if the truth is basically out. Jenny scoffs. "What are you talking about?" "There's no way Charlotte would give up the factory." She reminds him they took money from the government. Why would they care about a few bad rumors when so much is at stake? "The requester is Veritz Corporation," she reveals, showing their logo. "They recently got into the makeup business and want to win against Charlotte." Veritz's request only has 2 conditions. She holds up 2 fingers. First, infiltrate the factory, hack their servers, and steal the data for 350 million. Or second, she says, as an image of a factory erupting in flames appears, destroy it beyond recovery for 50 million. Lenik sees the flaw instantly. The first condition sounds impossible, Jenny agrees. Right, 350 million isn't nearly enough to hire someone skilled enough to both infiltrate and hack a corporate facility, she stretches, laughing it off. They were probably just seeing if anyone stupid enough would bite. The real request is to just destroy the factory. He makes his decision instantly. All right, I'll do it. Sounds simple enough. Destruction is something he understands. Great! Jenny claps her hands together. Then I'll introduce a partner that'll be working with you on this. Lenik is stunned. What? You never mentioned... Before he can finish, the door to the room slides open with a loud whoosh. A pair of heavy combat boots steps into the room, belonging to a large, imposing figure. A man in a full red and black tactical suit strikes a dramatic pose. Yo, he says, his voice muffled by his mask. He leans in close, his masked face filling the screen. Hey? Lenik is completely thrown off. He looks at Jenny, bewildered. What the hell is that? Jenny gestures to the man with a grin. This is Dylan O'Casey. He's a mercenary affiliated with Antares, she explains, adding with a wink. He's famous for being cheap to hire. Dylan throws his hands up in mock despair. Hey, Jenny, don't you know first impressions are important? What's he gonna think of me? Lenik deadpans. Some crazy masked dude? Dylan clutches his chest, pretending to be hurt. Dylan turns to Lenik and extends a hand. Are you my partner for this job? I heard you were a mage. Lenik shakes his hand hesitantly. I'm Van. I'm a lightning mage. Lenik turns back to Jenny, his expression annoyed. Why a partner? She explains the job looked like too much for one person, so she was already looking for someone else. Dylan laughs heartily. I'm good to do it alone, but Jenny said she could hire one more person, so I was waiting. He gives a thumbs up. Right? Jenny's smile turns into a glare. She's clearly not amused. Lenik clears his throat, directing a pointed look at Jenny. I'd prefer if you let me know ahead of time if I'm working with a partner. She nods, avoiding his gaze. I'll keep that in mind, Dylan interrupts. Then we're going to divide the 50 million in half? He then remembers, Jenny probably takes a bit too. I made a bit of a mistake this time, so I won't take any, Jenny says smoothly, turning her failure to inform Lenik into a gesture of goodwill. Dylan is ecstatic. Oh cool, what's up with you today? You love money. Lenik watches the exchange, analyzing Jenny's move. It's a good way to make up for her mistake, but is it just a mistake? Or is she testing him? He's interrupted by Dylan pulling on his mask. It's your fault, you loudmouth. He decides to let it go for now. If she tries anything again, he'll deal with it then. He clenches his fist. He already has the upper hand in this relationship. His power speaks for itself. Jenny claps her hands, pulling Dylan's masked head back with a playful smile. All right then. She gestures to the holographic display, her expression turning all business. Shall we take a look at the factory blueprint? In the neon glow of District 42, a partnership of fire and ice is about to be tested. One is all talk, the other all business. But to bring down a corrupt corporation, they'll have to find a way to work together. The city of Balkan is divided into numbered districts. Unlike the undeveloped outer rings, the 40s districts are modern and well-equipped, almost on par with the central zones. As Lenik and Dylan walk the clean but empty streets, Dylan breaks the silence. Jenny seems to hold you in pretty high regard, huh? He asks, his voice muffled by his mask. He explains that Jenny isn't the type to give up on money. Normally, she'd take a fee, but for Lenik, she made an exception. He figures she must think a good relationship with him is the better choice. Lenik listens, his expression unreadable. He remembers Dylan was at the bar, listening to their entire conversation, and wonders if this flashy mercenary is hiding his true nature. Dylan suddenly stops. Oh, can you take this? He asks, holding out a small, dark card. A name card? Lenik asks, taking it. What's this for? Dylan shrugs. Well, you don't need to stick to just one place for work. Lenik looks up, his eyes narrowing slightly. Are you trying to recruit me right now? Dylan just wags a finger. There's no harm in befriending as many mages as possible, right? He puffs out his chest with pride. It'll be pretty good for you too. My office might be a little rough, but we have a lot of guys who are very skilled at using their bodies. Like me. Lenik just gives a deadpan, I see. Dylan leans in close, putting a finger to his masked lips. Oh, but please keep what we're talking about a secret from Jenny. Lenik turns away with a faint, cynical smirk. This guy is something else. You sure are a smooth talker, Lennox says, not buying a word of it. I'll see if you're as good at working. Dylan just throws a confident wave over his shoulder. Look forward to it. They arrive at their destination, the massive, imposing Charlotte factory. A few security troopers patrol the grounds below. From a nearby rooftop, the two of them begin their surveillance. The guards seem completely relaxed, one of them even letting out a massive yawn. Lenik peers over the edge, taking in the scene. He notes the security is sloppy. Dylan, sitting cross-legged and polishing a knife, scoffs. Who'd be crazy enough to mess with a big corporation like Charlotte? He tucks the knife away, adding, he wouldn't even be looking their direction if their rival hadn't put up the money. He points out the logo on the guards' uniforms. However, those security troopers are from 888. They're all ex-criminals and thugs, the lowest quality you can get. A dark grin spreads across Dylan's mask. That just means we'll feel less guilty even if we kill one or two by mistake. Don't you agree? Lennox doesn't answer. Let's start, Lennox says, turning to go. But Dylan calls out, wait. Are you going to work with your face exposed? Dylan asks, a hint of panic in his voice. He argues that even if their security is bad, there's no need to risk getting identified. He rummages in his bag and pulls out a ridiculous-looking ski mask with bright red lipstick drawn on it. Here, use this. It doesn't matter, Lennox says, turning his back on the absurd offer. Dylan protests, you can't do that. It's dangerous. Lennox stops. I am fine. Dylan's real reason comes out. But I'm not. What if they chase after me because of you? He finally gives up, defeatedly holding the ridiculous mask. All right. Lennox lets out a small sigh and simply pulls the collar of his turtleneck up over his nose, creating a makeshift mask. Good enough? He asks. Dylan looks at the silly mask in his hand, then back at Lennox. While it's a little sad, that's enough, I guess. Let's get started then, Lennox says. Dylan nods. All right. The time for talk is over. The strategy for this request is simple. Dylan will infiltrate through the back and attract all the attention. Meanwhile, Lennox will enter through the quieter warehouse and destroy the factory from its core. It sounds easy, but Lennox knows there's always a variable. As Dylan heads off, he thinks that the biggest unknown in this plan is this guy. And in an instant, Dylan explodes into action. A wave of red energy erupts from him as he closes the distance with impossible speed, a blur of motion and raw power. What? Is all the guard can say before a fist slams into his face. The impact is brutal, a flash of red and black as Dylan moves with vicious efficiency. Lennox, watching from a distance, lets out a single sound of genuine surprise. Ho! The guard goes flying, crashing into the building with enough force to dent the metal siding. His partner can only stare in shock. What? Hey! He yells, but before he can even raise his weapon, Dylan is on him. A swift, powerful chop to the neck sends the second guard down in an instant. He hits the ground with a dull thud, out cold. Dylan waves cheerfully back at Lennox. 2 down, he calls out, as if he just finished a friendly game. He raises a hand. Oh, wait a minute. He grabs one of the unconscious guard's radios and speaks into it, his voice filled with fake panic. I'm near the freight warehouse. He continues the act, whispering into the radio as another guard creeps up behind him. Some suspicious guy wearing a mask. A piercing scream rips through the night. Lennox listens to the chaos. Guess I was worried for nothing. He adjusts his makeshift mask, a new respect for his partner forming. Jenny's definitely got a good eye for people, he thinks, although he was kind of flashy. Now it's his turn. He pulls out a thin, stick-like device and takes a slow drag. It glows with a faint blue light. A cloak of blue mana swirls around him as he prepares to move. I'll get started too. He walks calmly towards a side entrance, the sounds of Dylan's mayhem providing the perfect cover. He reaches a warehouse door. The electronic lock glows red. Closed. It's locked. In that case, he murmurs, pulling out what looks like a simple pen, I finally have a chance to use this. A faint blue light appears at the tip, humming with condensed energy. He points the device at the lock, and a thin, powerful laser beam shoots out, melting through the metal with a sizzling hiss. The lock sparks and dies. With a soft click, the door slides open. He slips inside, the door closing silently behind him. But he's not alone. Who goes there? A voice shouts. A startled guard stands in the hallway, leveling his gun. The man is shaking, his face pale with fear. Raise your hands right now. Lenik assesses him with a cold, analytical gaze. He's just a normal security guard, a civilian. He raises his hand, but not in surrender. A soft, green light emanates from his palm as he casts a spell. Nature, sleep. A wave of calming energy washes over the guard. His eyes go wide with confusion. Huh? His eyelids grow heavy. His posture slackens, his grip on his gun loosening as a deep drowsiness takes over. He sways for a moment, then collapses to the floor with a thud. Lennox stands over the sleeping form. Civilians don't need to be sucked into the explosion. He's not done yet. A new, purple energy crackles around his fingertips. A complex magic circle appears above the guard as Lennox casts his next spell, Marionette. Ethereal purple strings descend, attaching to the sleeping man's limbs. Under Lennox's control, the guard's body rises and stiffly walks away, clearing the path. With the guard taken care of, Lennox heads deeper into the facility, making his way toward a stairwell. He pauses at the bottom of the stairs, looking up into the darkness. Is it this way? The distant sounds of shouting and fighting echo through the factory. Get him! One guard yells, followed by a scream. Lennox smirks under his mask. Dylan's doing a great job attracting attention. He walks confidently, believing everything is going according to plan. It seems like it will be smooth sailing from here. But deep within the factory, something else was waiting. A low, guttural growl rips through the silence, and a monstrous jaw filled with sharp, dripping teeth emerges from the shadows. The mission just got a whole lot more complicated. What started as a simple demolition job is about to turn into a monster hunt. And the price tag is measured in billions. Outside the factory, gunfire echoes through the rain. A security guard screams, blindly firing into the darkness as the chaos of Dylan's attack unfolds around him. Dylan moves like a phantom, a blur of red and black that the guards can barely track. He comes to a stop amidst the fallen bodies, cracking his knuckles. "Phew," he says with an almost bored tone. "How noisy." He glances down at one of the guards he just took down. There were more of them here than he expected. He scans the area, but the yard has gone quiet. Huh, is that all of them? He walks towards the building, a thought crossing his mind. Don't tell me these guys went after the mage, but then he senses something. A faint red glow appears at his feet. What's this? His eyes scan the darkness, his head tilting in curiosity. In an instant, dozens of red laser sights converge on his chest from all directions. Uh-oh. He looks down at the web of lasers painting his suit, a strange excitement building. Wow, he says, his voice full of wonder. This kind of makes me feel good. A faint blush even appears on his mask. This guy is definitely not normal. The remaining guards emerge from the shadows. A commander tells him to surrender or they'll open fire. But Dylan just grins. The fact they've all gathered here just proves he's good at his job. Plus, he says, a dark red aura swirling around him as he draws his blades. I don't have to hunt each of you down anymore. He unleashes a whirlwind of steel and crimson energy. In a split second, he cuts through the entire squad, a storm of slashes filling the air with cries of pain. He lands gracefully, his blades already sheathed. Spent bullet casings rain down onto the pavement. The guards didn't stand a chance. But a few are still standing, opening fire in a last, desperate attempt. A volley of bullets flies towards him. He deflects them with ease, the bullets sparking off his armored gauntlets. He closes the distance in a flash, delivering a punishing blow to one of the remaining guards. He moves with a brutal, almost dance-like grace, taking out the last of the resistance. He disarms the final guard with a precise strike, leaving him stunned and helpless. He surveys the scene, the silence now absolute. Well? He stands over the fallen guards, his eyes glowing with an eerie red light. Who's up next? Meanwhile, deep inside the factory, Lennox has found what he's looking for at the entrance to a maintenance corridor. He walks down a flight of stairs into the factory's sublevels. As expected, he thinks, there's always a temperature control gas system in large factories like this. He grips a large valve wheel. He puts all his strength into turning it, muscles straining. He knows this much flammable gas will be enough to blow the entire area sky high. With a loud hiss, the gas begins to pour into the ventilation system, spreading throughout the factory. He breathes heavily from the exertion, but his task is almost complete. All right, now, all I have to do is light a spark. Ignite. An orange aura of fire magic envelops him. Creating flames is easy, but he's going to add a twist. All that's left is to set the spell to activate after he and Dylan have escaped. A small, satisfied smile touches his lips. hidden beneath his mask. He thinks to himself that he should thank the vegetable stall lady. After meeting her and realizing how easily he could be seen, he was motivated to work on utilizing his common magic in new ways. And that research taught him something crucial. Simple, common magic spells can be combined. He holds his hand out, channeling the fire magic into a complex new form. He whispers the name of his custom spell, Timer. A glowing, clock-like magic circle of pure fire materializes in the air. He concentrates, manipulating the magical construct with precision. Set to 5 minutes. The hands of the magical clock begin to move. And done. The magical bomb is set. Now, all we have to do is get out of here. But just as he turns to leave, a deafening crash echoes from outside. What's that sound? Dust and debris fill the air in the main yard. Back outside, Dylan holds the last conscious guard by the collar. He looks up at the massive hole just smashed in the factory wall. What's this? A massive, dark shape hurtles through the air, slamming into the ground. The impact throws Dylan back, the ground shaking from the force. As the dust settles, a huge figure emerges from the crater. A low chuckle rumbles from the shadows. "Don't tell me," Dylan says, his voice suddenly tense. A massive, reptilian creature with glowing yellow eyes steps into the light, its voice a deep growl. "You've really made a mess out here, huh?" The sound of the crash draws Lennox closer. He rushes to see what's happening, his hand ready on the gun in his coat. He stops short, his eyes wide with disbelief. From his hiding spot, he sees Dylan standing off against the monstrous new arrival. "What is that thing?" he whispers, his breath catching in his throat. "A crocodile?" It's a massive humanoid crocodile, clad in a tattered coat and radiating immense power. The creature takes a step forward, its heavy foot cracking the pavement. Dylan's usual playful demeanor is gone, replaced by a cold seriousness. "It's been a while." The crocodile creature Crocan grins, showing rows of sharp teeth. "Oh, nice to see you again." "How's that Andreas kid doing?" Dylan replies flatly. "He's alive and well." Crocan muses that he doubted Andreas when he left to start his own business, but it seems he had something up his sleeve. Dylan walks away from the rubble. "Well, my boss is quite the pioneer." Crocan lets out a low, mocking laugh. "Pioneer?" He gets down to business. "Anyway, you understand the situation you're in, right? It is what it is." He then asks, "How much did they pay you?" 10 billion. Lennox's eyes go wide in shock. 10 billion sell. This isn't just security. This is a monster hired for a king's ransom. Crocan places a heavy hand on Dylan's shoulder. Crocan's voice is almost gentle. "I'll make your death painless, for Andreas' sake." Dylan squares his shoulders, a bead of sweat on his mask. "It won't be easy." Crocan gestures to Dylan's gear bag, which was dropped in the chaos. "Before anything, could you toss me that bag right there?" He chuckles. "This toy?" The bag is tossed over. Dylan catches it. "Thank you." He unzips the bag and pulls out the handle of a massive weapon. He assembles it into a huge, wicked-looking polearm, its blade glowing with red energy. "You called it a toy, but it's gonna hurt a lot for a toy." The real fight is about to begin. The demolition job has become a fight for their lives. Dylan lunges, spinning his massive polearm in a deadly arc, putting everything he has into this one attack. But the monster just scoffs at the threat, flexing his huge hand. He finds Dylan's confidence almost amusing. The weapon connects with a sickening thud, but it's like striking a mountain of solid rock. Dylan's attack does absolutely nothing. He pushes off the ground and launches himself again, vowing that this time will be different. He twists through the air, bringing the axe head of his weapon down for a devastating blow. But Crocan moves with terrifying speed, catching the attack mid-air and slamming Dylan into the ground with enough force to shatter the concrete beneath them. The impact leaves Dylan dazed and broken in a freshly made crater. Watching from the shadows, Lennox can only stare in horror. This isn't a fight, it's a one-sided beatdown. Crocan is just toying with him, using pure, overwhelming strength. Lennox knows he has to do something. His eyes dart to the faint glow of his magical timer. 3 minutes and 17 seconds left until this whole factory goes up in flames. The clock is ticking, and they are cutting it way too close. He sees Dylan struggling back to his feet, too proud to run, and it finally clicks for Lennox. Despite all his bravado, Dylan knew from the start he was outmatched. This monster Crocan is on another level entirely. He makes his decision. He'll find an opening for Dylan and then get the hell out. A ball of blue mana crackles to life in his hand. Krokan clicks his tongue, looking down on Dylan with utter disappointment. He says the kid's gone soft, that he's not as good as he used to be. He even sneers that Dylan's lost that killer instinct, that bloodlust he had when they first met. But the taunt works. A low growl escapes Dylan's lips as he pushes himself up, admitting the monster has only gotten stronger over time. A fierce, pulsating red aura explodes from his body as he powers up. Gripping his weapons, his eyes glowing behind his mask, he challenges Krokan, asking if this is the kind of bloodlust he was looking for. He unleashes a blinding storm of attacks, a whirlwind of red and black energy crashing against Krokan's scaly hide. Sparks fly, but the beast doesn't even flinch, just watches with mild interest. Dylan leaps back, instantly repositioning for another assault. He becomes a red blur, circling his opponent, desperately searching for any kind of opening. Again and again he brings his blades down. But Krokan's gaze is unblinking, tracking every single move with ease. Another strike, even faster this time, and another effortless parry from the monster. Dylan spins away, refusing to give in. He pours every last bit of his energy into a final, desperate combination. He pushes himself beyond his limits, his eyes blazing with fierce determination. A hurricane of steel aimed right at the monster's heart. But Krokan easily blocks the final strike, leaving Dylan completely exposed. And in that single moment of opportunity, Lenik strikes from the shadows. Lightning bind. Tendrils of pure electricity erupt from the ground, wrapping themselves around Krokan's massive body. The beast roars in shock and pain as the magic surges through him, locking his muscles in place. Dylan is stunned for a second, but he instantly recognizes the spell. It's his partner. He grips his weapon, knowing this is it. This is their first and last chance to take this monster down. Enraged, Krokan fights against the electrical chains, growling, "You little rat!" A massive spear of lightning crashes down from the sky, reinforcing the powerful spell. With his enemy trapped, Dylan leaps high into the air. He brings his weapon down with all his might, aiming for the finishing blow. But with a deafening clang, Krokan raises a single arm, stopping the blade just inches from his head. The lightning just crackles harmlessly around him. The attack, it failed. Dylan chokes, his arms trembling from the sheer force of the impact. Krokan's voice is a low growl. He mocks Dylan for not mentioning his little friend, and scoffs that the powerful spell was nothing more than a cute trick. "I'll get rid of you first," he snarls, "so I can go play with your friend." A chill runs down Dylan's spine. He's trapped. Goodbye. With one terrifying swing, Krokan sends Dylan flying. He's tossed across the yard like a broken doll, crashing hard against the factory wall in a shower of concrete and steel. He slumps to the ground, unconscious. Krokan lets out a low chuckle, his hunt now turning to the hidden mage. Lenik is already running, his heart pounding in his chest. He can't believe it. A lightning bind strong enough to melt steel, and Krokan just shrugged it off. This fight was over before it even began. He has to find Dylan and get out. Now, he remembers the direction he was thrown, and there he is, a crumpled heap of red against the dark pavement. Rushing to his side, Lenik checks if he's alive. Dylan just groans something delirious, and Lenik breathes a quiet sigh of relief. He's alive, but now comes the hard part. How is he supposed to carry this mountain of a man when he's out of breath just from running? He glances down at his own frail body, then back at his partner. There's no other choice. He places a hand on his chest, casting reinforcement magic on himself. A blue aura surrounds him. He's been avoiding this, knowing the painful risks of his mana addiction. But this is no time to worry about himself. He grabs Dylan's jacket. With a surge of enhanced strength, he hefts the heavy mercenary over his shoulder. He has to move, and fast. The whole place is about to blow. Meanwhile, Krokan stalks through the wreckage, hunting his new prey. His piercing yellow eyes scan the darkness. He calls out, his voice echoing through the ruins, asking where the little rat is hiding. Then he stops. He sniffs the air, sensing a strange energy hanging in the air. What is this feeling? He realizes it, a second too late. Something's deep within the factory, hidden from sight. The magical timer hits 0. A single, silent spark ignites the gas that has filled the entire building, and the world erupts in fire. The entire factory is consumed by a massive explosion, a deafening roar that obliterates everything in its path. The night is ripped apart by a massive explosion, and from the fire and smoke, two figures stumble out, clinging to life by a thread. Dylan groans, convinced every bone in his body is shattered. Beside him, Lenik trembles with exhaustion as he struggles to get up. A pained grunt escapes him as he forces himself to his feet. He turns to his partner, his voice strained. "Can you even walk?" His own body is screaming in protest. He clutches his chest, every breath a sharp, searing pain from the reinforcement magic he was forced to use. With a shaking hand, he pulls out another vial of stimulant and brings it to his lips. Dylan looks over, his eyes wide. He asks if that's a physical strengthening stimulant, and Lenik gives a quiet, simple answer. "Yes." Dylan just stares. He knows those things have severe side effects, but this kid is taking them without a second thought. Lenik exhales a shaky breath, an eerie blue light glowing in his eyes. Right now, he doesn't care about the consequences. The mission, he says, is probably a success. He glances at the beaten mercenary. He thought he was watching a fight between a man and a monster, but now he's not so sure. Is this what it's like when superhumans fight? Dylan slowly gets to his feet, brushing off the debris. He'll take that as a compliment. He grabs Lenik by the collar, pulling him close. "That aside," he says, "get up. We need to get out of here if you don't want to die." But Lenik stops him, a dead serious look on his face. "Do you think that monster is still alive?" Dylan's voice cracks with panic. "I don't just think so, I'm sure of it. Do you seriously not know who that is?" He can't believe it. Has this kid been living under a rock? The name finally escapes his lips, hanging in the air like a death sentence. That's Krokan Acillus from Pandemonium. The name echoes in Lenok's mind. Krokan Acillus. As if summoned by the name, the ground at the heart of the inferno begins to tremble. The flames part as something massive pushes its way through the burning wreckage. A shockwave of pure power sends fire and debris flying in every direction. And there he stands. Krokan, his clothes torn but his body barely even scratched. A low, terrifying growl escapes his lips. "You rats, I'll kill you." Dylan's voice is grim. That man is a war mercenary. He explains that after retiring, Krokan became an executive at Pandemonium, a criminal organization that only recruits the most infamous outlaws. For a monster like him to climb the ranks so easily, it speaks volumes about his power. Lenik can only stare, his breathing heavy. An organization that would give a monster like that a position of power, it's unbelievable. Krokan unleashes his energy, a swirling vortex of destructive force that blows the flames away from him. All Dylan can do is whisper a single horrified curse. "Run!" he screams, and the two of them turn and bolt for their lives. But it's useless. In an instant, Krokan closes the distance between them. He appears right behind them, a blur of impossible speed and power. With a single, sweeping strike, he sends them both flying through the air. Dylan crashes hard, taking the full brunt of the attack. Krokan's clawed hand reaches down, ready to end it. But Lenik twists in mid-air, absorbing the shock and landing on his feet. He stumbles, but he's standing. He's alive. He pants, his mind reeling. In a world of superhumans, Krokan's strength is it's cheating. The monster cracks his knuckles, the sound echoing in the sudden silence. He turns his full attention to Lenik, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Could the skinny one be a mage? He looks Lenik up and down, noting how young he seems. Lenik says nothing, just tries to catch his breath, his mind racing to find a way out of this impossible situation. He glances back at Dylan. There's no way he can run while carrying him. Dylan lets out a pained cough. Good, Lenik thinks with grim relief. At least he's not dead. His gaze hardens. There's only one option left. If he has to fight this thing, he needs to end it fast. The longer this fight goes on, the lower his chances of survival. He takes a deep breath, his face set with grim determination. "Let's do this." Krokan looms over him. "Was it you?" he growls. "The little mage who fired that lightning?" His voice drips with condescension. "Didn't anyone ever teach you not to aim something like that at a person's legs?" Lenik looks up, his reply sharp and fearless. "You're not a person, are you?" Krokan throws his head back and laughs, a booming, arrogant sound. He says Dylan brought a gutsy kid along, and that if they hadn't wrecked the factory, he might have even let them live. But then his eyes narrow, all amusement gone. "But I have to earn the money I was paid." He lunges, his fist crackling with dark energy. "I'll give you a painless death." He brings his fist down, aiming to crush Lennox into dust. At the last possible second, Lennox's eyes flash with a deep purple light. He whispers the name of a new spell, Gravity Bind. Dark, heavy chains of pure gravity erupt from the ground, wrapping around Crocon and stopping his punch just inches away. The chains pull tight, digging into the monster's powerful body. A complex magic circle glows beneath Crocon's feet, pinning him to the spot. The monster looks down, genuinely surprised for the first time. What? The gravity magic intensifies, forcing him down to his knees under its immense pressure. But then he just laughs, amused by the trick. What a nifty spell! Lennox calmly explains the principle. The spell restricts movement based on mass. For someone as heavy as Crocon, it should be impossible to escape. Crocon's eye gleams with savage light. Really? Then let's test that theory. His muscles strain against the magical force, pushing back with impossible strength. With a loud crack, one of the purple chains shatters. Lennox's eyes widen. It's not holding. He instantly reinforces the spell, layering magic circles to amplify the pressure. Crocon just laughs at him, mocking his futile effort. "What's wrong? You know a few strings like this can't hold me, don't you?" Lennox pours more and more mana into the spell, just trying to buy a few more seconds. For a brief moment, Crocon is silenced, struggling against the overwhelming force. A small smile touches Lennox's lips. Finally quiet. But he knows this isn't enough. He lets out a shaky breath, sweat dripping down his face. This won't hold him. He has to bet everything he has left. A swirling ball of pure blue mana crackles to life in his hand. Crocon roars in frustration as the gravity chains begin to crack and splinter all around him. "Impudent brat!" he bellows, and a wave of raw power explodes from his body. Lennox grunts as the feedback from the breaking spell jolts through him. The last of the purple chains snap, setting the monster free. Crocon rises to his full, terrifying height, his eyes glowing with pure murder. "Soon," he growls, "you'll be ripped apart just like this." Lennox catches his breath, his body trembling, but his spirit is far from broken. "Sorry, but I don't plan on just standing here and letting you rip me apart, you damn monster." Blue light surges between his hands. He gathers every last drop of his energy, the very air vibrating with the power he's about to unleash. When his life is on the line, he's not holding anything back. A storm of pure blue mana swirls around him, cracking the very ground beneath his feet. Crocon can only watch, stunned, as the boy prepares his final move. The air grows frigid as the raw energy shifts into biting frost. Realizing the danger, Crocon prepares to charge, refusing to just stand there and let him attack. He lunges forward, a blur of motion, determined to cut Lennox down before he can finish the spell. "As if I'd let you," he roars, but he's already too late. A massive wave of ice magic erupts from Lennox, slamming head-on into the charging monster. Crocon is thrown back, his body instantly covered in razor-sharp shards of ice. What the hell is this? The biting cold seeps deep into his muscles, slowing him, and a grunt of pained surprise escapes his lips. Lennox slams his hands on the ground, unleashing the spell's full power. Frost Soul. A colossal prison of ice erupts from the earth, encasing Crocon completely, his surprised expression frozen solid in time. Silence falls over the battlefield as Lennox stands over the massive ice tomb. He pants heavily, the spell having drained him completely. He feels his mana reserves bottom out. He might have overdone it. His legs feel weak as he stumbles, glancing over at Dylan, who's still on the ground. Dylan shivers violently, pulling his suit tighter. I'm freezing to death over here." Lennox staggers over. "You're still alive." Dylan manages a weak reply, boasting that his Gore-Tex suit is great for the cold. Lennox deadpans. "Isn't that just waterproof?" Dylan pauses. "Really? So that's why I'm so cold." Pushing himself up, Dylan's voice becomes urgent. "Anyway, before that monster gets out, let's go." Lennox agrees, but as he speaks, a faint cracking sound echoes through the air. "Yeah, I think he's about to." A web of cracks spreads across the surface of the ice. "Already?" Dylan's face goes pale. "We're screwed. We have to do something before he breaks out," Dylan shouts. Lennox's expression is grim. "I know, but what can he do? He's got almost no mana left. He has to think of something, anything." And then it hits him. A memory from his past life as a gamer. He turns his back to Dylan, his voice firm with a new resolve. "I'll end this with my next shot." Reaching into his coat, his mind races. There was a specific type of magic for supporting long-range weapons, one he could use with what little mana he had left. Shooting combo magic. He pulls out the handgun he'd taken from the guard, a ghostly image of his old game character, the magic marksman, overlapping with his own. He'd used this skill constantly back in the game. He channels the last of his mana into the weapon, layering multiple enhancement spells, trajectory guidance, penetration reinforcement, and projectile acceleration. The old handgun groans under the strain, never meant to handle this kind of power. But it doesn't matter. This is the end anyway. His eyes narrow, his focus absolute. Inside the ice, Crocon struggles, the cracks spreading wider with his every move. His glowing eye, filled with pure rage, glares out from a fissure in the ice. Lenik activates the final part of the combo. Aim Assist. A brilliant blue beam of energy lances out from the gun, striking the ice right over Crocon's eye. The supercharged bullet follows the beam, shattering the ice as it screams towards its target. The ice prison explodes outwards. For a split second, it looks like the shot was a success. Lenik lowers the smoking gun, every ounce of his energy completely spent. Dylan stares, impressed. He never figured Lenik for a gunslinger. "You went for the eye," Dylan says. "Impressive." "Did it work this time?" "It has to have," Lenik pants, clutching the now useless gun. "I don't have anything left." But a deep, chilling voice cuts through the mist. That was a very good attempt. A silhouette of pure menace emerges from the smoke. It's Crocon. They both freeze in sheer horror. Crocon brings a hand up to his face. "Except," he growls, "your opponent was me." Lenik's face is a mask of utter disbelief. He caught the bullet with his eyelid, he can't process it. He used 4 different support spells on that shot, and he blocked it with the muscles around his eye. Crocon laughs, a sound of triumphant rage. "You're not wrong. I don't think I'm human either." His good eye glares with malice, while the other is a mangled, bleeding ruin. A tiny, twisted piece of lead falls from his eyelid to the ground. He touches the wound, but it still hurts a bit. Lenik and Dylan stand together, completely out of options. He tries to summon more magic, but nothing comes. "Damn it, I'm completely out of mana." He reaches for another stimulant. There's nothing else he can do. He prepares to fight hand to hand, but Dylan grabs his arm, ready to make one last, hopeless stand. Crocon lunges, his voice a low, terrifying growl. "Hey, kids." He raises his hand, dark red energy crackling around his claws. "Remember when I said I'd let you die painlessly?" The energy intensifies, swirling into a vortex of pure death. "Well, I'm taking it back." He swings his claws, ready to tear them to shreds. Lenik braces himself, shielding Dylan, preparing for the final blow. "Is this?" Sweat drips down his face. His life flashes before his eyes. "How I die!" But the killing blow never connects. A blinding flash of white light explodes where Crocon's claws should be. The ground is scorched, a single knife lying discarded in the dust. A faint golden shield flickers around Lenik's feet before disappearing. He looks up, utterly confused. "What? Am I still alive?" A flash of green and a sharp clang of steel answer his question. A new figure has appeared, their blade locked with Crocon's claws. Lenik stares at his savior, a woman in a sleek, green tactical suit. "Who?" Crocon snarls, instantly recognizing the newcomer. He took too long. "The city government's hunting dog," he spits. "Evelyn is here." Her sharp, green eyes glare at the monster from behind her mask. Her voice is as cold as steel. Crocon Asilis. "You crossed a line this time." The two forces collide in a blinding explosion of green and dark energy, sending a shockwave tearing across the rubble. Evelyn stands her ground, her gaze unwavering. "Did you really think you'd go unnoticed after blowing up an entire factory?" Crocon seems genuinely confused. He gestures to the smoldering ruins, explaining that he thought Pandemonium was trying to stay under the radar for a while. Evelyn's voice is sharp, demanding to know his purpose for causing such havoc in District 42. Crocon holds up a hand, a gesture of surrender. "Wait, Evelyn. Hold on. I plead my innocence." He points a thick, clawed finger at Lenik and Dylan. "I didn't do this. They did." Evelyn's gaze shifts to the two mercenaries. Dylan immediately throws his hands up, trying his best to look harmless. He can't stay quiet, though. "Cut the crap, Crocon." Evelyn sizes them up skeptically. She finds it hard to believe these two, one with a pervert mask, could destroy an entire building while Crocon was on guard. Dylan recoils at the insult. Crocon just shrugs. To be fair, he admits, it's more believable that he blew up the factory than to think he was incapable of stopping them. He turns his back. His decision made. Believe what you want. I'm done here. Evelyn's eyes narrow. Are you running away? Crocon doesn't even look back. Fighting a government agent wasn't in his contract, and he has no reason to pick a fight he isn't being paid for. With that, he vanishes into the night. Vinok watches him go, a stunning thought hitting him. That monster is actively avoiding a fight. That can only mean this woman is just as powerful as he is. She turns to them, her voice softening slightly. Are you too hurt? Dylan quickly bows his head. We're all right. Thank you for saving us. No need to thank me, she says, her gaze sweeping over them. It's my duty. But as she looks at Lennox, something clicks. A memory flashes in his mind, the woman from the market holding an onion, her eyes seeing right through him. He takes off his mask, his voice filled with disbelief. The vegetable stall lady? She offers a hand to help him up. He accepts, still trying to process the impossible truth. She looks him over, a flicker of confusion on her face. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Lenak plays dumb, but inside his mind is racing. He never imagined she was a government elite, and she definitely wasn't lying about making good money. She scans him one last time, then shakes her head. No, it can't be you. Your mana pattern is completely different. She notes that his mana is very unique. Her voice drops, her gaze becoming intense, just as it did in the market. Why is a magician like you in a place like this? A wave of relief washes over Lenik. The skill he learned after their first encounter, altering his mana pattern every time he used magic. It actually worked. She turns to go, offering one last piece of advice over her shoulder. A faint green aura surrounds her. Try to stay away from pandemonium if you want to live a long life, and with a gust of wind, she's gone. Lennox stares at the spot where she vanished, her name echoing in his mind. Evelyn. Dylan claps him on the shoulder, breaking the silence. We got lucky, Mr. 5, magician. But Lenik is in no mood to celebrate. He glares at Dylan, annoyed. This whole mess was Dylan's fault, and now he's acting like they just got lucky. It was Lenik who bought them time against Crocon. Dylan immediately backs down, his hands up in surrender. All right. Since you saved my life, you can have the whole reward minus 10 million. 40 million is all yours. Lenak watches him walk away, already daydreaming about a new weapon. He got the money, but somehow it still feels like he lost. Dylan notices him taking another stimulant and warns him that stuff isn't good for him. Lenik just turns away. It's none of your business. They bicker as they limp away from the ruined factory, their strange partnership still intact. But back in his cheap hotel room, the consequences of the night finally catch up to him. He retches violently, his body convulsing. He collapses against the wall, panting, a raging fever taking hold. His legs give out, and he stumbles toward the bed. He crashes onto the mattress, unconscious before his head even hits the pillow. He spends the next week trapped in a fever dream. He doesn't know if it's the mana addiction or the stimulant overdose, but he's terribly sick, sleeping for 4 straight days. When he finally wakes, his resolve is like iron. I can't go on like this. He needs the strength to endure, the willpower to survive. And to do that, he needs real food, not preserved rations. And he needs to find better drugs. He sits up, a new fire in his eyes. But first things first, he needs to collect his pay. Back at the underworld bar, Jenny greets him with a sly smile. Well, look who it is. Where have you been for the past 10 days? He gives a vague excuse, and she laughs, saying it's a shame he didn't die so she could have kept the reward. He scoffs, but he knows how close he came. There's no reason to show her that weakness. He changes the subject, asking about Dylan. He came by the day it happened, Jenny explains, placing a heavy briefcase on the counter. Said to give 40 million to you. She opens it, revealing stacks of cash, and mentions she charged the transfer fees to Dylan. Oh, she adds, Veritz also sent a bonus. Check it out. The case is stuffed with high-denomination bills. Lenok picks one up, surprised. 1 million cell bills? Jenny explains, there for the higher-ups to pass around, sincerity more easily. In other words, bribe money. Anyway, great work, she says, leaning on the counter. I heard you almost got killed by the old crocodile. Lenik admits he would have died if not for some unexpected help. He asks if she's ever heard the name Evelyn. Jenny only knows she's a direct agent for the state government, part of some heavily funded elite unit. An agent? Linak murmurs, before asking about Pandemonium, Krokon's group. Jenny's expression turns serious. Among all the criminals in this city, that group is treated like royalty. Gramps adds that they're highly exclusive, so not much is known about them. The only members they know of are monsters like Krokon, who were already infamous before they joined. Jenny tells him to think of an encounter with them as a natural disaster. You're either lucky and survive, or you're not. That's just how the world works. I see. Linak understands now. Is that why Dylan was so calm, even when they were about to die? He remembers his partner's strange acceptance of their fate. Oh, and there's this, Jenny says, interrupting his thoughts. She slides a folded piece of paper across the bar. You asked about a fake ID, right? Linak confirms he did. Jenny tells him she let the forger know he was coming and that he should go straight there. She also suggests he get a bank account and a phone, complaining about how hard it is to get so much cash and how she has no way to contact him. He agrees, but asks for one more small favor. Following her directions, he finds himself at a grimy back alley, choked with neon signs and overflowing trash. He opens an unmarked door and heads down a set of sterile, metallic stairs. The path leads him to a hidden, high-tech workshop. A man covered in cybernetic implants sits at a complex terminal, his fingers flying across the keys. Who is it? The man asks without turning, his voice a low, metallic rasp. Linak steps into the light. His hair is now short and blonde, and he wears a pair of glasses. Jenny sent me. He's no longer just Linak. He is Van. The man swivels in his chair, a cybernetic grin spreading across his face. Oh, you must be the guy Jenny mentioned. He leans back, gesturing with a metal hand. You know the deal, right? Let's settle the payment first. Linak places the briefcase full of cash on the table. Here. The forger's eyes widen as he inspects the million-cell bills, a gold tooth glinting in the dim light. Whoa, you brought something special. He holds the stack to the light. These are notes made for high-ranking executives who still trust cash over digital. Even commercial banks rarely see these. He chuckles. I guess you're a pretty important customer to Jenny. Linak says nothing, letting him draw his own conclusions. Wait here, the forger says, his fingers already flying across a keyboard. I just need to bypass the Balkan resident registration network. Linak asks if he's hacking the network itself. No, the man replies. He explains he's not changing the core data, just forging the outgoing signal to create a fake identity with a new name, age, picture, and address. It'll work for everyday use, but if anyone with authority looks too closely, he'll be caught instantly. The only safer way is to bribe a network administrator directly. The price for that? 400 million cell, an astronomical sum that is completely out of reach. I'm in, the forger announces. Now I'll just find a long-term missing person's ID, reactivate it, and change the details. With a final, triumphant key press, he declares, done. The prep work is complete. He gestures to a camera. Just need a picture of your face. Any name you have in mind? Linak considers it for a moment. He decides on the name Evan, saying the last name can be whatever. It's a calculated move. He needs a public identity separate from his mercenary alias, Van, in case he ever needs to disappear. That's why he changed his appearance. To survive in this world, he has to be prepared for anything. The forger grins. Okay, I'll have it for you in no time. Back on the bustling streets of Balkan, Linak feels the weight of the new ID card in his pocket. Since coming to this world, this is the first real proof that he's managed to settle here. He looks at the holographic card. Evan Vil Un. A fake name, fake face, fake address, and even a fake age. Nothing about it is real. He's been running, just trying to survive day to day, but somehow he's made it this far. Holding this card, he feels like that struggle has finally been acknowledged. He now has a phone. He makes a call. Jenny, it's Van. You can reach me at this number now. Jenny's amused voice comes through the speaker. She teases him, saying he's probably the first person in the city to take a month just to get a phone. She compares him to a mage who isolates himself in the mountains to train and advises him to get a legitimate source of income if he wants to continue this work. He asks if she's telling him to get a part-time job. Yes, she confirms. An unemployed person receiving large, untraceable payments is bound to attract suspicion. The more money he makes, the bigger the risk becomes. He hangs up, considering her words. While he's not sure he'll work with her forever, getting a normal job might not be a bad idea until he understands this city better. Back at the bar, Jenny smiles. Rumors about Van must be spreading. Soon, clients might start asking for him by name, and his pay will go up accordingly. Lennox ends the call, his mind already on his next problem. Even if Jenny is acting friendly, he can't trust her. It's best to cooperate, but always stay on guard. He's certain she knows he can use ice magic now, thanks to Dylan, but she's never mentioned it. Their relationship is purely transactional. They only talk about what they need from each other. Back at the bar, he asks her for one more favor. He holds up an empty Viper vial. "Do you know where I can buy more of this?" Jenny recognizes it instantly. She knows a few places, but then asks, "Have you been using such cheap stuff this whole time?" He's taken aback. "Cheap? Of course," she says, tossing the vial back. "Keep using trash like this, and the side effects will ruin your body. Wait here." She grabs a pen. "I'll give you the contact for a Viper expert in the 30s districts." She scribbles down an address, warning him that the 30s districts are very different from the 40s. It's where all the facilities that need a lot of space are gathered: amusement parks, resorts, industrial complexes. She hands him the note. "Go to this place in District 31. Lennox takes it, analyzing their conversation. She answered his question directly, but didn't ask anything in return. Is she hiding something, planning to betray him later? Or is she trying to build trust by keeping his secrets? He won't know until one of them shows their hand. But he doesn't intend to just wait. He has to be proactive. He hails a taxi, the neon signs of the city blurring past as he heads toward his destination. He arrives at a massive, dome-like structure on the waterfront, a futuristic botanical garden. He stands outside, briefcase in hand. A Viper expert operating out of a botanical garden. This is strange. Since Jenny sent him, he decides to go in as Van. He subtly alters his mana pattern, a precaution that's now second nature. Inside, the garden is packed with people enjoying the exotic, glowing plant life. Lennox moves through the crowd, calm and composed, blending in perfectly. The place is like a massive, self-contained jungle, filled with beautiful, bioluminescent flora. Glowing mushrooms float through the air like spores, and huge, vibrant flowers pulse with a soft light. He's surprised a place like this even exists in Balkan. He scans the area, searching for the location Jenny told him about. He spots a path leading away from the main crowd. Is it over there? He follows a quiet side path towards a gift shop. He passes the shop, his eyes landing on an unremarkable door just beyond it. That must be the one. A simple plaque reads, "Staff Only." He opens it and slips inside, leaving the bright garden for a dark, sterile corridor. He follows a set of stairs down into the facility's underbelly. The corridor is bathed in an eerie green light. He sniffs the air. It's faint, but he recognizes the smell of the Viper solution. "Seems like I found the right place." He continues down the hall, his footsteps echoing in the silence. He reaches a heavy metal door at the end of the hall and pushes it open. Inside is a sterile, green-lit laboratory filled with strange equipment and bubbling vats. A thick green vapor hangs in the air. The vapor is dense, swirling around the room almost as if it's alive. A raspy voice cuts through the machinery's hum. "Who are you?" An old man with a long white goatee sits at a workbench, meticulously weighing a dark herb. Lennox steps into the lab. "Jenny sent me." The old man scoffs without looking up. "Jenny? You mean that brat who sells liquor in District 49? The casual disrespect is telling. "How strange." The old man finally looks up, one of his eyes glowing with a terrifying green light. "I never," he says, his voice dripping with menace, "gave her permission to send me customers." And a crushing wave of killing intent slams into Lennox. He stands his ground, the air thick with damp earth and strange chemicals. Old Man Bake's voice cuts through the silence, dripping with suspicion. Bake lets out a raspy chuckle. He claims he's not picky about his customers. As long as their money is real, he couldn't care less. He leans forward, his glowing eyepiece seeming to drill right into Lennox. "So then," he asks, "what are you looking for in my orchard?" The word hangs in the air, a clear sign. This is no normal garden. The room is lined with high-tech incubators, where exotic, otherworldly plants pulse with a faint green light, casting long, strange shadows. Lennox doesn't answer right away. He glances at the bizarre flora, connecting the dots. Before they get to business, there's something he needs to confirm. He looks back at Bayek, his expression unreadable. Why is there an orchard inside a botanical garden? It's a direct question, a small test of his own. Instead of answering, Bayek plucks a vibrant red flower. He holds it up with a sly look, asking Lennox if he knows what it is. He explains the plant is called eonium, a key ingredient known for its powerful effects. It boosts energy, stamina, and pushes the body to its physical limits. A proud, almost manic grin spreads across Bayek's face. This garden is full of ingredients just like it. With a private supply this good, why would he ever need to buy from anyone else? Lennox nods slowly. I see. The man grows everything himself, controlling the entire process. That means his products are unique and likely far more potent. With that settled, Lennox places the small, blue Viper vial on the counter. I'm looking for something with similar effects. Do you have any? Bayek picks up the vial with a look of disdain, examining the simple, button-activated mechanism. He uncaps it, inspecting the crude blue liquid inside. He tips a single, tiny drop onto his tongue, his eyes closing for a second as he analyzes it. A moment passes, and he makes a soft noise of confirmation, as if his worst suspicions have just been proven correct. He spits the drop out, a foul expression twisting his face. This is super cheap, he sneers, holding the vial like it's trash. He glares at Lennox, genuinely confused. Why are you looking for junk like this? It couldn't have been very effective. Lennox's gaze remains steady. It seemed to help with mana. Bayek strokes his goatee. Mana? You use mana? He sizes Lennox up again. You don't seem like the brute force type. Lennox doesn't hesitate. I'm a mage. The old man shakes his head. Then that's weird. He explains this cheap stimulant is for warriors who reinforce their bodies. For a spell-casting mage, it should have been useless. Bayek mutters to himself, mentioning a rumor that a high-class mage could get rapid effects from Viper but dismisses it. Lennox is too young, and magic takes time to learn. He has no idea how right he is. And it all clicks for Lennox. The reason Viper worked so well is because he is a high-class mage. His foundational stats are maxed out. A better version of this would be a game changer. Bayek scoffs, tossing the cheap vial into a bin. He calls it low-potency junk with terrible side effects, and tells Lennox to buy something else. Lennox agrees immediately. Then I'd like something with fewer side effects, even if it's expensive. The old man's eyes gleam. Yeah? What's your price range? Without a word, Lennox places a thick stack of bills on the counter. 2 crisp, 1 million cell notes on top. 2 million total. Bayek's greedy smile returns. Just a moment. Money talks, and this amount is speaking his language. Meanwhile, back at the underworld bar, the mood is heavy. Jenny is slumped over the counter, lost in thought. The bartender is concerned. He asks if she's still thinking about Van, and whether Dylan might have noticed anything strange. Jenny says Van didn't seem bothered at all. The bartender shakes his head. I doubt it. Mages overthink every little possibility. Jenny sits up, realization dawning in her eyes. Right? Even Dylan would know the difference between electricity and ice. Her voice rises. That means he's not just a simple lightning mage. Van used ice magic to save Dylan, a completely different element than what he'd shown her. She leans back, troubled. But why would he hide it? The bartender gives her a knowing look. Are you envious? She admits he has skill and a good personality, and the bartender agrees he's never met a mage so easy to work with. He places his glass down. But don't be in such a rush, Jenny. Right now, all we can do is offer him good work. Jenny gets back on her laptop, deciding to look for jobs from companies. But the bartender doubts Van would agree, not after the incident with Crocan. Jenny flinches, muttering that she wouldn't be surprised if Van goes into shock every time he sees a reptile now. The bartender suggests sticking to mercenary or gang-related work for now. Jenny wrinkles her nose. Gangs are a bit much. I'll look for mercenary jobs. A small smile plays on her lips as she types. She assumes he won't be opposed, since he's already worked with a mercenary like Dylan. The bartender adds that mercenary groups would welcome a mage with open arms. It's great for networking. But he remains quiet, a thoughtful look on his face. He turns to her, his tone serious. Jenny, you're sharp and smart, but remember that you're too impatient. Jenny just gives a quick wave of her hand, already focused on the screen. The bartender lets out a deep sigh and turns away. Back at the garden, Bayek returns and places a sleek, black case on the counter. This should do. He opens it, revealing rows of advanced-looking vipers. Kashayade CC07. They look far more refined than the cheap vial Lennox brought. Lennox picks one up. Bayek lists the effects. 6 hours of physical reinforcement, plus mana and stamina activation. Then comes the fine print. After that, headache, spasms, vomiting, and a low chance of vomiting blood. Bake says it with a smirk, as if it's a bargain. Lenik can hardly believe it. Bayek is completely serious. For 2 million cell, this is the one with the fewest side effects. It's a harsh truth of this world. Power comes at a steep price. Lennox stares at the vial, processing. Fewer side effects, but still a list that sounds like a slow poison. I see. Bake explains that reducing side effects further raises the cost tremendously, and he doesn't sell less than 10 at a time. Lennox picks up another model. It looks slightly different. Bayek explains it has a new filter and is operated by mana instead of a button. Lennox examines it. Operated with mana must be like the Calvin and Cubs products. Just a casual observation. But it sets Bayek off. His face contorts in pure rage. How dare you compare my work to that lowly garbage, he roars. They just produce cheap shit with a bunch of chemicals. My products are all premium natural herbs, he bellows. Lennox, completely unfazed, simply places the box under his arm. Then I'll be going. Bake is caught off guard by the calm departure. Right. Come again, he stammers as Lennox walks out without a backward glance. Elsewhere, in a sleek office, a wall of high-tech gun lockers speaks of a serious operation. A heavy sigh fills the room. On a desk sit 2 envelopes, each marked Letter of Resignation. A man clenches his fist in frustration. He barely managed to hire 2 mages this quarter, just for them to quit together. This is Dre Krimgar, captain of the Krimgar mercenary group, and he is furious. A red-haired man named Wayon tries to calm him. I told you to be nicer, Captain. Dre slams his fist on the table. You know damn well, Wayon, he explodes, ranting that he didn't even give them difficult work. All they had to do was stick around for 1 quarter. A woman with purple hair, Kithel, chimes in. Guess it was too hard for fragile little nerds. Wayon just tries to move on. Dre slumps in his chair, rubbing his temples. I absolutely need a mage for this mission. Where are we going to find one? Just then, a device on the table rings, a blue light flashing insistently. A lifeline, right when they needed it most. Dre answers. Yeah, Jenny, it's been a while. What's up? On the other end, Jenny's voice is smooth and professional. Hey Dre, I just called to ask if you happen to need a mage. Dre's eyes widen in disbelief. He shoots up from his chair, suddenly desperate. I do. I need 2 right now. Jenny's voice is calm. I can only introduce 1. Dre slumps back down, disappointed. Ah, just 1? But Jenny cuts him off. Don't worry, she says, her voice full of confidence. He's better than 2 mages combined. I guarantee it. As she speaks, the scene cuts to Lennox walking away from the garden, his new supplies in hand. Jenny's voice echoes over the scene, a testament to her judgment. Compared to other mages I've seen, Lennox walks with purpose, the case held firmly under his arm. He thinks to himself, I got the vipers, Jenny's thought continues, describing this strange new talent. Lennox disappears into the evening crowd on a brightly lit city street. Now I have to prepare. And Jenny's final thought lands, perfectly describing the enigmatic mage she's just found. Different. He's found a new place, an anonymous apartment that fades into the city's background. It's not a home, it's a safe house. Inside, the kitchen is simple, stocked with basic groceries. The small signs of a normal life he can't yet afford to live. The room is sparse. A desk, a chair, and boxes yet to be unpacked. A temporary space for a man always ready to move. But for Lennox, peace isn't about relaxing. It's about preparing. He sits in the center of the room, meditating, his mind completely focused. He opens his eyes, his focus absolute. It's time. A wave of brilliant blue mana erupts from his body. Normally, a spell this complex would require an intricate magic circle and a long, elaborate ritual, but Lennox's talent is on another level. For a master mage, sheer concentration is enough to weave magic directly into the fabric of space. As the mana swirls, he draws a shape in the air, outlining the entire space of his new apartment. A translucent grid appears over the building's exterior. He's installing a security system, a digital fortress made of pure energy. A glowing ethereal padlock materializes and clicks shut, sealing the perimeter. The magic settles, becoming invisible but incredibly potent. The security system is active, and it's a multi-layered defense. If an intruder breaks the barrier, they'll be hit with 24 continuous lightning bolts, held in place by a gravity bind. With a quiet hum, the magic disappears. Done. A small, satisfied smile touches his lips. He was limited in a hotel, but with a proper house, he can finally prepare the way he needs to. That's the first step of his preparation complete. Now, for the second, suddenly, his phone buzzes, cutting through the silence. He answers, "It's Jenny." He tells her he's free this afternoon and asks if it's about work. After a brief exchange, he agrees. "All right, I'll head over now." He hangs up, a little surprised at how convenient having a cell phone is. With it, he can even check the news in Balkan, something he couldn't do before. He pulls up an article about the Charlotte factory explosion, the photo showing the smoldering ruins he left behind. The report claims it was a gas leak, and the company is blaming their own safety protocols to shift responsibility. "An explosion caused by a gas leak," he murmurs. He gets it immediately. Charlotte wants to cover this up as an accident. He puts the phone down, thoughtful. Is this how it is when you work with corporations? It's neat and tidy, he supposes. The pay was good, and he doesn't have to think about it after the job is done. But it's not a comfortable feeling. It's a reminder of variables outside his control, things he can't see or predict. He peeks through the blinds, making a mental note. He'll have to be more careful with corporate jobs from now on. And his mind flashes back to Crocon, the monstrous, overwhelming power of that creature from Pandemonium. In just 2 months, he'd already faced a top-tier threat. He knows that even with his magic, he wasn't equipped to fight a monster like that. He needs more than just spells to survive here. He walks over to a bag on his bed. Inside is a package, clearly labeled gun barrel. He unwraps it, revealing a custom-made high-caliber firearm component. The second phase of his preparation. He smirks. A part of him, the gamer inside, is actually excited about this. Later, at the underworld bar, Jenny gets straight to business. It's a request from the Krimgar mercenary office. The job: reclaim a building, provide fire support. Lenak immediately gets it. Is that why the pay is so high? Jenny takes a drag from her cigarette. It's always expensive to hire mages. Demand is much higher than supply. A mercenary office, Lenak thinks, a little surprised. After his last job, he expected his next partnership would be with Dylan's group. "I'd like to hear the details," he says. Jenny leans forward. "Huh. Okay. There's a nasty gang called Scavenger." She explains they've taken over a financial consulting office and are squatting there, using the building's power. The original company was kicked out so fast, they couldn't even shut down the main server, worried all their data would be erased. So, the company hired the Krimgar mercenary group to get their building back. Lenak clarifies. "So the mercenaries hired by the company now want to hire me," Jenny confirms, then asks what he thinks fire support means. She waves her hand dismissively. "It's nothing hard, just an awesome mage like you throwing spells from behind the mercenaries." Lenak takes a moment, his eyes scanning the mission file. Jenny says there are other jobs if he's not interested, but adds a crucial detail. "The story of a mage who survived the old crocodile has made you pretty famous around here." She gives him a sly smile. "If I were you, I'd take the Krimgar job. Mercenaries are serious about money. They never cheat you." Lenak takes a sip of his drink, his curiosity piqued. "Does that happen often?" Jenny's expression darkens. "There are more than a few shitty people around here. Plenty who would chop off your hands and feet after a job is done." She leans back, confident. "But I can stop that from happening. That's why someone like me makes a living guaranteeing safety and trust for a small fee from both sides." A small, knowing smirk plays on Lenak's lips. He understands the game perfectly. "I'll do it," he says. "Date and location? District 53. Tomorrow, 5 in the morning." Jenny says she'll send the exact location to his phone. The scene shifts to an industrial rooftop at dawn. The Krimgar mercenary group is assembled, waiting. Dre Krimgar at the front, flanked by his crew. A well-oiled machine. Dre checks his watch, his patience wearing thin. "It's about time," Wyan, lounging on a ledge, asks. "What do you think about the new mage, Captain?" Dre sighs. He complains that Jenny was firm on a 20 million cell price tag. "So, I guess I'll just have to trust her." Kithel seems intrigued. "Lightning? That's great. He must have done a lot of research." Dre just shrugs. "I'm not sure." He must be good, but I have no idea about his personality. Just then, Ike turns his head. Captain? Wei-an spots someone approaching, a grin spreading across his face. Oh, finally! His smile vanishes, replaced by pure confusion. Huh? He turns to Dre, bewildered. It's not that kid, right? No way. Strolling towards them with an almost arrogant calm is Lennox, hoodie up, casually eating a sandwich. The entire group just stares, dumbfounded. They were expecting a wizened archmage, not this kid. Krimgar mercenary office? He asks. Mage van? Lennox takes a bite of his sandwich, confirming he's in the right place. The mercenaries are speechless, exchanging bewildered looks as he finishes his food. Kithel is the first to snap, her voice sharp with disbelief. Hey, what are you doing right before a mission? Lennox answers without looking at her, his tone completely deadpan. Dinner. Are you blind? He adds that he needs to eat on time for his health, even if the paprika sandwich is terrible. Kithel is furious. Hey, do you think I'm asking because? Dre steps forward, cutting her off. He looks Lennox dead in the eye. We paid $20 million to hire you. I expect there to be no problems during this operation. Lennox simply nods, finishing his sandwich. I'll do my best. Dre turns to his team. All business now. All right. Since the mage is here, let's do a final briefing. He pulls up a holographic display of the target building. He says he'll go over it quickly, since they've done this before. The goal, neutralize the gang and reclaim the server on the 3rd floor. The enemy is guarded by 3 branches of the scavenger gang. They aren't tough, but there are a lot of them. He starts giving orders. Unit 2, with Wei-an as leader, will hit the 3rd floor and secure the server. Unit 3 will go with me and Ike to clear the 1st floor. Unit 1, Kithel's team, will enter through the 2nd floor and push the enemy towards the stairs. He lays out the final phase. Once the lower floors are clear, all 3 units will move up together and repeat the process. The group shouts back, understood. Lennox watches, quietly impressed. Dre talks fast, but he's calm and coherent. A born leader. Dre turns to him. As for the mage, you just need to bombard them with attacks at the start. Then, you'll follow Unit 3 as support. Dre's voice booms across the rooftop. All right, let's start. Everyone, to your positions. The mission is on. In an instant, the team moves. They are a blur of motion, fanning out into their assigned positions with weapons ready. Professional. Efficient. Wei-an holds his rifle, a custom weapon with a glowing blue power source. A perfect blend of technology and mana. Lennox watches them, his mind analyzing. In a world where you can reinforce your body with mana, the fact that guns and blades still exist isn't strange at all. He understands the logic. Guns provide consistent damage, while mana offers versatility. Everyone in this line of work knows that sometimes you need a miracle. And that's what magic is. The unpredictable variable that can turn the tide of any fight. Even with all this firepower, there are situations that bullets can't solve. And that's why everyone is so desperate to hire a mage. The target building looms ahead. The scavenger gang is scattered around the entrance, using trucks and barricades for cover. They look like common thugs, confident in their numbers, completely unaware of the storm about to break over their heads. From the windows above, more scavengers stand guard, watching the perimeter. Dre peeks from behind cover, assessing the enemy layout. He's seen this 100 times. His team is hidden, waiting for the signal. He turns to Lennox, his voice low. Mage. It's unlikely, he says, but they might have a mage too. Let me know if you sense anything. Lennox starts to reply, but then he pauses. He feels something. A faint tremor in the air that only he can perceive. A thin, shimmering golden thread of mana snakes through the air, weaving between the mercenaries. He recognizes it instantly. A visual reconnaissance spell. His eyes glow with a faint blue light. Someone's trying to get a head count. For them, it's a fatal mistake. Lennox calmly reaches out, his fingers brushing against the invisible mana strand. He closes his fist around it, not to break it, but to hijack it. He knows if he follows this thread, it'll lead him right to the enemy mage. His own mana surges through the golden strand, turning it blue as he sends a pulse of energy flying back along the connection. The thread acts like a wire, carrying his attack directly back to the caster. Somewhere inside the building, a cloaked figure cries out in shock as his own spell turns against him. Lennox smirks. Bound you. The enemy mage panics, trying to sever the connection, but it's too late. He knows what happens when a spell is destroyed mid-activation. His spell shatters into a million pieces. The feedback goes right to the mage. A violent surge of energy rips through his body, and he collapses, blood pouring from his mouth. His own men stare in horror as he falls twitching to the ground. What's wrong with him? Lenik turns to a bewildered Dre. Their mage just used a detection spell, he explains calmly. I found him and attacked. Now is the best time to go in. Dre stares back, his mind reeling. He expected a warning, not a kill report. This kid took out their mage before the fight even began. Inside, the scavengers are in chaos, shouting that their mage is down. Dre realizes in that instant he was right. Wasting no time, Dre roars the command. Now! Let's go! The team responds as one. Yes, sir. The Krimgar mercenaries pour from their cover, moving with blinding speed toward the enemy line. Smoke grenades fly through the air. They detonate, blanketing the area in thick, choking smoke, sowing confusion among the scavengers. A guard screams, "Ambush!" but his warning is lost in the chaos. The mercenaries are already on them, a flurry of blades and brutal, efficient takedowns. The scavengers try to form a defensive line, but are cut down before they can even aim. In the middle of it all, Lenik walks forward untouched. He pulls one of the new Vipers from his pocket. Well then, he thinks, should I test the effects of the new Viper? He activates it. A powerful surge of energy floods his system, far more potent than the cheap stuff. Oh! He remembers Dre's words, the most fire support in the beginning. Crackling blue energy erupts from his hands. He's about to deliver chain lightning. A massive web of pure electricity rips through the battlefield, arcing from one stunned scavenger to the next. Screams of agony fill the air as dozens of men are instantly electrocuted, their bodies seizing as the lightning tears through their ranks. The Krimgar mercenaries can only stare in absolute shock. Dre, Kithel, Ike, Wayan, all of them are speechless. This wasn't fire support, this was a massacre. Lenik stands in the center of the carnage, electricity still crackling around his hands. Get them all, he says, his voice cold and steady. It's a whirlwind of violence as the Krimgar group presses their advantage, cutting through the terrified survivors. Dre is the first to recover, roaring, "Their formation's broken! Go in!" He charges forward, his weapon a blur. He moves like a demon, cutting down enemy after enemy with brutal precision. He ducks under a wild swing, his eyes blazing with focus. A scavenger looks down in shock to find the barrel of a gun pressed against his throat. Elsewhere, Wayan dances through the fight, his movements fluid and deadly. He parries a blow and strikes with his bladed tonfa. He spins, delivering a powerful kick, all while chiding his opponent for swinging such a sharp, dangerous object around. He moves with lethal grace, always one step ahead. A scavenger sees a gap and swings a heavy pipe. An opening! But Wayan is faster, bringing his tonfa up in a solid block. With a sickening crunch, he smashes the butt of his weapon into the man's face. The scavenger stumbles back, clutching a broken jaw. Wayan grins, spinning his weapon with a flourish. Now that's what I call an opening, he says, bringing his blade down on another foe. Suddenly, a scavenger behind him raises a rifle, aiming at Wayan's back. A shot rings out, but not from the scavenger's gun. The man is thrown back, a bullet hole in his shoulder. From a nearby vantage point, Kithel lowers her sniper rifle. "You dare try to shoot our youngest?" she scoffs. Her eye gleams behind the scope. This team watches each other's backs. But more enemies are pouring out of the building. They just keep coming, Dre mutters. Someone shouts, "Captain Shields!" Dre and Ike immediately move to the front, raising massive, high-tech riot shields. Bullets spark and ricochet off the heavy plating as they form an impenetrable wall, advancing under heavy fire. Dre grits his teeth against the force of the impacts. He glances at Ike. "How about the shell method?" Ike grins. "Ah, that one's great." Dre starts a countdown, gripping a grenade. 1, 2, 3. They shove the shields forward, creating a tiny gap and rolling 3 grenades into the enemy's midst. A massive explosion rips through the enemy formation, sending bodies flying. The path is clear. Dre and Ike stand over the smoking remains of the barricade. Wayan lets out a breath of relief. That was close. But the fight isn't over. Another wave of scavengers charges from inside the building with a furious roar. Ike sighs. "More of them? This is annoying." Dre readies his weapon. "Let's finish this fast." The melee begins again, a chaotic dance of steel and violence. As Dre fights, his eyes lock onto one specific figure, a big guy in the middle of the new wave with a top knot and a vicious-looking knife. Something's different about him. Before he can finish the thought, the man moves with terrifying speed. Dre curses. The leader ignores everyone else, plowing through the battlefield on a direct course for the one person standing still. He's going for the Mage! The scavenger leader slides to a stop right in front of Lenik, a predatory grin on his face. So you're the lightning mage. Without another word, he lunges, his blade flashing towards Lenok's throat. I'll kill you and end this. His eyes are calm, his focus absolute. There isn't a trace of fear on his face. Before the blade can touch him, his hand is already moving. Not for a spell, but for something much faster. He pulls a heavy caliber revolver from his jacket in a single, fluid motion. A deafening bang echoes through the courtyard. Lennox stands steady, gun smoking, his expression as cold as the metal in his hand. The scavenger leader gasps, his lunge cut short. A spray of blood erupts from his chest as the bullet throws him backward. He collapses to the ground in a heap, his attack and his life ended in an instant. Lenok lowers the gun, a flicker of approval in his eyes. Satisfactory. He thinks to himself that the gun withstood the 3 assist spells he'd prepared. In that split second, he imbued the weapon with magic, aim assist, outburst acceleration, and shock reinforcement. It was a test. And the weapon handled the instantaneous burst of magic nicely. Dre rushes over, his mind reeling. Are you okay? Lennox gestures to the body on the ground, his voice flat. As you can see. He tucks the gun away, telling Dre he can protect himself. Dre can only nod, stunned. The speed of that draw was something even a veteran like him couldn't fully track. The rest of the team is just as amazed. Kithel and Wayon can't believe it. A mage who's also an expert marksman? Dre can already feel the price for hiring mages going up. Ike gives the signal from the entrance. Captain, the entrance is clear. Dre regains his composure. Okay then, we'll head in. He and Lenik walk forward, ready to finish the job. Inside, Kithel takes charge. Unit 1, to position. They move like shadows to their entry point. Kithel slides over a desk, her movements precise and athletic. Her team attaches grappling hooks to the second-floor window ledge. With a whir of cables, they ascend the side of the building, a silent, coordinated assault team. From their new vantage point, they spot enemy patrols inside. Kithel takes aim, initiating cover fire. Her goal isn't just to kill, but to herd the enemy away from the main route. A hail of gunfire erupts, pinning the scavengers down and forcing them to scramble for cover. This creates the opening they need. Wayon gives the signal. Unit 2, coming up. Wayon's unit follows, vaulting up the side of the building with incredible agility. He lands lightly on Kithel's head as he passes. Excuse me, he chirps. She just mutters an annoyed ouch. The 2 units now control the second floor, a blur of motion as they secure the area. Down below, Dre gives the order. Let's go. It's time for Unit 3 to clear the first floor. The team moves in, and the firefight is immediate and brutal. Scavengers fall under their disciplined fire, their screams echoing in the enclosed space. Dre and Ike are a whirlwind of destruction at the front, their blades cutting through the resistance. Lenik hangs back, providing support, his gun taking out anyone who gets too close. He watches the battle unfold with a detached curiosity. One last scavenger, wounded, tries to reach for his dropped gun. Lennox simply raises a hand. Crackling blue energy arcs from his fingertips, and the man convulses, silenced for good. Dre surveys the room, filled with twitching bodies. First floor looks clear. Ike agrees, not expecting any more resistance. Dre clicks his comms. This is Dre. First floor's clear. Kithel? No immediate response. On the second floor, Kithel and her team are pinned down behind cubicles. Kithel? Report. Her voice comes back, strained. This is Kithel. We're in a standoff. It's a bit difficult to talk right now. A loud bang cuts her off, echoing through the comms. Dre's face freezes. Kithel? What happened? He shouts into the radio, his voice tight with panic. For a tense moment, there's only silence. Then, her voice comes through, shaky but alive. Second floor clear. Dre lets out a massive sigh of relief. Kithel stands over the last body, her rifle still smoking. Sorry, the last guy was hiding like an eel. Took a while. Dre's focus returns. All right, Unit 3 and Unit 1 will take the third floor. Wyon's voice chimes in, full of energy. Yep, let's get it over with. The combined units storm the third floor, clearing the last of the scavenger trash. A mercenary reports in. "Captain, third floor is done." Dre looks at the aftermath. "Okay, easier than I thought." He glances at Lenik, who's casually admiring Ike's shield. He admits to himself the mage helped, taking out 40% of their forces from the start. A proper mage really is powerful. Kithel sidles up to him, whispering, "Hey, Captain, can't we just hire him?" They both look at Lenik, who stands apart from the group, an enigmatic figure. Dre's answer is blunt: no money. Kithel argues they should just invest the money they waste on useless rookies into him instead. She insists he does the work of 4 people. She daydreams about how rich they'd be, but Dre brings her back to reality. "I'm sure others have thought the same. Wake up!" He cuts the chatter short. "Enough. Let's continue with the plan." He radios Weian's unit. "Weian, third floor is complete. The rest are taken care of. We're heading for the rooftop." "How's it going up there?" The response is just a burst of static and a pained grunt. A weak, distorted voice comes through. Captain." The line crackles, then dies. Dre's blood runs cold. The whole team freezes. Something is terribly wrong. "Weian?" Dre roars into the comms, pure fear in his voice. "Weian, what's—" He doesn't wait for an answer. Unit 2 is in trouble. He sprints for the stairs, Kithel shouting for him to wait. Ike turns to Lenik. "Mage, we should also—" But Lenik is calm. "Go ahead, I'll catch up." Dre and the others charge up the stairs, their heavy footsteps echoing. Lenik follows at his own pace, a grimace on his face. "This shitty body," he curses. Even a short burst of action leaves him drained. The team bursts onto the rooftop, weapons ready. But it's too late. The scene is a bloodbath. Weian's entire unit is down, their bodies littering the roof. "Weian!" Dre screams, rushing to his fallen comrade's side. Kithel looks on in horror. Just as Dre asks if he's okay, Lenik appears at the doorway, his eyes taking in the scene. Dre immediately takes command, ordering regeneration potions for the injured. He pulls out a glowing vial. It's expensive, but it's nothing compared to his team. He pours it over Weian's wounds. Weian coughs, his eyes fluttering open. "Sorry, Captain." Dre grips his shoulder. "No, Weian, you did well." Lenik watches from the doorway, his mind processing what he's seeing. What is this? He analyzes the wounds. Everyone in Unit 2 has serious injuries, but they've all avoided immediate death. That's nearly impossible unless they were trained very thoroughly. But why would someone that skilled attack and then just run away? It doesn't make sense. He stands there, piecing it together. The skilled takedown, the lack of fatalities, the disappearance. His eyes narrow in realization. They didn't run away. He steps out onto the roof. The person responsible is still here. Dre looks back, confused. Hiding here? Then what about the injured? He trusts his mage's instincts. "Mage, please take care of Weian." Lenik nods. "All right." Dre orders the team to move the wounded first, while the rest stay on guard. The team moves with tense urgency, their eyes scanning the dark corners of the rooftop. Dre's voice is a low, menacing growl. "Where are you hiding?" A new voice, calm and mocking, echoes from high above. That's surprising. They look up to see a figure perched atop a communication tower, silhouetted against the blood-red sky. The man cleans a long, slender blade, his red eyes glowing in the darkness. "I did expect some guests." A cruel, arrogant smile spreads across his face. But not this early. The real boss has finally shown himself. High above the chaos, under a blood-red sky, the real boss looks down on them. This was never a gang dispute. It was a trap. Dre is shaking with rage, his weapon aimed at the figure on the tower. "You bastard!" he roars. "You injure my team and then just watch them die?" The man, Hees, sounds almost bored. "Hey," he calls down. "Do you have any idea how much money went into this plan?" he explains, his voice dripping with condescension, that all 3 branches of the scavenger gang had to pool their money just to get here. Dre pieces it together, his eyes wide. "You're insane. You're trying to steal the reserve funds of the entire Balkan City government?" A wicked grin spreads across Heiss's face. "Bingo. But we don't even need to go that far." He explains that the district office alone manages hundreds of millions. By destabilizing the power grid, they can exploit loopholes in the network security created by the rotten establishment. Dre studies him. "I don't know," he mutters, "but this doesn't seem like something a retired military man would do." Heiss lets out a dry laugh. He admits it's been 3 years since he left the front lines. I thought I looked like a normal civilian now. I guess I was mistaken. Dre raises his gun, his gaze hard as steel. There's no way you're a regular criminal when you're radiating that much bloodlust. Heiss chuckles again. You know more than you should. Are you perhaps also? He lets the question hang, but Dre doesn't answer. Dre's face hardens. I don't care what's right or wrong about this. He tightens his grip. I don't care what you've done. This is just business. Heiss's smile fades. Doesn't matter, he says, his voice turning cold. I didn't start this just to stop here. He holds up a small, red, coin-like object. It's too early. Dre's eyes widen in horror. That's not a gun, it's a bomb detonator. To be stopped by a mere mercenary, Heiss finishes, his thumb pressing the button. One of the fallen mercenaries, rigged with explosives, convulses. His eyes shoot open in terror. Stop, he screams. The bomb detonates in a massive, fiery explosion, consuming him and ripping across the rooftop. Lennox watches, his face a mask of cold fury. This isn't just cruel, it's wasteful. He lets out a guttural breath as a dark, shadowy aura erupts around him, his features twisting into a monstrous grin. His transformation is grotesque, fueled by the life he just snuffed out. The Krimgar mercenaries open fire, their bullets sparking harmlessly against the swirling vortex of dark energy protecting him. One of the younger members, Janssen, screams in a rage, "Die, you monster!" emptying his clip into the shield. The shadows absorb the bullets effortlessly. With blinding speed, Heiss lunges forward, his hand striking Janssen's neck. Janssen chokes, blood sputtering from his lips as his body goes limp. Dre screams, his heart stopping. "Janssen!" he cries out as Heiss lifts the dying mercenary by the throat. Kithel is frozen in horror. Heiss looks at her, a taunting smile on his lips. "Aren't you curious about why I didn't kill the first ones who came up here?" He casually throws Janssen's body aside like a piece of trash. Dylan, another young merc, stares in terror at Janssen's chest. His heart, it's gone. "It's because to use this power," Heiss says, holding up his blood-soaked hand, "I need a living fuel." Lennox watches, his expression grim. Black magic. His mind flashes back to his gaming days. Necromancers, blood knights. There were classes in World 2.0 that used similar skills. He watches Heiss consume the life force, his power swelling. The system is the same, but using a skill like this should have serious side effects. Heiss must have decided to end this here and now, whatever the cost. Deline backs away, terrified, knowing they are completely outmatched. Heiss spins, becoming a blur of dark energy and steel. He moves faster than they can track, cutting through the mercenaries. Ike screams Dellen's name. "Watch out!" He shoves her aside, putting his own body and massive shield in the path of the attack. Heiss's blade slams into the heavy shield with a deafening crash. But the force is too much. The sword slices right through the reinforced metal and through Ike. Dellen can only watch in horror as the life fades from his eyes. Kithel screams his name in despair. Ike. Heiss stands over his two victims, his body twisted and monstrous. He spits on the ground in disgust. This one doesn't even taste good. The energy he gained from Ike was minimal. Dre, seeing his men slaughtered, roars at the survivors. "What are you all doing? Fight him!" They charge forward, driven by rage. Heiss meets their charge with a casual air, dodging and weaving. "I wonder how you all taste?" His blood-soaked words hang in the air. He moves like a specter, his blade a flash of red and black, cutting down mercenary after mercenary. Dre desperately tries to parry a blow with his own sword. The impact shatters his blade and sends him flying. He crashes to the ground, disarmed and helpless. Heiss raises his sword for the final blow. "Don't stop! Keep shooting!" Kithel screams, laying down a barrage of cover fire. Heiss simply lets the bullets wash over him. That kind of attack won't. "Kill me!" he roars, his dark aura flaring. Kithel can only curse her powerlessness. And then the sky rips open, thunder calling. A massive pillar of pure, white-hot lightning descends from the heavens. Lennox stands with his hands outstretched, mana crackling around him. He tells Kithel he controlled the spell's area of effect to avoid harming the facility or his allies. But he knows if Heiss sensed the signs of the lightning before it struck, he could have dodged it. And if he did dodge, then his next target would be him. As he thinks it, a flash of golden energy erupts from the smoke, heading straight for him. The attack hits him dead on, but Lennox is ready. Just as I thought. He had already predicted this, reinforcing his barrier to absorb the shock as it breaks. Heise emerges from the smoke, surprised to see Lennox still standing. Mage. The surviving mercenaries open fire again. Heise ignores them, his burning red eyes locked on Lennox. He has to kill this guy now. Someone who can call down lightning is too dangerous to live. Lennox readies his revolver again, his expression unreadable. He floods the gun with a new set of spells: aim assist, consecutive shot compensation, recoil control, and outburst acceleration. He's building the perfect attack he fires. A beam of pure blue energy shaped like a drill rockets towards Heise. Heise feels the immense power of the attack, and for the first time, a flicker of doubt crosses his face. He screams in agony as the magic-infused bullet tears through his dark energy, ripping into his flesh. Lennox's face is a mask of concentration. He's been preparing this attack since the moment he cast Thunder Calling. But Heise is still standing, wounded but not dead. He has to finish this. He reminds himself that his body is so fragile, one mistake could mean his death. But he's learned from experience. Sometimes you can't be afraid of close combat. Mana crackles around his fists. Heise stumbles, clutching his wound. Lennox closes the distance in an instant, unleashing a simple, point-blank bolt. The blast of lightning engulfs Heise, who can only roar in pain and fury. Lennox grabs him by the throat, channeling raw electricity directly into his body. "You won't kill me with this!" Heise screams, his body convulsing. Lennox's face is impassive, his eyes glowing with power. "Oh, really?" He watches the twisted form of Heise, wreathed in dark energy. He knows that if Heise were any ordinary person, that last attack would have turned him to ash. But this world is full of monsters, creatures that can defy all logic. Heise, twitching with forbidden power, is just one more of them. So if overwhelming magic won't work, it's time for a more direct approach. Lennox raises his revolver, its metallic glint a silent promise of a different kind of pain. A skill activates, loading acceleration. Blue mana swirls around the revolver's barrel, charging the next shot with magical power. Bang! The magic-infused bullet finds its mark, slamming directly into Heise's eye with a sickening crunch. An inhuman roar of pure agony tears from Heise's throat. He stumbles back, clutching his face as wild, dark energy erupts from his body. Blinded and enraged, Heise locks onto his target. His voice is a low growl, promising death. For him, everything else fades away. The only thing that matters now is killing Lennox. With a heavy thud, he lunges forward, a freight train of pure, murderous intent aimed straight at the mage. The remaining Krimgar mercenaries instantly move to intercept. Dre, Kithel, and Wayon form a line, their captains screaming at them that their only job is to stop that monster from getting through. Heise crashes into their defensive line, letting out another agonized scream. He's wounded and blinded, but the raw force of his black magic is still overwhelming. Wayon strains to block the onslaught, his face twisted in pain as his tonfas glow. It feels like trying to hold back a tidal wave. Even the captain and his sniper are struggling, the sheer pressure of Heise's dark power pushing them back. Dre can't believe it. Even after everything they've thrown at him, he's still this strong. One of the mercenaries looks at his captain, his voice filled with doubt. He asks if they can even kill this thing. Hope is starting to fade. Dre stares at the monstrous Heise, his mind racing. This isn't normal. None of his magical knowledge can explain what he's seeing. He suspects it's a side effect of whatever power Heise used. Out of options, he kneels beside Lennox, who has been observing everything with cold precision. His voice is urgent as he asks the mage if there's anything they can do. Lennox's expression is grim but steady as he gives them the answer they were dreading. It's black magic. He begins to explain that the principle behind the forbidden art isn't actually that complicated. To amplify your power with black magic, you need a sacrifice. Users burn human flesh and blood, absorbing life force to gain monstrous strength. But when that fuel isn't enough, the user starts to lose control. They become a slave to the power, driven by nothing but a primal hunger. Heise's mind is already unstable. He wasn't fully coherent to begin with, and without a constant supply of human life force, his sanity will completely collapse. A cold realization dawns on Lennox. He looks over at the other beaten mercenaries scattered across the rooftop. They weren't just survivors. They were Heise's emergency rations. Black magic is infamous for its drawbacks. which is why so few mages ever specialize in it, and even fewer people know how to fight against it. That seems to be the case here too. The mercenaries are professionals, but this is far beyond their experience. One of them looks at his partner in disgust, having never seen anything like it. But Lennox sees an opening. Right after Heist powered up, he was a perfect wall of dark energy. But now, after taking so much damage, his power is fluctuating. A weak point has finally appeared. As Heist continues to flail wildly, Lennox calmly tells Wei-an to move aside. Wei-an scrambles out of the way, and Lennox steps forward, his eyes locked on the raging black mage. His own blue mana flares to life as he formulates a plan. A crazy, dangerous plan. His eyes glow with an icy blue light. He declares his intention. He's going to pull all of the black magic right out of Heist's body. He'll use his own mana to tear the dark power out. He reaches forward, his hand crackling with intense energy, ready to perform what sounds like magical surgery on a live bomb. He slams his palm onto Heist's chest. The moment his blue mana makes contact with the dark magic, the two energies clash violently. A blood-curdling scream echoes across the rooftop, a sound of pure agony as Lennox's mana rips through him, tearing the forbidden power from his very cells. He's being torn apart from the inside out, half his face consumed by brilliant blue light while the other remains twisted by darkness. With one final, violent wrench, Lennox pulls his hand back. The swirling dark energy that was Heist's power is now a small, contained sphere in his palm. Heist slumps to the ground, a lifeless husk. The mercenaries stare in stunned silence. Lennox, holding the orb of pure darkness, gives a simple order to the shell-shocked captain. Kill him. With the fight finally over, the tension breaks. The surviving mercenaries gather themselves, tending to their fallen comrades, while Lennox stands apart, watching the defeated Heist. He kneels, contemplating the swirling sphere of black magic in his hand. The question now is, what to do with it? He knows that it's normally impossible for a mage to hold raw mana like this. It's unstable and should dissipate quickly. Special containers exist to store such energy, but he doesn't have one, and he can't get one right now. Still, this is a rare chance to study the forbidden art of black magic up close. He lets out a quiet click of his tongue. The orb of darkness pulses with a faint, malevolent energy in his hand. In the end, he decides it's not worth the effort. The longer he holds it, the more of his own mana he has to spend just to keep it stable. With a quiet sigh, he lets the dark tendrils dissolve into the air. A voice cuts through his thoughts. "You're really something else." It's Wei-an, the red-haired mercenary, looking at him with a newfound sense of awe. Wei-an sits down, his usual cockiness completely gone. He asks if Lennox is some kind of genius. Lennox just glances at him, repeating the word. Wei-an explains that even from across the rooftop, he could see the way Lennox was moving his mana. He admits he's never seen anyone control magic with such precision, and it made him realize how pathetic his own skills truly are. This catches Lennox completely by surprise. He can feel a bead of sweat on his face. He thinks to himself, he could see me control my mana from all the way over there? No one else seemed to have noticed, not even the captain. If Wei-an is telling the truth, it means the kid was born with incredibly high mana sensitivity. Lennox sizes him up. It seems Wei-an's real talent isn't in combat, but in his innate ability to perceive the flow of magic. Wei-an stands, still looking at Lennox with admiration. He says he's seen a lot of mages, but none as skilled as him. Then, a desperate idea comes to him. Lennox waits in silence. "If I try to copy you," Wei-an asks, his voice filled with hope, "do you think I could get stronger too?" The two stand there for a moment under the blood-red sky. Wei-an is looking for a path forward, a way to never feel so helpless again. Lennox asks him directly if he wants to become a mage. Wei-an hesitates, admitting that he used to think being a mercenary was enough, but now he's not so sure. Lennox understands that feeling perfectly, that desperate need to get stronger, just to survive in a world that's actively trying to kill you. He knows that struggle all too well. Every single day for him is a battle for his own survival. But he also knows he can't be the one to guide Wei-an. No matter how he tries, he's still an outsider in this world. He decides there's no point in giving the kid false hope. Lennox gently places a hand on Wei-an's shoulder. He tells him that Dre Krimgar seems like a good leader, redirecting Wei-an's hope toward someone who can actually help him. He adds that Dre could give him better advice and that building your own path is never easy. It's a quiet piece of wisdom from one survivor to another. He tells Wei-an that once he figures out what he wants to do, he should go see Jenny. A small, knowing smile plays on Lennox's lips. Jenny, the information broker, is the key to getting anything done in this city. The rooftop is a scene of grim duty as the Krimgar group tends to their wounded and their dead. The battle is over, but the cost is clear. Dre walks over to Lennox, bowing his head slightly in a gesture of respect. He thanks him, his voice heavy with gratitude and exhaustion. Lennox acknowledges the losses, but Dre just shakes his head. In their line of work, death is unavoidable. A corporate tech confirms the mission is complete. The server backup is finished and stabilized. The job, at least, was a success. Dre then asks Lennox to send a blood sample from Heiss's corpse to Jenny for analysis, and Lennox agrees without hesitation. Remembering payment, Dre pulls out his device. A notification pings as he sends over 20 million sell, confirming he also paid Jenny's fee. But there's one more thing. Dre holds out a business card, telling Lennox his performance was deeply moving. He says he hopes they can work together again, a show of genuine respect that goes beyond a simple transaction. Lennox takes the card with a slight smile. If there's a chance. With that, he turns to leave. As Lennox walks away, he reflects on the encounter. Dre is a talented mercenary and a smart businessman. It wouldn't be a bad idea to stay in contact. As they watch him go, Kithel turns to Dre, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Shouldn't we have at least asked? Asked what? Dre says, before Kithel can even finish her thought about recruiting him. He cuts her off with a loud laugh. He chuckles, asking if she was still thinking that even after seeing his lightning. A mage of Lennox's caliber is someone the magic tower itself would fight to recruit. Dre admits he can't imagine who could afford to hire him full-time. Kithel sighs, lamenting that they'll never see another mage like him. Dre's expression turns serious. And what's the guarantee that the next time we meet, we won't be enemies? In their world, allies can become targets overnight. He looks at Kithel, sharing a piece of hard-earned wisdom. That's why you always need to leave a good impression. He explains that if he had asked Lennox to join them and got rejected, it would have created an awkward distance. But by showing respect without demanding anything, he's kept the door open for future cooperation, which is far more valuable. Dre and Kithel stand together against the dying light. Of course, he tells her, no one can really predict the future. I just do the best I can in any given situation, he says, his gaze firm. It's the simple, unbreakable code of a veteran mercenary captain. Now, all we can do is... Lennox walks away from the rooftop, a solitary figure disappearing into the city's twilight. Hope we get lucky. After a brutal fight that pushed him to his limits, Lennox returns to the neon-lit entrance of Underworld, the one place in this city that feels like a home base. The moment he steps inside, a loud voice cuts through the bar. "Oh, hey you, my partner!" It's Dylan O'Casey, the flamboyant mercenary in the red mask, waving enthusiastically from his seat. Lennox gives him a deadpan look, not breaking his stride. "Who says I'm your partner?" he replies, his tone flat and unimpressed. Dylan leans in close, trying to convey a look of playful sadness. "Don't be like that," he says. "I want a famous friend." Lennox stops, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. He's a fugitive living in the shadows. The last thing he expects to be called is famous. "Of course," Dylan exclaims. "Jenny was so excited about how well you did on the Krimgar job." A menu slams down hard on Dylan's head, cutting him off with a pained grunt. Jenny coolly pulls the menu back, not sparing a glance at Dylan, who's now collapsed on the floor. "Don't mind that idiot," she says, her focus entirely on Lennox. How was working with Krimgar? Lennox takes a seat, considering her question. To him, the job was nothing special. Compared to the monsters he's faced, he says, the scavenger higher-ups weren't that difficult. Jenny lets out a quiet laugh, a knowing smirk on her face. She already knew the scavenger leader was a retired soldier from District 51, so his skill level was predictable. Dylan, picking himself up, adds a serious note to the conversation, warning Lennox that not all scavengers are that weak. Plenty of people have died underestimating them. "You mean their chief executives are strong?" Lennox asks. Jenny confirms it, explaining that the power levels among their leadership vary wildly. She gives him a specific piece of advice. The higher-ups from District 20 are on another level entirely. He should avoid them at all costs. Lennox's expression turns thoughtful. He files the information away. Knowing who to avoid is just as important as knowing who to fight. Jenny leans forward, her tone shifting back to business. Anyway, she says, a playful gleam in her eyes, did you know you became pretty popular because of this? Before he can answer, she circles around him. More and more clients are specifically asking for the Lightning Mage, so she put in some extra effort just for him. She slides a thick folder across the bar. Here are the requests that came in for you, she says. Pick one you like. Lennox pushes a small, sealed box toward her. Also, here's the blood sample you asked for. Jenny takes it but pinches her nose with a grimace, unenthusiastic about handling a black mage's remains. He opens the folder, surprised by the volume. Dylan chimes in that it just proves how many people are desperate for a skilled mage. Jenny leans on the counter, her eyes practically sparkling. So, let's work together for a very, very long time, she purrs, even offering him a discount. He's her new star player, and she knows it. Jenny, this is favoritism, Dylan yells in protest. Jenny just puts a finger to his mask and silences him instantly. She slides a glass filled with a glowing blue liquid over to Lennox. On the house. Thanks, Lennox says simply, accepting the drink. He's a man of few words, but he understands the gesture. Dylan immediately pipes up, the same for me too. Jenny just holds out her hand and states the price. 100,000 sell. Don't be like that, Dylan pleads. Jenny just smiles sweetly and doubles it. 200,000. Lennox ignores them, taking a quiet sip of his drink. Later, back in the sterile quiet of his apartment, the toll of the night hits him. Lennox hunches over as a wave of nausea washes over him. His insides feel like a mess. The alcohol from the bar is reacting badly with the Viper stimulants that keep his body functioning. He stumbles into the bathroom, sweating and pale. He knows he has no choice. It's better to purge the alcohol now to minimize the Viper's harsh side effects, a grim, painful part of his daily routine. He collapses onto the floor, completely exhausted. His body is so damn fragile. All he wants is to rest, but there's work to be done. His eyes fall on the folder from Jenny. The next job, the next chance to earn money, the next step toward a cure. He remembers her warning. The quests have overlapping dates. If he chooses one, he has to reject the others. He needs to decide, and fast. Spreading the documents on the floor, he begins his analysis. Bodyguard quests, lab test requests, a grim list of the city's dirty work. Then his eyes stop on one file. A quest from the scavengers. A flicker of surprise crosses his face. He can't believe it. They don't care that he just worked for their direct opponents. They must be crazy. A wry smirk touches his lips. He knows Jenny must have kept this in the pile on purpose, just to see his reaction. She could be so childish sometimes. He begins to filter his options with cold, gamer-like logic. First, he excludes all quests from individuals. Too much risk, not enough intel. Mercenary offices and gangs are out too. He wants to avoid their politics. He also removes any jobs with nearby deadlines, needing time to prepare. After his careful process of elimination, only one option remains. He picks up the file. The client is a pharmaceutical company, Amnac Pharma. The job involves corporate warfare over new drug development. He pulls out his phone. There's a specific reason this quest caught his eye. It connects to a website he's been checking obsessively. It's an online auction site run by the government, a black market for the rich and powerful. And among all the rare items, one has his full attention. Starnia Pharma's first-class miracle drug. A single glowing pill in a sleek case with an impossible price tag of 100 million sell. The drug's name is Stimonia. He knows it's not a true cure. It's an industrial-grade product that offers a temporary boost. But in his condition, he can't afford to be picky. He is desperate for any ray of hope. A hope that might finally heal this broken, penalty-ridden body. The path to getting it seems impossibly long. His resolve hardens, his eyes fixed on the file. He'll take Amnac's quest. He knows even with the money from this job, he might not be able to afford the drug. But it's not just about the money. By working for a big pharmaceutical company, he might find a lead. Anything that could help him solve his crippling addiction to vipers. Just then, an urgent news alert flashes on his screen. A delegation from a sovereign nation is scheduled to visit Balkan. A major political event is on the horizon. 2 months pass. The sprawling cityscape of Balkan bakes under the sun. High on a rooftop, something is about to go down. A week has passed since Lennox began his new assignment. Dressed in a dark coat, his custom revolver in hand, Lenik is on the job. As part of his contract, he's been hunting wanted criminals. It's not just for money, it's a field test for the support sniper his new client provided. Mana swirls around him as he activates a lethal combination of skills: loading acceleration, aim assist, and silence. A silent, brilliant blue flash erupts from the barrel of his gun. The magic-infused bullet travels in an instant, a silent streak of light. It strikes the target in the leg, dropping him instantly, a precise, incapacitating shot. Lenik stands over the groaning criminal, his gun still smoking. He's pleased with the efficiency and low mana cost of his skills. He looks at his revolver. His marksmanship is a crucial tool, helpful until he can achieve the level of magical mastery he truly desires. But he also knows its limits. His skills only help him shoot faster and with more force. To truly improve in battle, he needs to learn support magic. He's always planning his next power-up. But that's a goal for another day. He enters a bar to meet his handler. "There you are," Jenny says, looking up. "Did you enjoy your vacation?" she asks with her usual sarcasm. He cuts right to the chase, holding out the Amnak file. Jenny leans forward, her expression urgent. "Hurry and give it! There's no time." "How did you know?" she asks, surprised. He explains with simple logic it was the only mission that hadn't expired yet. "Also," he adds, "you seemed interested in medicine." He's letting her know he sees right through her games. Jenny just smiles. "Well, I'd like them, yes." She takes the file and tells him to wait, as someone from Amnak will be there shortly. She makes a quick call. As she speaks, Lenik senses a presence behind him. He turns his head, his eyes meeting the gaze of a well-dressed older man. The man on the other end of the phone. This man is Jenny's customer and Lenik's new client. The man asks smoothly, "Do you know me?" Before Lenik can answer, he continues, "Of course. Aren't you the famous lightning mage?" "Many people are talking about you," the client says, his eyes sharp and analytical. "They say you're a bounty hunter obsessed with reward money." Lenik's face is unreadable. He admits he's caught a lot of criminals for money, so the reputation makes sense. The client picks up his drink. "I don't mean it in a bad way," he clarifies. In his view, there are only two kinds of wanted men in this city. Flies that no one would care about if they died, he says, his gloved fingers swirling the ice in his glass. Or those that are strong enough not to care if there's a reward on their head. He looks directly at Lenik, his gaze piercing. Two opposite ends of a spectrum. "So, who are you?" It's a direct challenge, a test of character. The client puts his glass down with a soft click. "About time." With a flick of his wrist, a playing card shoots from his sleeve, spinning through the air with impossible speed and a faint pinkish glow. Lenik's eyes widen, completely surprised by the sudden move. The glowing card flies across the table and lands perfectly, impossibly, between his fingers. He looks down at the card, and then back up at the client. A single thought cuts through his composure. "I didn't expect this." The client's hand is still raised, faint wisps of pink energy clinging to his fingertips. Lenik realizes instantly. This man isn't just a corporate executive. He's someone with supernatural powers. The card he threw spins gently above Lenik's hand, held by an unseen force before settling into his grasp. This was no simple trick. Lenik examines the card, his expression unreadable, but his mind is already analyzing this new, unexpected variable. The man introduces himself with a smooth smile. "Call me Sebastian. I do the same work as Jenny. He's not just a client. He's a rival broker." The business card is simple and elegant, holding just a name and a number. It's the card of a man who doesn't need to advertise. Lenik focuses, trying to sense him, but feels no mana at all. He concludes that Sebastian must use a power completely separate from magic. Lenik looks up, cutting straight to the point. "Are you a telekinesis user?" Sebastian lets out a hearty laugh, clearly amused. "Isn't it obvious? I just showed you." He leans back, remarking that the rumors must be true, that Lenik trained somewhere foreign, which would explain his unfamiliarity with powers like telekinesis. Suddenly, the wine bottle he was holding is ripped from his hand. Jenny stands there, holding the bottle with eyes flashing in anger. "Sebastian," she says, her voice dangerously low. "I thought you were just here for a drink. Why are you approaching my client?" Sebastian just waves a dismissive hand. "Don't be so mad," he says calmly. "I did give him my business card, but..." He places a formal envelope on the bar, explaining that he's actually here to give her something. Jenny looks at the envelope, her anger replaced by confusion. What is it? She rips it open and her eyes go wide. It's a conscription notice. Now? She yells, slamming it on the bar. She thought they still had 2 months before the Flinham delegation's visit. Lennox recalls the news report. Sebastian confirms that a city council member is pushing the agenda hard, so the city is mobilizing its assets far earlier than expected. It all clicks into place. The city government had issued a call-up order to all independent businesses like Jenny's because a powerful foreign delegation was coming. Judging by the panicked look on Jenny's face, Lennox realizes this is a very big deal. The city is clearly expecting trouble. Sebastian straightens his coat, preparing to leave. He pauses and looks back at Lennox, making his intentions clear. Give me a call whenever you feel like taking on different types of jobs. He offers a handshake, a direct attempt to poach him. He explains that he deals with high-end, individual clients and can offer different kinds of rewards. As Sebastian walks out, Jenny mutters under her breath about how evil he is. She turns back to Lennox and admits that Sebastian is good at what he does, especially with rich people. She tells him it might not be a bad idea to go to him for certain requests. Lennox is surprised. When he asks if she won't stop him, she just scoffs. She's a realist and knows customers don't listen to pleas not to leave. Changing the subject, he asks about the request. Jenny checks her phone and says they should be here soon. Just then, the sound of footsteps approaches the bar's hidden entrance. Jenny and Lennox both turn their attention to the door. The real client has arrived. A nervous-looking man with glasses peeks in, clutching a briefcase and timidly asking if this is Jenny's bar. "Follow us," Jenny says, gesturing for him to come in. "Let's talk in the room." They lead him to a private meeting room in the back, a sterile space for sensitive negotiations. Lennox looks around, a bit surprised. When he asks why she never told him about this room, Jenny retorts that he always leaves as soon as he gets a request. Jenny sits down, taking charge of the meeting. She introduces herself and Lennox, who is going by the alias Van. The man nervously adjusts his glasses. "Nice to meet you. I'm Amnak's sales manager, Luan Sage." He gets right to the point, explaining that they're short on time. Luan hands the mission file to Lennox, asking if he understands the context. Lennox confirms he read the description. Luan begins his briefing, explaining that Amnak is currently developing a new tranquilizer. The project is being funded through small-scale crowdfunding. The vial of the green tranquilizer is codenamed TR-01. The business plan is simple. Once developed, the drug will sell enough to bring in a massive profit. However, Luan says, his tone growing serious, a district representative used their connections with a gang to try and steal our patent rights. Lennox asks what he's supposed to do, but Luan hesitates, revealing a crucial detail. The drug's development is already complete, a fact not known to the public. He sighs, explaining they were about to send a sample to the patent office when the information was leaked. Lennox's eyes narrow. "So, there's a spy." Luan confirms his suspicion. He slides a photograph across the table. It's a picture of a nondescript building. Luan explains they moved the samples to a storage facility in District 54. He explains the mission. Lennox just needs to retrieve the samples and turn them in to the patent office quietly. He gives a nervous laugh, clearly relieved to be passing the problem off. Lennox's voice cuts through the air, cold and sharp. "Did you say your name was Sage?" he asks, his gaze piercing. "If you want to give me a job, you should be honest." Luan starts to sweat, stammering about what he could possibly mean. He's been caught. "So you're gonna play dumb?" Lennox presses. "This isn't a problem that will be solved just by turning in the sample." Jenny chimes in, her arms crossed. "Yeah, you forgot about the gang. Is there a guarantee that Van won't run into them?" Lennox holds up the address, pointing out he could just hide and do nothing. Luan is speechless, his lie completely unraveled. Lennox leans back. It's clear this company isn't looking for an errand boy. They're looking for a private military force, but tried to get one on the cheap. Still, one thing confuses him. Does Amnak really think he'd just deal with a gang as part of a simple retrieval mission? It's either desperate or incredibly foolish. Jenny leans toward him with a sly smile. "Looks like we need to renegotiate the reward, huh?" She pushes Luan's phone towards him, telling him to ask his superior how much he can offer to motivate the mage to fight. Jenny stands up, pulling Lennox with her. "We'll be downstairs," she tells the terrified manager, leaving him to make the call. Back at the bar, Jenny asks what he wants to do. She admits they lied, but thinks their attempt to lowball him was almost cute. She figures they were just trying to save a little money. Lennox considers the actual threat. The gang can't be that big if they're working with a single district manager. He estimates maybe 100 members. In his assessment, they're probably all weak, disposable thugs. The only unknown is their leader, who is likely some kind of mixed blood with special abilities. "All right," he says with a decisive look, "I'll definitely need more reward money." Jenny gives a confident chuckle. "Leave it to me. I can raise it by at least 10 million. A few moments later, Luan reappears from the back room. He gives a defeated nod. The new price has been approved. Jenny flashes a triumphant "okay" sign. The negotiation was a success. Soon after, they're driving through the neon-drenched streets of Balkan. Luan is clearly anxious, worried they're late and that the others are already there. Lenik looks over, asking about these others. Luan explains they hired other people to protect the storage. Not as many as the gang has, but he hopes they'll be helpful. Lenik looks out the window, processing. So, they weren't going to make him face the gang alone. Still, he doubts how much help they'll actually be. His mind drifts back to his true objective, information on medicine. He wonders if he should ask his nervous passenger. He turns to Luan, his voice casual but with an underlying edge. "According to Jenny, you guys tried to rip me off, despite knowing how valuable my work is." Luan starts shaking, his hands trembling on the wheel. "It is a misunderstanding," he stammers, sweat beading on his forehead. Lenik just stares at him, letting the silent threat do the work. He changes the subject, asking a seemingly innocent question about whether there are other samples in the storage. Luan immediately perks up, eager to be helpful. "Yes, there is. There are samples of other medicines, previously used personally by our boss." "That makes me curious," Lenik says, probing further. "Is there anything ordinary, like melatonin?" Luan, desperate to please, says there probably is. "Great," Lenik says with a hint of satisfaction. "I needed some." He's just secured himself an extra personal reward for this job. They pull up to the MX storage facility. A group of men is already gathered outside. These must be the other mercenaries Amnak hired. They look tough, and they do not look happy. "We're here," Luan says, his voice trembling. "Looks like most of the others are here too." As Luan reaches for the door, Lenik stops him. "Wait, don't leave the car yet." One of the mercenaries spots them and storms over, banging on the window. "Hey, you're from Amnak, right?" he yells, his face a mask of fury. Luan flinches, stammering a yes. The mercenary yanks the car door open. "Come out," he screams, grabbing Luan by his suit. Luan is terrified, shrinking back in his seat and squealing about what's wrong. The mercenary leader yells at him, furious. "This is different from what we agreed on. What are we supposed to do with just 10 people?" "They've been lied to, just like Lenik was." Lenik calmly observes the chaos, remarking to the panicked Luan that he really skimped out on them. Unfazed by the shouting, Lenik pulls out one of his vipers and places it in his mouth. "Let's go," he says, getting ready to exit the car. Luan stares at him in horror, protesting that they can't. Blue mana begins to crackle around Lenik as the viper takes effect, his eyes glowing with power. He looks at Luan, his voice steady and confident. "I'll perform my worth of the pay." He calmly steps out of the car, right into a screaming match. The lead mercenary is still yelling at the client, but stops short when he sees Lenik emerge. The merc immediately turns on him, shoving him aside. "Who are you? Screw off, we have things to discuss with him." The other hired guns join in, their frustration boiling over. One yells that there was never any mention of a gang when they were hired. Lenik takes in the scene, not with fear, but with pure annoyance. They're just so loud. His voice cuts through the noise, low and dangerous. "Why don't you quiet down?" The mercenary leader spins on him, enraged, yelling that they're all screwed now that the gang has them in their sights. Lenik understands their fear, but his patience is wearing thin. "Can't you hear me?" the merc snarls, lunging to throw a punch. Lenik thinks to himself that talking this out was never an option anyway. He doesn't even flinch. As the fist flies toward his face, he raises a single hand. Blue electricity crackling around his knuckles as he whispers one word, "Bolt." A powerful jolt of lightning surges from his hand, and the mercenary convulses violently, letting out a gargled scream as he's shocked into submission. The other mercenaries stare in stunned silence as their leader collapses, smoke rising from his body. One of them stammers out, "A mage?" The realization dawns on them. Hiring a mage suddenly explains the company's cheap offer. Lenik looks at the now silent group, his gaze cold. "I said to quiet down." The men flinch. The dynamic in the air completely changed. He addresses them. his tone all business, noting that they seem to know a thing or two about this gang. He walks past the downed mercenary without a second glance. Still, isn't it a waste of time to just cry about it here? But one man isn't intimidated. A red-haired mercenary with a cocky grin steps forward, telling him to get out of the way before he gets beat up. The others are shocked by his audacity. Linak just looks at him, completely unimpressed. "You're not better than us just because you're a mage," the redhead sneers, a faint purple aura flickering around him. He's not a normal fighter. He holds out his hand, and a dangerous heat begins to radiate from it. Flames erupt from his palm, swirling into a blazing fireball. He's a pyrokinetic, an ability user. "You guys seem to be a bit confused," the pyrokinetic says, his confidence soaring. Not all mages are great. He figures Lennox must be some low-level washout from a magic tower, someone with barely any mana. His logic sways some of the other mercs, who start to murmur in agreement. It sounds plausible enough. Lennox just smirks. The pyrokinetic sees it and falters, wondering why he's laughing. Lennox quickly analyzes him. A flame user, pyrokinesis, a strong and direct ability. Except he's running with a bunch of low-tier mercs who got tricked by a cheap contract. That means he's probably not that strong. Lennox asks him calmly, "Then, what are you going to do?" He gestures back at the car. "Beat me up and turn this car into ash?" The pyrokinetic shakes his head with a look of disgust, saying a low-level mage is nothing but a burden. He thrusts his hand forward, unleashing a torrent of fire. "I'll turn you into ashes too." Lennox remains perfectly still. He knows that in this line of work, nothing is ever resolved with words. But instead of dodging or putting up a barrier, he simply raises his hand to meet the inferno. The fireball collides with his palm, and the impossible happens. It doesn't explode. It just stops. The pyrokinetic's eyes go wide with disbelief. "What? What the hell are you doing?" The flames begin to swirl around Lennox's hand, being drawn into him as if his body were a vacuum. He's using mana drain. The pyrokinetic lets out a terrified shriek as he feels his own power being ripped away from him. He screams in agony, his power turning against him, burning him from the inside out. The other mercenaries can only watch in horror, unable to comprehend what they're seeing as his screams echo through the parking lot. The pyrokinetic is consumed by his own fire, his body spasming as Lennox drains every last drop of his energy. Lennox's eyes are cold and analytical. He knows a critical weakness of this power type. Not all pyrokinetics are actually resistant to fire. The man's arrogance is gone, replaced by pure terror. "I'm sorry. Please, please, save me," he begs. With a disgusted click of his tongue, Lennox releases his grip. The redhead collapses as the stolen fire dissipates. Lennox clenches his hand, noting his own physical limits. His grip strength is still too weak. The other mercs are panicking, yelling to put out the fire on their fallen comrade before it spreads to the storage facility. They scramble for water, their brief rebellion completely forgotten in the face of overwhelming power. Lennox turns to the terrified client still hiding in the car. "Nothing's gonna work out if you stay here. You can leave." The wand doesn't need to be told twice, immediately flooring it. Lennox watches the car speed away, then turns his attention back to the silent group of mercenaries and the mission at hand. He enters the storage facility alone. The company's requirement was simple: deliver the new sample to the patent office, but there's a deadline. He has to do it by the morning of the day after tomorrow, which gives him a day and a half to hold this position. He moves through the aisles of shelves searching for the sample. And there it is. He finds the small case exactly where he was told it would be. He opens it, examining the vials of green tranquilizer. He could just run off with it now, but that's not what he was hired for. He was hired to secure it, and if that means fighting the gang, he tucks the case securely inside his coat. Then he'll have to get rid of them all, right here and now. Outside, the remaining mercenaries are completely lost, wondering what they're supposed to do now. When Lennox approaches, the new, unofficial leader stammers that they aren't sure what to do next. Lennox sighs. They weren't even told the full plan. Utterly incompetent. He takes charge. "How many of you guys are there?" The merc looks around. "If we count the redhead that just woke up, about 15. Lennox gives them clear orders. Split into 3 groups. Patrol the perimeter, block the entrance, and report anything unusual. The merc, grateful for the direction, immediately agrees. "Then what about you?" the merc asks. Lennox just looks towards the building. "I have something to do." He moves to a cluttered alley beside the storage facility. It's a messy blind spot the gang probably overlooked, and a perfect place to set a trap. He assesses the area. The wall is tall, making it a difficult entry point, but it's also old and beaten up, full of cracks. An ideal spot for what he has in mind. He begins to cast, his hands glowing with golden light as he says the word, Claymore. A sphere of pure magical energy forms and settles onto the ground. Golden runes swirl around the orb as the trap arms itself. He stands back, observing his handiwork. Claymore is a trap magic designed to explode when certain conditions are met. Essentially, a magical landmine. It's designed to cause significant damage to anyone within its range. However, its small range makes it less effective against large groups. And then, an idea clicks in his gamer mind. He raises his hands, golden runes surrounding him. He'll just change the conditions. He modifies the spell on the fly. Instead of proximity, it will now detonate when pressure is applied to the cracked wall. He's trading raw power for utility. By lessening the damage, he can drastically increase the blast radius. The trap pulses with energy as the new parameters lock in. The runes reconfigure, expanding outwards across the ground. Success. The trap is set. Now, he just has to secure the other weak points. He moves along the perimeter, planting more of his modified claymores on the outer walls of the building. He's turning the entire storage facility into a death trap. As he finishes setting a trap, a voice calls out from behind him. "Mage, it's the red-haired pyrokinetic." He's on his knees, head bowed to the ground in total submission. "I'm very sorry for earlier," he says, his voice shaking. "I was out of my mind. I will never speak out of line again." "There's no need to apologize," Lanok says coolly, which only confuses the man more. "What should I do to earn your forgiveness?" "If you just let me live." The man clearly thinks Lenok plans to kill him later. Lenok has no such plans, but he sees no reason to correct him. Lenok places a hand on his head, his voice dripping with condescension. "You sure came after me quickly. I guess you don't want to see your buddies begging me for forgiveness?" The man immediately starts bowing again, apologizing profusely. Lenok's eyes glow faintly. He has a new pawn. "All right," he says. "I'll give you a chance to make it up." The redhead, Heijin, looks up, a mix of fear and relief in his eyes. He asks, his voice trembling, "What that would be?" Lenok turns away, his plan already in motion. "We'll be having some guests here tonight. What you have to do is simple." He gives his order, and it's a brutal one. "You just need to set fire to their shoulders, just like you tried to do to me. It's not just a task, it's a reminder of who's in charge. Understand?" Lenok asks, not even looking back. The pyrokinetic, now completely subservient, bows his head and says he understands. Lenok dismisses him. As Heijin walks away, the sweat on his brow is a clear sign of the terror he just experienced. He knows he's now serving a monster. Lenok finds a quiet spot inside the storage facility to wait. A faint blue aura surrounds him as he manages his dwindling mana, his mind focused on the battle to come. He pulls out another Viper stimulant. He doesn't have many left. He knows that if the gang splits up, it might be too much for him to handle alone. His hand rests on the grip of his revolver. If things get difficult, he'll need to stall for time with his marksmanship. Every second will count. Suddenly, a commotion from the front entrance breaks his concentration. He peeks through the door. The other mercenaries are scrambling. The wait is over. He closes his eyes and expands his senses, sending out a pulse of pure mana. The wave of energy washes over the entire area, giving him a perfect, three-dimensional map of his surroundings. He can feel every presence within a 2-kilometer radius, each one appearing to him as a small, flickering blue flame. And among them, 2 of the flames burn significantly hotter than the rest. 2 powerful individuals. The others, there are about 150. His estimate was way off. This isn't a small-time gang, it's a small army. He stands up, his expression grim but determined. The odds are bad, but the plan remains the same. One of the mercenaries runs up to him in a panic. "Mr. Mage, outside!" Lenok cuts him off. "I know." His eyes glow with blue light. "They're approaching pretty fast. The speed is unnatural. They can't all be on foot. They must be in cars." A convoy of armored trucks and reinforced vehicles barrels down the street, their headlights cutting through the darkness. "They're here!" The lookout screams. "Everyone, get ready!" The mercenaries brace for impact, taking cover behind whatever they can find. The trucks don't slow down. They slam into the facility's walls with deafening crashes. The hired mercs are frozen with fear. One of them calls out to Lenik, his voice cracking, noticing that the enemy is hesitating. Lenik knows he needs to give them a reason to stand their ground. He walks to the front, standing before them. "You guys just guard the entrance," he commands. "I'll take care of the rest." Heijin watches him, knowing that kind of confidence isn't a bluff. He figures the earlier threat must have worked. But the trucks at the front have stopped. The mercs are confused. Why aren't they doing anything? Lenik realizes their plan in an instant. It's a feint. The real attack is coming from somewhere else. As if on cue, an explosion rocks the facility from behind. One of the mercenaries screams in terror. They're coming from the back. "Get away from the walls!" A truck crashes through the weakened back wall, just as Lenik predicted. Their plan is to breach the walls from all sides at once. He watches the chaos unfold, his expression unchanging. A cold, satisfied smirk spreads across his face. The moment the truck puts pressure on the wall, his claymore trap activates. A massive explosion of fire and shrapnel erupts, engulfing the truck and the gang members around it. The blast rips through the area, sending bodies and debris flying. Lenik shields his face from the heat. He'd reinforced the claymore, but even he is surprised by the force of the explosion. He notices a pool of liquid burning on the ground. The truck was carrying something highly flammable, which amplified the explosion. Around the facility, more explosions detonate as the gang's trucks trigger every single one of his traps. Lenik watches the fiery chaos. The gang is paying the price for attacking rashly, without scouting their enemy first. Through the smoke and flames, two figures walk out, completely unharmed. The two powerful presences he detected earlier. One of them is a young man with purple hair holding a massive, high-tech staff. Lenik's eyes narrow. A mage. This is only the third time he's come across another mage in this world. The first was a professor he only briefly saw. The second was the scavenger's detection-type mage. But that one had been a disappointment, easily taken down. This mage is different. He carries himself with an air of authority, an aura of power. He is the one leading this gang. Lenik's gamer instincts kick in, and he feels a surge of curiosity. What kind of magic does he use? How strong is he? Should he attack first? A dozen tactical questions flood his mind. He snaps out of it. "Let's calm down," he tells himself, taking a breath. He needs to get a hold of the situation first. He reaches out with his senses again, arcs of blue lightning grounding him as he takes stock of the battlefield. 10 cars destroyed. The number of people remaining is about 100. His traps took out a third of them in the first wave. Then, his course of action is clear. A sphere of light begins to form in his hand. He turns to the remaining gang members, his voice projecting across the battlefield. "How long are you just going to stand there and wait?" "Come on in," he says, a clear invitation. "I'm sure you have something you want to talk about." The gang's mage gives a silent order, and his men start to advance. The remaining 100 members begin to pour into the facility, guns raised, ready for a fight. Lenik turns to one of his own mercenaries. Tell the others, too, to close their eyes and shoot once they're inside. The merc is confused, asking why. Lenik's gaze is sharp. There's no time to explain. The man snaps to attention and agrees. The order is relayed. The mercenaries are confused, but they trust the mage who just saved them. They close their eyes, aiming their weapons blindly towards the entrance. The gang members pour in, seeing the defenders standing there with their eyes shut. They think it's an easy victory. Then Lenik unleashes his spell. Flux light. An absolutely blinding flash of pure white light erupts, filling the entire warehouse. To the gang members with their eyes wide open, it's like staring directly into the sun. They're disoriented, temporarily blinded, and completely vulnerable. They stumble back, shielding their faces, their eyes overwhelmed by the sudden painful brightness. In the midst of the chaos, Lenik's team of mercenaries springs into action, opening fire on the disoriented thugs. Panic rips through the gang's ranks. They're yelling that it's a trap, screaming for help, but they're shooting blind, falling one by one in the confusion. The men clutch their heads, groaning in pain. Their eyes feel like they're about to burst, lost in a world of blinding light and ringing ears. Through the mayhem, Heijin, the pyrokinetic, sees his moment. With his enemies helpless, he unleashes a torrent of fire. The other mercs can only stare in shock as Hygiene roars, his hands becoming conduits for pure destruction. He unleashes a whirlwind of flames, a brutal attack on the blinded targets, warning anyone who tries to run that they'll be burned to ash. Lennox watches from the shadows, calculating his next move. Using another light spell would reveal his position, but letting the momentum die isn't an option. He makes his decision in a split second. With a cold look, he declares he'll continue the attack anyway. A different kind of magic crackles to life as he unleashes a storm of chain lightning. Arcs of raw, blue electricity explode outwards, seeking their targets with brutal efficiency. The lightning tears through the remaining thugs, their screams of pain drowned out by the crackle of electricity. Meanwhile, the regular mercenaries continue to lay down covering fire, their bullets adding to the symphony of chaos. They take down a few more stragglers, but their impact feels small compared to the magical onslaught they just witnessed. One of the mercs grits his teeth, unloading his clip into the darkness, wondering if just shooting his gun is all he can really do. Lennox watches the last of the small fry fall, his expression unreadable. The opening gambit is over. He turns his gaze towards the back of the enemy line, where the real threats are waiting. Now, it's time to deal with the leaders. The two leaders of the gang, the purple-haired Mage, Grime, and her partner Guile, emerge from the wreckage, their faces grim. They stand over the chaos, taking in the scene. Dozens of their men, taken out in seconds by a perfectly executed trap. Guile looks down at Grime, telling her she never mentioned someone like him would be here. Grime looks just as surprised, admitting she didn't know either. She states that the company they're attacking shouldn't have the money to hire a mage of this caliber. This is an anomaly. Guile jumps down, his eyes fixed on Lennox. They had already checked their opposition, so if he's not with Amnak, who is he? He lets out a low chuckle, a smirk spreading across his face. He points out that, despite the chaos, the guy walking towards them is smiling. Guile's smirk widens, showing a glint of sharp teeth. He finds the whole situation amusing. "What an interesting dude," he says with a laugh. He calls out to Lennox, his tone full of arrogant confidence. "Hey, have you gone insane or something?" Lennox stops, his hands casually in his pockets. "Me?" he asks. "Why don't you worry about your subordinates who are dying instead?" Guile's response is chillingly casual. He doesn't care. To him, his men are just disposable trash. With a cold laugh, he says, "They can all die here for all he cares." He starts walking towards Lennox, claiming it was about time he got rid of burdens like them anyway. Grime finally speaks up, telling her partner to stop with the pointless chatter. Lennox remains silent, just watching them. Guile glances back at her, annoyed. "He looks weak," Guile says. "What's wrong with some chit-chat? He's gonna die anyway." Grime's expression hardens. She warns Guile that if he keeps this up, they'll have to reconsider his employment. Her gaze is fixed on Lennox. Lennox listens, piecing it all together. A leader who doesn't care about his own men. Guile must be on the Mage's side purely for the money. A small, cynical smile touches Lennox's lips. In this world, people are all alike. Predictable. Guile's patience finally snaps. "Look at him," he snarls. He keeps snickering to himself like he's insane. He tells Grime they should just get rid of him. Grime agrees. Purple energy begins to swirl around her as she grips her staff, preparing to cast a spell. The head of her staff glows with intense power, mana gathering into a focused point. Geometric shapes of purple light form in the air in front of her, a complex magical construct taking shape. But Lennox isn't just watching. His eyes, now glowing with a faint light, are analyzing everything. A realization dawns on him. "I can see it," he thinks. It's one of his unique skills. He can perceive the very structure of her magic, its texture, its flow, and even her movements. He instantly identifies the spell. It's a type of barrier magic. He sees the ghostly outline of the massive wall of energy she's constructing to box him in. He realizes her plan in an instant. She's trying to block off all his escape routes. With cold certainty, Lennox knows he can't let that happen. But he doesn't counter with a spell. In one smooth, lightning-fast motion, he reaches inside his coat. Just as Grime begins to utter the incantation, a new sound cuts through the air. Lennox has drawn his gun. Grime's concentration shatters. Her eyes go wide with disbelief as she stares down the barrel. "A gun?" Guile bursts out laughing, mocking her for letting her guard down so easily. Grime is furious, her face contorted with rage. She screams at Lennox, calling him a wannabe mana user. How dare he block her magic with something so mundane? Lennox coolly holds the gun unfazed. Is mana user supposed to be an insult? He asks calmly. Grime just grits her teeth, sweat beading on her face. She's been completely outplayed and she knows it. She turns on Guile, furious. Don't you even know the basics of battling a mage? You're supposed to defend me. Guile just chuckles, taunting her. He asks if she's really that scared of a simple gun, pointing out Lennox didn't even use magic to stop her. Guile leans in, explaining his logic. Lennox is a lightning and light mage. That kind of magic, he says, is super conspicuous. Lennox listens quietly. They think they have him figured out. They can see the light from his spells, making him an easy target. Guile continues his explanation. Magic that deals with light is very powerful. However, he points out its biggest weakness. It's extremely noticeable whenever you're casting a spell. Guile explains that the skills are so obvious that any skilled fighter can see it coming and prepare a counter. Lennox smirks to himself. Guile's logic is sound if he were just an ordinary mage. Guile finishes with a predatory grin. If it looks like Lennox is going to try something, he can just rush in and rip him apart before he finishes casting. As Guile smirks, Lennox notices something crucial: the man's unnaturally sharp canines. A memory flashes in his mind, something from his mission briefing with Jenny. He recalls asking her about the quest's difficulty, and he remembers her telling him the gang's leader is a unique mixed blood. Lennox finally understands. The bloodthirst he sensed from Guile wasn't just an attitude, it's in his nature. A cold, confident smile plays on Lennox's lips. The board is set, and he knows exactly how to play his opponent. He looks Guile straight in the eye. I didn't realize because it's dark, but you are just some piece of shit mutt. The insult hits its mark. Guile's smug expression vanishes, replaced with stunned disbelief. His face darkens, his voice dropping to a low growl. Ooh, you. What did you just say? Lennox presses the attack, pinching his nose in disgust. I can smell the stink of your fur all the way from here. Do you even shower? A switch flips in Guile's eyes. The amusement is gone, replaced by pure, murderous rage. A twisted, shaky laugh escapes his lips. You're good, he seethes, the words dripping with venom. His voice drops to a guttural promise. I'll rip. Red energy explodes around him as his body begins to twist and contort. His eyes glow with feral rage as he snarls, Your mouth to pieces first! The transformation completes, revealing a hulking beast with glowing red eyes. Lennox, however, remains perfectly calm, just as he expected. A werewolf. In this world, werewolves are born with the wild instincts and powerful bodies of beasts. Their strength and ferocity are supposed to be unmatched. But Lennox can already see the flaws in this one. The creature is panting heavily, so lost in its rage that it can't even control the saliva dripping from its jaws. Lennox's analytical gaze scans its form, noticing its claws have grown so much they're curving back into its own flesh. He can even see patches of skin where the fur hasn't fully grown in. It's an incomplete, unstable transformation, a clear sign that Guile is a mixed blood. The werewolf struggles to speak, its voice a guttural growl, stammering out a threat. This confirms Lennox's suspicion. Guile is having a hard time controlling this form. Lennox simply raises his gun, his expression cold. You won't be able to think for long in that state, he says. Come at me. With a deafening roar, the werewolf charges, closing the distance in an instant. But just as its jaws are about to clamp down on him, a hexagonal shield of golden light appears out of nowhere. The beast smashes into the barrier face first, its momentum brought to a dead stop with a sickening crunch. The impact sends a shockwave through the air, but the werewolf's raw power is too much for a single shield. Lennox watches as another shield materializes right behind the first, absorbing the remaining force. And another. He had anticipated the attack from that exact direction. The golden shields shatter one by one in a brilliant explosion of light. The werewolf stumbles back, groaning in pain. Grime, the mage, can only watch in disbelief, crying out that it's impossible. Lennox stands completely unharmed, the last shield dissolving around him. He had put up 5 layers. This was only to be expected. The werewolf growls, stunned and frustrated. They never expected him to block its attack. For a split second, the beast is wide open, its rage giving way to confusion. A smirk touches Lennox's lips. My turn now, right? Blue mana swirls around his gun as he activates a series of enhancement spells: recoil control, shock reinforcement, outburst acceleration. He's turning a simple handgun into a weapon of magical destruction. The magically charged bullet tears through the werewolf's chest, sending it flying backwards with incredible force. Guile lands in a heap on the floor, twitching and bleeding, while Lennox coolly walks forward. The beast lets out a pained shriek, its red eyes wide with a mix of agony and panic. Lennox notes the creature's reaction. It's already panicking after just one counterattack. Still, he knows he can't let up. Once he starts something, he has to finish it, and he can't afford to lose the upper hand. Without hesitation, he raises his hand and unleashes a torrent of lightning, engulfing the wounded beast in crackling blue energy. The werewolf convulses, coughing up blood as electricity courses through its body. A slight cough escapes Lennox's own lips, a stark reminder of his body's fragility, even as he wields such immense power. He takes a deep breath. There's one last thing to do to end this. He reaches out his hand, gathering an immense amount of mana. The air crackles with power as he channels his energy, preparing his final spell. He utters its name, Thunder Calling. In an instant, a massive column of pure lightning descends from the sky, striking the ground with divine fury. The blast is so powerful it sends Grime flying backwards, shielding his eyes from the blinding light. When the light fades, all that's left of the werewolf is a charred crater and the lingering smell of ozone. Grime stumbles to his feet, staring in silence at the spot where his partner just stood. He's completely speechless. He clutches his staff, his mind reeling from what he just witnessed. Lennox watches him, his expression thoughtful. He had expected the mage to intervene. He realizes Grime must have been casting a spell of his own this entire time. He figures it must be a good one, since he gave him so much time to prepare it. A confident smirk spreads across Lennox's face. He looks at the stunned mage and says, "Give it a go." Taking the invitation, Grime unleashes his spell. A brilliant golden light erupts from the tip of his staff. Lennox's eyes widen slightly in recognition. He knows this magic. It looks like a simple ray of light, but it's actually a spell that casts a powerful area of effect shockwave. His mind flashes back to his gaming days. Shock-type magic. It was popular in World 2.0. Strong, visually intimidating, and perfect for players like Grime. He can see Grime's intent. The spell is set to attack everything around him indiscriminately. He's planning to sweep everyone away, friend and foe alike. I can't let that happen, Lennox thinks. A blue aura flares to life around him as he prepares to counter. Grime feels a sudden alien presence invade his spell. He can't believe it. Lennox isn't just defending, he's actively hijacking the spell, intending to dominate the mana flow and seize control. In a split second, he changes the direction of the shockwave, forcing it straight up. Instead of exploding outwards, the massive pillar of light shoots directly into the ceiling, blasting a hole through the roof. Grime can only watch, completely powerless, as his ultimate attack is effortlessly redirected. He stares up at the hole in the ceiling, his staff hanging limply in his hand. He slowly lowers his head, his eyes wide with a dawning, terrifying realization. A shaky, broken sound escapes his lips. It's a laugh, but there's no humor in it. Just pure, unadulterated shock. The laugh grows more hysterical, his shoulders trembling. He can't process what just happened. Lennox looks on, his face impassive. He knows Grime is now looking for any excuse, any explanation other than the truth. Grime's mind races. He tells himself he knew it from the start. A low-life mercenary couldn't possibly be this powerful on his own. He starts screaming, his voice cracking with desperation. "You must have gotten some great artifact, but I won't be deceived." He declares that Lennox must have used up all his mana and that it's his turn now. But Lennox can see right through the bluff. Or maybe he's deluded himself into truly believing it, even after seeing what happened to Guile with his own two eyes. No. Lennox can see the truth in the man's expression. His pupils are shaking. There's a sheen of cold sweat on his forehead. Every part of his body is trembling. He's not confident. He's terrified. He's doubting his own assumption. The fear is creeping in. What if Lennox had defeated Guile purely with his own skills? What if the shockwave flying into the sky wasn't a coincidence, but a deliberate, calculated move? He's trying to push those doubts away, screaming, "Come at me!" to maintain his bravado. But despite his words, he's still uncertain, and that's why he's in a state of pure fear. Grime points a trembling finger at Lennox, a manic grin plastered on his face. "Well, I'm right, right?" he asks, desperate for validation. Lennox lets out a weary sigh. The man in front of him is just an idiot who can't even trust his own senses. Dark, shadowy tendrils of mana begin to creep from Lennox's feet, swirling around him. He raises his hand, the shadowy energy coalescing around him. "I don't think I need to hear you out any longer. It's time to end this." He unleashes his next attack. Shadow Raid. Grime's eyes widen in terror as dozens of shadowy claws erupt from the floor beneath him, lunging from all directions. The shadows move with impossible speed, silent and deadly, wrapping around chains and equipment on the floor. They converge on him in a vortex of darkness, a stark contrast to the flashy lightning Grime was expecting. He tries to defend himself, but the shadows are too fast, wrapping around his hands, his staff, and his entire body. A shadowy construct with a horrifying, grinning face engulfs him completely. With a sickening crack, the shadows constrict, snapping his wrist and forcing him to drop his staff. A silent scream contorts his face as blood splatters from the brutal, unseen assault. He collapses, letting out an agonized, full-throated scream as the shadows release him. Lennox calmly walks towards him as Grime clutches his shattered wrist, whimpering on the ground. Grime looks up, his face a mask of disbelief and terror. How did you—" he stammers. Lennox reads the question in his eyes. He knows the mage is wondering how he could have possibly pulled this off. The truth is, this wasn't a spur-of-the-moment attack. Lennox had been planning this from the very beginning. From the moment they entered the storage unit, he began preparing this skill. Shadow Raid is a common spell, but its strength lies in its subtlety. It's slow to cast and normally limited. However, inside a dark, enclosed space like this warehouse, those hindrances are completely negated. The entire room becomes his shadow. And it helped that Grime was so utterly convinced that Lennox was just a flashy lightning mage. Because of that critical miscalculation, he never suspected a thing. Lennox had anticipated a fierce, drawn-out battle against two powerful opponents. But thanks to their arrogance, this was all rather bland. An easy victory. He levels his gun at Grime's head. The mage's tough guy act completely shatters. Tears of fear and pain stream down his face as he stares at the barrel. He chokes on his words, his voice breaking as he begins to beg. "Please let me—" He can't even finish the sentence, his mind completely broken by fear. He flinches, expecting the end. But Lennox's voice cuts through his panic, sharp and cold. "Calm down." Lennox lowers the gun slightly. "I might let you live if you answer my questions." A flicker of hope appears in Grime's terrified eyes. Lennox asks his first question. "Is this all the people your side could provide?" He explains further, wanting to know if there are any other connections, any hidden backup. Grime panics, shaking his head frantically. "There aren't!" he screams, desperate to please. He insists that no other forces are coming. Lennox's expression remains cold. Good. That means no one will be tailing him on his way to the patent office. Seeing the chance, Grime continues to beg, promising he can be useful, that he's a level 3 magic user. Lennox pauses. "Level 3?" he asks, the term unfamiliar to him. Grime quickly explains that at that level, many people acknowledge you as a proper, skilled mage. Lennox processes this new information. He knows that battles between mages aren't decided by arbitrary rankings. If they were, he'd be a nobody. Grime sees his silence as a sign of consideration. "Are you letting me live?" he asks, his voice trembling with hope. The answer comes as Lennox's hand tightens on his gun. Grime's hope turns to despair. "No, let me live, please." A spark of blue lightning flashes in Lennox's eye. His decision is made. He's not going to risk leaving a loose end that could cause trouble later. His finger tightens on the trigger. "Sorry." A single gunshot echoes through the warehouse. Lennox turns away from the now lifeless body without a second glance. He lets out a sigh, ridiculous. But as he begins to walk away, a sound from behind makes him stop. Guile, the werewolf, is somehow getting back on his feet, his body charred and smoking. Lennox turns, annoyed. "I thought I was done with you." The beast lets out a low, pained growl, struggling to stand. Lennox frowns. He knows his spell shouldn't have failed. Thunder Calling has the greatest force among all lightning magic. If Guile was strong enough to withstand it, he wouldn't be a low-level gang goon. Then there must be another reason. A realization hits him. That must be it. The werewolf stands, weak and trembling, but undeniably alive. Lenik recalls the nature of werewolves. They are beasts enchanted by the power of madness beneath the night sky, and under the light of the moon, they possess incredible regenerative abilities. The desire for that power is what's driving that dying body. Sheer will and instinct are all that's keeping it on its feet. Lenik watches as the creature's wounds slowly begin to stitch themselves back together. He can only imagine how strong a pure-blood werewolf would be. The thought is sobering. He admits to himself that he wouldn't have been able to win against a pureblood so easily, but this one is already on its last legs. Lenik places a hand on the creature's head. Bolt. A final, concentrated burst of lightning surges through his hand, finishing the job for good. He looks down at the two bodies, his hands still crackling with residual energy. It took about 5 minutes to take care of these two. The sounds of gunfire from outside snap him back to the present. The larger battle is still raging. He knows he doesn't technically need to help, but it doesn't sit right with him to just leave them to fight when they're on his side. His eyes fall on the staff. Grime dropped. He walks over and picks it up. Grime himself wasn't strong, but he carried this cumbersome staff everywhere. Therefore, it must have some benefits. A useful tool. Lenik reflects that it's not like he never considered using magic accessories before. He just never had the money. He already spends everything he has just on vipers to keep his body functioning. He gives a little cough, a bit embarrassed by his own financial situation, even if no one is around. He holds the staff, trying to feel for any change in his own power. He can't tell just from holding it. He'll have to figure it out later. For now, the fight outside needs his attention. He steps out of the warehouse to see the mercenaries and Heijin still locked in a fierce firefight with the remaining gang members. He watches the chaos for a moment, a faint smile on his face. All right, great. Electricity begins to arc and gather around him, building into a massive storm of power. It's time to end this. He prepares to unleash a new spell on the unsuspecting battlefield, lightning-bound. Orbs of pure energy materialize in the air, arcing with unstable power above the remaining gang members. A web of raw lightning erupts, tearing through the air and blanketing the entire area in an inescapable net of electricity. It's a massacre, over in seconds. He sees Lenik standing at the warehouse entrance, calmly holding the staff of their fallen mage. The sight of that staff is the final nail in the coffin. Panic finally breaks them. "Run!" someone screams. The leader and the mage lost. Their morale completely shatters, and the few still standing turn and flee for their lives. Heijin and the other mercenaries watch them go, too stunned and exhausted to give chase. The battle is finally over. One of the mercs leans against a container, breathing heavily as he watches Lenik approach. Relief washes over the survivors. One of them collapses to his knees, while another throws his arms up, screaming that he's alive. The mercenary leader claps his subordinate on the back, yelling, "Good job!" But his eyes are on Lenik. He knows they only survived because of him. Lenik watches them. He had fought the leaders, but these men were still severely outnumbered. He glances over at Heijin, who has collapsed to the ground, panting from exhaustion. He can tell the pyrokinetic pushed himself to the absolute brink. It's almost like he's putting on a show, wanting Lenik to see just how hard he fought. Lenik finds the display interesting. He knows that, with only the power to emit flames from his arms, Heijin should have never survived a battle of this scale. But he fought at the very front, risking his life and somehow making it through. To be able to stand here now means he deserved it. Heijin struggles to push himself up, groaning in pain. Lenik analyzes the scene. Heijin was cornered and had to push his abilities past their limits just to survive. He did his job, so there's no need to threaten him anymore. Heijin finally sits up, looking at Lenik with a mixture of fear and exhaustion. Lenik offers 2 simple words: "Well done." For Heijin, hearing that praise from the man who utterly terrified him is a profound shock. It's a sign that he's finally been acknowledged. Lenik turns his attention back to the staff in his hand. He analyzes its properties. It doesn't increase casting speed or the rate of his mana rotation, and the force of the magic he channels through it feels exactly the same. Then he feels it. A tiny flicker. His mana increased, but by an amount less than a single grain of sand. He tosses the staff aside in disgust. It's just trash. An item this useless is nothing more than a liability. Carrying it around would just advertise to the world that he's a mage. He addresses the group. Everyone, very well done. The merc leader is a bit taken aback by the sudden formality, but the relief of victory is too great. The men erupt in cheers, celebrating their improbable win. Lena quickly takes command, ordering the uninjured to take the wounded to the hospital while the rest stay to guard the place. As the sun begins to rise, a fragile peace settles over the warehouse. Lenok finds a quiet spot to sit down, the adrenaline finally starting to wear off. He feels a tremor in his hands. Now that the danger has passed, the exhaustion hits him like a physical blow. The constant pain of his body is always waiting just beneath the surface. He instinctively reaches for his coat, considering whether he should use a viper. He stops himself. No, he doesn't have many left. He needs to save them for a real emergency. He'll have to endure. He lets out a long, slow breath, trying to steady himself. After that, the rest of the day goes by without any more problems. As confirmed by Grime, there were no additional attacks. The job was well and truly over. Everyone left in high spirits, excited to finally get their pay. The mercs thank him on their way out, with Hachin waving a surprisingly friendly goodbye. Now that they're gone and the storage is organized, all that's left is the final step. He just needs to drop the sample off at the patent office. But he pauses, looking over at a box of medical supplies. Before that, there's one more thing. He recalls the client's offer, asking if he could take some of the normal medicine samples. The client had enthusiastically agreed, telling him to take as many as he wanted. It's a small bonus, but for someone like Lenok, it's invaluable. He packs his bag with melatonin and vitamin supplements. Every little bit helps. As he prepares to leave, he glances back one last time. His eyes fall on the useless staff lying on the ground. He considers it for a moment. Should he sell it? He picks it up. If he gives it to Jenny, he might be able to buy 1 or 2 more vipers. For him, that's worth more than any fancy artifact. He hails a taxi, stepping out of the grimy industrial district and into the city proper. He leans back in the seat, a dull headache beginning to throb in his temples. The job isn't truly done until he turns the sample in. He hates running errands like this. He looks out the window as the city flies by, noting he's never gone deeper than District 10 before. Soon, the landscape changes. The grime and decay give way to pristine, impressive architecture. He's entering the city's core. The taxi pulls up to his destination, the District 8 Patent Office. He gets out and takes in the sight. It's clean and quiet, a stark contrast to the world he's used to. The city is structured in concentric circles, with the most powerful government agencies living in the one-digit districts. Districts 0 through 9 are the heart of the city, the seat of power, with the slums and industrial zones pushed to the outer edges. This area is frequented by public service employees and the city's elite, a world away from the mercenary bars he calls home. The patent office itself looks like a temple straight out of a myth. He grips the staff and heads for the steps. Let's get this over with. As he approaches, a voice calls out to him. What brings a young man out here so early in the morning? An old man is sitting on a bench, calmly petting a large black dog. He looks like he's just out for a morning walk, but his eyes are sharp. Lenok doesn't even turn to look at him. This is a patent office. What do you think I'd be doing? The old man seems impressed by his new technology. Lenok pauses. What should he do if he's just an ordinary old man? This is just small talk. But experience has taught him that when someone talks to him like that, it usually means they want something more. He decides his best move is to get out of the situation without leaving an impression. It's too early to get involved with people in power. But as he's about to walk away, he notices the old man's gaze. He's not looking at him. The old man's eyes are fixed squarely on the magical staff slung over Lenok's shoulder. In that moment, Lenok understands. It's the staff. A wry smile touches his lips. The polite facade drops. He turns to face the old man directly. Did you enjoy the show I gave yesterday? The old man doesn't look surprised. He simply asks what he means. Lenok's smile widens. I shot off some fireworks for the people afar to watch. Weren't you waiting for me because you enjoyed it? The old man's expression turns serious. The friendly grandpa act is over, and Lenok realizes he's not just talking to some random old man. He's talking to a district representative. Lenok holds out the useless staff. I'll give this back to you, he says. He plants the staff into the ground. He must have been a mage you valued, he says with a tone that's anything but apologetic. I'm sorry. The representative, Nigel, looks at the staff for a long moment, then up at Lenok, his voice flat. You knew. Lennox thinks to himself that it was obvious. The man recognized the staff and was already waiting. Only someone with immense influence could expose themselves so freely. Nigel speaks the name of the dead mage, Grime. He was unskilled, but he was a nice man, he continues, explaining that Grime had supported his political ambitions with everything he had. He then fixes his gaze on Lennox. Do you know why I came all the way here to see you after his death? Lennox offers the obvious answer. Revenge? He immediately dismisses his own suggestion. That's not the right answer. He sees no hatred or rage in the old man's eyes. Instead, he sees something far more dangerous, intense, bottomless greed. Nigel gets straight to the point. I won't drag this on. Come work for me. He says it would be a loss to the city if someone so talented worked alone. He was certain of Lennox's power the moment he saw lightning fall from a cloudless sky during the battle. He makes his offer clear. He's climbing the social ladder, and he promises he can make sure Lennox climbs with him. I can make you a spot in one of these tall skyscrapers, he promises. Lennox notes that the man's ambition is baked into every sentence. He has to admit, this politician is unusual. He's already speaking as if he owns things that aren't his: money, fame, and a talented employee he hasn't even hired yet. Lennox stands silently, considering the offer. He assumes there aren't many people as openly greedy as Nigel. However, that doesn't change the fact that he has no need for a leash around his neck. Lennox's response is blunt. So what? He looks the powerful man straight in the eye. You may want me, but I have no reason to need you. Nigel's expression hardens slightly. Are you rejecting my offer? Lennox's gaze doesn't waver. Even if I was desperate, he says, I wouldn't go to you. He knows that if he needs the support of someone in power, there are many more powerful than this man. Nigel is just a mid-level player. However, he can't just burn the bridge. Turning someone this ambitious into an enemy would be a pain. He needs to coax him along. Nigel tries a different angle, offering to repay the debt one day if Lennox helps him. Lennox cuts him off. What do you mean? He asks coolly. We're not close. However, he adds, offering a small olive branch, there's no reason for us to be enemies. Back at the underworld bar, Jenny listens to the story, slamming her drink down. What a crazy bastard. She shakes her head in disbelief. I heard that there are a lot of weird people in politics, but this is worse than I imagined. She turns to Lennox, who's calmly sipping his drink. Do you think he'll try something? Lennox considers it. I don't think so. Jenny agrees, noting that despite how weird Nigel is, the way he handled things was clean. Jenny figures that if Nigel is truly interested, he'll probably wait until he's in a higher position before approaching him again. It's not a bad thing to have connections to people like him, she advises. They provide various conveniences if you deal with them well. Lennox takes a sip from his own glass. She sounds like she has experience in these matters. He assumes she hasn't lived an ordinary life. After all, she set up a mercenary agency at such a young age. Jenny's phone buzzes, breaking the moment. She glances at the screen and smiles. Amnet confirmed that the samples have been registered. They sent the money. She asks if he wants her to send it to his account. Lennox gets up to leave, but Jenny stops him. Wait! Her expression turns serious. Then, you don't have any other sources of income besides this, right? Lennox's silence is all the answer she needs. Her exasperation is clear. She lectures him like a concerned manager. You need to do that to avoid the financial regulator's suspicion. Pretense is important. Tax investigators go after jobless people with a lot of money entering their accounts. Lennox takes her point. It's another complication he hadn't considered. I'll look into it, he says as he heads for the door. As he leaves, Jenny calls after him, telling him to at least look into other jobs. Outside the bar, Lennox lets out a long sigh. I'm tired. He just wants to go home and rest, but there's something he needs to do first. He needs Vipers. He needs them to forget his exhaustion and just function like an ordinary person. His failing body won't give him a moment's peace. The taxi takes him to a strange, dome-like building, the plumber's botanical garden. The moment he enters, a flamboyant, ghoulish-looking man with a green monocle appears. The dealer, Plumber, recognizes him. My precious customer, he says, his tone dripping with fake sincerity. I was rude last time. I'm sorry. Plumber circles him, taking a long drag from his pipe. You are a very talented mage. Do you dislike me or something? He asks, noticing Lennox's stoic expression. No, Lennox replies flatly. I was just surprised. Plumber laughs. If even I have heard the rumors, that means you've successfully adjusted to this field. I didn't think a fool like you who doesn't even know what he's smoking would still be alive, Plumber says, his smile turning condescending. Leenock remains impassive, but internally he's disgusted. Is that what this guy was thinking while smiling on the outside? Plumber holds up a flower, his smile returning. Well, I guess it's better to find out now. So you aren't going to sell me your items? Leenock asks, cutting to the chase. Plumber's attitude flips instantly. Oh, geez, my shop is always wide open. Leenock places a thick stack of cash on the counter. I want 100 of what I got last time. Plumber's eyes go wide. Oh my! I must have been mistaken, he exclaims. I didn't recognize that you were a young man with such a bright future. He leans in conspiratorially. If you're so rich, you should have told me earlier. He says there's something he'd like to recommend. He presents a couple of bizarre, wriggling items. Leenock just stares blankly, completely uninterested. With his bag of vipers secured, Leenock leaves without another word. The moment he's outside, the strain becomes too much. He leans against the wall, sweat beading on his forehead, his body trembling violently. He pants for breath, the chronic pain flaring up with a vengeance now that the adrenaline is gone. He barely held on. His vision blurs, the world spinning around him. He fumbles for the bag, his hand shaking. He pulls out a viper, the small vial representing a moment of precious relief. He brings the inhaler to his lips. He takes a deep breath, and the mana stimulant floods his system. A blue aura washes over him as the pain recedes. I finally feel alive, he thinks, a tear of relief rolling down his cheek. He slumps against the wall, utterly spent. He knows he shouldn't depend on this stuff, but he has no choice. He feels like he's walking an endless tightrope, just trying to survive in this terrible, cold city. He thinks he's been doing fine until now. However, he's left with a lingering, terrifying question. Will he be okay in the future too? For the first time in a long time, Leenock has a moment of quiet, the afternoon sun cutting through the blinds of his room. For 7 days, he forces himself to do nothing. It's not a vacation. It's a mandatory shutdown for a body that's always one wrong move away from shattering. He goes through the motions of a normal life. Simple stretches, just enough to keep his muscles from seizing up. He even makes his own food. For a moment, with toast and eggs on a plate, he can almost pretend he's living a normal life. But the night always betrays him. The clock glows 2004 a.m., a stark reminder that true rest is a luxury his cursed body will never allow. The truth is, his body isn't just weak, it's a prism, a vessel that's absurdly fragile and constantly screaming in pain. Fragile body, mana addiction, chronic insomnia, the list of debuffs that define him is long. But the most terrifying part? He thinks he's actually getting used to it. Sitting on the edge of his bed, he scrolls through job listings on his phone, a flicker of hope for some kind of normal income. But reality hits hard. He can't work a regular schedule. Night shifts are impossible. Every door in the normal world is closed to him, and physical labor is completely out of the question. Every option is a dead end. Just as he's about to give up, his phone chimes. It's Jenny, the mercenary broker. Her message is blunt. Van, are you resting up? When do you plan on taking another quest? The question hangs in the air, a call back to the violent world where he actually belongs. He knows he can't jump back in yet. He needs more than rest. He needs a new plan. His search takes him to the Balkan City Library, a massive, modern monument to knowledge and order. Inside, surrounded by students lost in their books, he's a ghost from another world, a killer in a place of quiet learning. He's not here to browse. His mind has been replaying his last fight, searching for a way to overcome his own weakness. He moves through the aisles with purpose, his eyes scanning titles, summoning magic, spirit arts, homunculus creation. He's looking for a new weapon. The memory of the last battle is still fresh, the werewolf Guile charging him head-on, while the mage Grime supported from a distance. He pulls several heavy books from the shelf. What if he wasn't always the one fighting alone? What if he had his own front line to protect him? Their strategy was brutally simple, a tank to absorb damage and a backliner to deal it. It was a classic combo that nearly got him killed. He lays the books out on a table, their titles spelling out his potential solutions. He needs a way to counter that strategy for good. He sees two paths. The first becomes so overwhelmingly powerful that strategy doesn't matter. The second beat them at their own game by creating his own summons. Of course, there's always the third option, just assassinate the mage first. That's what he did last time, but it was a desperate gamble that left him wide open. He can't keep relying on high-risk, high-reward plays forever. He sits down, surrounded by ancient texts. If he can master summoning, his fights would become stable. He could finally wage war without betting his life on every single second. Finding a real teammate would be faster, of course. But Lennox has always worked alone. He has to see what he's capable of by himself first. First up, summoning magic. He cracks open the book, but his face immediately falls. The pages are filled with impossibly complex magical theory. A frown deepens on his face. He remembers this from his past life. Summoning magic always had ridiculous, near impossible requirements. The whole process is less a reliable skill and more a cosmic slot machine, a total roll of the dice. Worse, it costs a fortune just to prepare a single ritual. Wasting all that time and money just to summon something useless is a risk he can't afford. He slams the book shut. He glances at the other books. Spirit Arts and Homunculus Creation are still on the table. He picks up the book on Spirit Arts. If summoning is a gamble, this is something else entirely. It can barely be called magic. He flips through the pages. It doesn't use mana, and its principles are closer to shamanism, a system completely alien to his own understanding of power. With a sigh, he closes the book. Learning a completely new system from scratch right now would be suicide. Another dead end. Still, the idea lingers. If he could just summon something, even for a moment, a simple distraction could be the difference between life and death. A sharp voice cuts through the silence. Seriously? He looks up to see a woman with striking blonde hair and a piercing, unimpressed gaze. "Have you just been rotting in here all this time?" she asks. Lennox's eyes widen slightly. It's Aris Richellin, the last person he ever expected to run into. She's the head professor of elemental magic at Labattanon University, one of the city's most brilliant minds. He remembers the business card she gave him, a contact he never thought he'd use. She walks past him, her presence filling the quiet space. She turns back, her expression critical. "I told you to come and see me. Do you really think just reading a pile of books is going to change anything for you?" Her gaze lands on the stack of books on his table, lingering on the title, Spirit Arts. She picks them up one by one, reading the titles with an exasperated sigh. Summoning? Spirit Arts? Homunculus? Lennox watches her, realizing she has completely misunderstood everything. He can almost see the gears turning in her head, arriving at all the wrong conclusions. She holds up a book, her tone softening slightly. "I know you're not talented in magic, but turning to this kind of stuff is a bad idea. Especially summoning and spirit arts, it all just depends on luck." Lennox's expression remains unreadable. He looks at her calmly and says, "I'm aware." His simple agreement throws her off. She presses on, a hint of concern in her voice. "If you want to test your luck, you'd be better off buying a lottery ticket." She leans against a bookshelf, trying to get through to him. "In my entire career, I've only ever met 3 spirit mages. It's a dead end." He thinks to himself that she's not wrong. For any normal person, her advice is sound. But he is anything but normal. For a second, he considers telling her the truth, revealing the monstrous power he actually wields. But why bother? Secrets like his have a way of getting people killed. Instead, he slides the book on summoning magic across the table toward her, taking control of the conversation. "Show me." She looks from the book to his face, completely puzzled. "What are you doing?" she asks, her brow furrowed in confusion. She seems to have no idea how to react to his sudden confidence. "Are you asking because you really don't know?" he replies smoothly. She sighs, assuming he's about to lecture her, and decides to set this lost cause straight once and for all. "All right, I'll start," she says, readying her lecture. "Magic is based on your own ideologies and a concentration of your mana." As she speaks, Lennox observes her. Her tone isn't condescending. It's calm, familiar, like she's genuinely trying to help. He realizes she's actually a good person. Seeing his supposed passion, she's decided to meet him on his level instead of just dismissing him. A faint, almost imperceptible softness enters his eyes as he watches her. In the lonely, violent world he occupies, just having someone to talk to like this, it feels strangely reassuring. "Hey, are you listening?" she asks, snapping him out of his thoughts. He blinks. Ah, of course. I'm listening very closely. She gives him a stern, skeptical look. She's clearly not buying it for a second. A single drop of sweat runs down his cheek. He was completely lost in his own head. She changes the subject. By the way, I never got your name. If someone's giving you a free lecture, you should at least introduce yourself. Lennox's expression hardens slightly. She's one of the very few people who knows his real face. Giving her any name, real or fake, is a risk. He looks away. Do I need to? Her jaw drops slightly. What? He explains his logic. In this library, I'm just someone researching magic. Isn't it enough that we just share knowledge and talk? It's a clever deflection. She stares at him for a long moment, then places her hand firmly on the book. All right, she says, her voice decisive. Then she leans in with a sly look. That must mean you're ready to learn magic from me, right? Lennox freezes, the sweat returning. He's been completely outplayed. She took his own words and used them to set a perfect trap. All he can manage is a weak, defeated, "Sorry?" A brilliant, triumphant smile spreads across Eris's face. She has him right where she wants him. Let's meet every other week, she declares, making the decision for both of them. I'll tutor you right here, she continues, completely taking charge as Lennox stands there, speechless. This was never part of the plan. She pats the stack of books between them. We'll start with the absolute basics, not this summoning nonsense, so be prepared. She's already planned his entire curriculum. He tries to protest, to tell her he doesn't have the time, but she just cuts him off with a cheerful, "See you later," and walks away. He can only watch her go, not even getting a chance to refuse. He can't believe it. She wouldn't even hear him out. This woman just does whatever she wants. But as his frustration fades, another thought surfaces. She's strange, definitely, but she is kind, a rare thing in his world. His gaze falls back to the book on summoning magic, a stark reminder of why he came here in the first place. His own desperate mission to survive. Leaving the library, Lennox walks through the bustling city streets, lost in thought. He replays the encounter in his mind. Aris Richellin, she's the type to take pity on someone she sees as passionate but talentless. A bleeding heart. He remembers her words, how she thought he was starting too late and needed to focus on theory. She saw a lost cause and felt compelled to save him. He can appreciate her kindness, but actually playing along with this little charade, that's another problem entirely. Her image flashes in his mind. He weighs the options. Just listening to her twice a week, maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Then, the cold, calculating part of his brain takes over. A good relationship with a university professor could be a stepping stone to a real job, a legitimate identity, a path out of the shadows. He pulls out a viper. With that kind of benefit on the line, maybe it's a worthwhile investment. After all, he has no one else to rely on. He stares at the vial in his hand. The fact that he has to think this hard, to strategize this much, just to interact with one person, it makes him feel profoundly sad. He walks on, a solitary figure swallowed by the massive city, the familiar weight of his loneliness settling over him once more. Later, Lennox is back in his element, the dimly lit underworld bar. Jenny slides a drink across the counter. "Van," she says, her voice smooth as silk. "Your name is about to be registered on the deep web." He takes a sip, his expression unreadable. "What does that mean?" Jenny smiles while shaking a cocktail. "It means you do your jobs so well that our clients are practically begging to work with you again. Good reviews have a way of speeding things up." Lennox glances around the half-empty bar. "Where's Jordan?" she explains. "The usual bartender is helping out an old friend." "Thanks to that," she sighs, placing a brightly colored cocktail on the bar, "I actually have to do some work around here." "Here's your recommended cocktail," she says, sliding it toward the only other customer at the bar. That customer is Dylan O'Casey, who immediately whips out his phone. "Oh, what's this one called, Jenny? It's so pretty." Jenny just beams at him. "Thanks for the drink." And then, with a vicious swing, she smashes the heavy metal shaker right on top of his masked head. Dylan recoils, screaming, "Ah, you idiot, what was that for?" He turns on Lennox, furious. "And you! How can you just sit there drinking so casually?" Lennox completely ignores the chaos, turning back to Jenny. "So, what happens when I'm registered?" he asks, while Jenny effortlessly holds back the flailing Dylan with one hand. She explains calmly, It's not a risk. It just means you'll have a career record, and you can start setting preferences for the kinds of rewards you want. She gives him a sly look. It usually takes 10 months to get registered, but your clients put in a special request. I guess they were getting anxious since they have no other way to contact you. Dylan, now nursing his drink, mutters, "So it's not thanks to you, Miss Monopolizing the Great Mage." Lennox lets out a tiny, almost silent scoff. The idea of anyone monopolizing him is absurd. "Being on the deep web sounds like a good way to get exposed," he says, voicing his concern. "Ah," Jenny replies, "if you're worried about leaks, don't be." She explains the network uses a back door into the city's own government systems, making the security nearly unbreakable. Dylan chimes in, "She's right about that." A drop of sweat traces down Lennox's temple. "What does that mean?" Jenny just chuckles. "This little underworld of ours couldn't exist without the government's cooperation." The rotten truth of Balkan City settles in. The reason this violent street is ignored by the authorities is because the people in charge are getting a cut. Of course they are. Jenny gets back to business. "So, any specific requests you want to make for your quests?" Lennox doesn't hesitate. "Inherent magic," he states plainly. Jenny looks up, surprised. "What?" he clarifies. "A very rare type of inherent magic. Time, space, or a strong regenerative type, or a relic or miracle drug of equal value." He's not just looking for work anymore. He's officially hunting for a cure. Jenny's expression turns serious. "Are you sure? Quests with those kinds of rewards, they'll be hard, even for you." His reply is cold and absolute. "Jenny, that's none of your business." Before the tension can mount, Dylan interrupts. "Hey, you asked him what he wanted. You think he hasn't considered the risks?" Jenny backs down, realizing she overstepped. "You're right. I crossed a line." "Sorry, Van." Lennox clarifies his position. "I'm not saying I'll only take those quests. Just make them my priority." "All right," Jenny says, turning to her terminal. "I'll put in the request to edit your information." She starts typing. "This stuff is slow, so it'll take about a week. I'd recommend you don't take any jobs until it's done." Lennox looks up, confused. "What?" "Why?" she explains. "Your value will skyrocket once you're registered. Taking a job now means you'd be losing out on at least 10 million. "I see." The timing couldn't be worse. He needs about 20 million more just to buy his next supply of Stimonia. Dylan leans in, sensing the problem. "Do you need money right now?" Lennox looks away, but his silence is answer enough. Yeah." Dylan points a finger in the air. "Then how about this? There's a side job a lot of mercs are taking to make some quick cash. You can bag over 10 million a day if you're good." "Interested?" he asks. Lennox's eyes narrow with focus. This is the opportunity he needs. "Tell me more," he says. "The job is in the 50th District, a place run by the city government's Environment Agency at their 5th observation post. It's a fortified outpost in the middle of a barren, desolate wasteland, the very edge of civilization, and it's crawling with mercenaries. Mercs of all kinds are gathered here, checking their gear and buying last-minute supplies. The air is tense, like the staging ground for a war." Lennox stands in line, waiting to be processed. The signs above point to Group Waiting and Inspection Center. A man at the desk shoves a tag at him without looking up. "Number 4084. Remember it." The official continues, his eyes glued to a screen. "Watch the monitor. We're sending people in as 4-person teams." Lennox steps back, watching the other mercs form their groups, 4-person teams. He prefers to work alone. This is a complication he doesn't need. Dylan's voice echoes in his mind, explaining the mission. "You know about the undeveloped districts outside the 50th, right? The city's environmental contamination is killing off the vagrants who live there. Their bodies attract beasts, which then become contaminated themselves, creating a vicious, escalating cycle. The government's solution? Put a bounty on the beasts. 1 million for each one," Dylan had said. "Kill 10, that's 10 million. Lennox does the math. The pay is decent, but he needs more than 20 million. That means killing over 20 of them. It'll be a long day, but it has to be done. He's focused, ready to get this over with. Suddenly, a hard shove from behind sends him stumbling into the crowd. He turns, his gaze sharp and dangerously cold, and asks the man who pushed him a simple question. "What do you want?" Lennox turns, his eyes going cold and sharp. His voice cuts through the noise, low and dangerous. "What do you want?" The hooded merce and his companion, a quiet woman with sharp purple hair, both glare back with open disdain. They've already made up their minds about him. A heavy silence hangs in the air. Lennox's hand twitches, ready for what comes next. A flicker of blue light dances in his eye. He's a heartbeat away from teaching this man a permanent lesson in respect. But before blood can be drawn, a friendly voice cuts in. "Hi, you're number 484, right?" A young man with light brown hair extends a hand. "I'm number 482, Miguel." Lennox glances past him to the mission board. Numbers 481 through 484 are grouped together. With a quiet sigh, he realizes the man who just shoved him is on his team. He takes Miguel's hand, his demeanor instantly shifting back to neutral. "Yes, I'm Van." Miguel gestures to the aggressive merc in the hood. "This is Erickson." Erickson just grunts in response, not even bothering to make eye contact. The quiet woman crosses her arms. "And I'm Claria." Her tone is just as cold as her stare. An awkward silence settles over their little group as other teams begin to move out. Lennox simply says, "Sure." As they walk, he observes his new teammates. It's obvious the three of them are a package deal. He's the outsider. A quick scan with his mana vision confirms his suspicions. They're just physical fighters with barely enough mana to reinforce their bodies. Nothing special. I just hope they don't get in my way, he thinks, as they step past the gate and into the desolate, ruined landscape. Miguel tries to break the silence. "They say we're not far from the undeveloped district. Isn't that good?" Lena gives a clipped response. "Oh, yeah. The undeveloped district. A polite name for the lawless frontier of Balkan City. In reality, it's a vast, sprawling territory of forgotten districts, some so far gone they don't even have a number. Put simply, it's a massive graveyard of ruins, a familiar story of corporate greed and government failure, an ambitious expansion plan that went terribly wrong. When the city failed to manage the districts in the 40s, this entire project was just abandoned, left to rot. Miguel keeps talking, trying to fill the silence. Must be hard for anyone working out here. Now, with the contamination getting worse, it's why the factories and buildings outside the city always have something sketchy going on, Lennox adds quietly. Erickson glances back, surprised he's even speaking. A dark memory flashes in his mind. The factory where he was a slave, where they ground up corpses for profit. Definitely, he thinks. Still, Miguel chimes in, for mercenaries like us, it's not all bad. It's not every day you find a job where you can make $1 million for killing one beast. Erickson finally speaks, patting the shotgun on his back with a smug grin. My shotgun should be a big help against the larger ones. He turns to Lennox, sizing him up with a critical eye. You just have that revolver. You use anything else? Lennox understands immediately. They're trying to figure out what he brings to the table. He has no reason to hide it. He looks Miguel straight in the eye and says simply, I use lightning magic. Miguel is taken aback. You mean pure elemental magic? Lennox nods. You could say that. The three of them exchange a look. The atmosphere instantly sours. Miguel sighs, running a hand through his hair in frustration. We were mistaken, he says. Lennox raises an eyebrow. How so? Miguel explains. We assumed you'd use a more common type of magic. Mages who work solo usually pick skills that are compatible with any team. What a stupid excuse, Lennox thinks. He knows pure elementalists are often seen as a liability in beginner parties, but the way they're so obviously trying to get rid of him, it feels like this was their plan all along. Miguel tries to let him down easy. With that in mind, I think we should rethink working together. We prefer someone who can support us, Lennox cuts him off. Let me ask you one thing. Miguel blinks. Huh? Do you have to be in a 4-person group to get the reward? Miguel hesitates. Well, no, but people could get hurt. Claria, however, sees exactly where this is going. That decides it then, she mutters. Erickson crosses his arms, looking relieved. It'll just stress us out trying to force it. Let's just separate here. Miguel looks at Lennox, a flicker of concern on his face. Are you sure you'll be okay? A small, knowing smirk touches Lennox's lips. This is exactly what he wanted. As Lennox walks away, the other three watch him go, Erickson remarks. He says that, but he looks relieved. Miguel feels a pang of guilt, as if he's made things difficult. It would have been much nicer if you just asked me earlier, Lennox says, waving it off. Then we'll separate here, Miguel says, making it official. We should probably put some distance between us. Lennox starts to offer a polite farewell, but Claria cuts him off with a curt "no," and Miguel just laughs nervously. Without another word, Lennox turns his back on them and disappears into the ruins. Honestly, that was annoying, he thinks to himself. But starting a fight just to prove a point would have been a waste of time. In the end, he'd be the one losing out if he had to babysit them. Working alone is always more efficient. As Lennox vanishes, Claria turns to Miguel. "Why are you staring at him?" "We got rid of a hindrance," she says dismissively. Having a parasite like that on the team would have been annoying. Erickson scoffs in agreement. "Right. We don't have time to worry about some weakling. He'll probably crawl back to the city once he realizes how hard this really is," he adds. But Miguel isn't so sure. This is exactly what they wanted, so why does he feel so uneasy? He watches the spot where Lennox disappeared. If that man walked away so easily because his skills are superior, then they might have just thrown away a golden opportunity. "Miguel!" Claria's voice snaps him out of his thoughts. He shakes his head. "Ah, it's nothing." Meanwhile, far away from his former team, Lennox has already found his first target. A massive, contaminated beast glows with a sickly red light, just before a torrent of blue lightning crashes down and obliterates it. He stands over the smoking corpse, a trail of electricity still crackling around his hand. "So that's what it looks like," he observes. Even more disgusting in person. He recalls what Dylan told him about these creatures. The contaminated first appeared about 3 years ago, the byproduct of a secret bioweapon project called Black Consumer, an attempt to create a virus that would grant immortality. The project failed spectacularly. Instead of immortality, it created a virus that forces cells to duplicate until the host explodes. But the biggest problem wasn't the beasts themselves. It was the black fog that leaked from their corpses, a remnant of the virus that now drifts through the ruins, actively seeking new hosts to infect. Lennox lets out a slow breath. This is going to be messy. He pulls out a knife. "I really don't want to do this, Tom, but they said I have to bring back its eyes as proof." He kneels to perform the grim task. A spray of blood marks the successful, if disgusting, collection. He kicks the corpse aside, finished with the job. Just then, he senses something approaching. He stands, electricity already gathering in his hand, his eyes glowing blue. I was wondering when they'd get here. The ground trembles as black fog swirls in the distance, and from the dust, new shapes begin to form. A pack of monstrous, contaminated dogs emerges from the ruins, their eyes burning red, their bodies twisted and corrupted. "The damned dogs are finally here," Lennox thinks, a hint of a smile on his face. The real hunt is about to begin. But Lennox is ready. Electricity crackles around his hand. His mana detection had picked them up long before they saw him. They never stood a chance. As they charge forward, thinking they have him cornered, he was more than prepared to greet them. He raises a hand, and a dark, purple energy begins to coalesce around it. A spell he hasn't used in a while, Gravity Bind. A massive, magic circle erupts from the ground, and shadowy tendrils of gravitational force shoot out, ensnaring the entire pack and slamming them to the earth. The lead beast is caught completely off guard, its powerful legs pinned by an invisible force it can't comprehend. With the pack immobilized, Lennox's eyes glow a brilliant blue as lightning gathers in his other hand. He unleashes a torrent of electricity, striking the helpless beast with perfect, pinpoint accuracy. The dog howls in agony, its body convulsing under the raw, untamed power of the lightning. But it's resilient. It lunges forward, trying to break free, its jaws snapping inches from a glowing hexagonal barrier Lennox has already erected. He calmly raises his revolver, his hand glowing with reinforcement magic. He's combining modern weaponry with ancient power. With a single word, silence, he pulls the trigger. The blast hits the beast head-on, tearing through its corrupted flesh and vaporizing it into black dust. Lennox stands calmly in the center of the fading magic circle, the remnants of the beast dissolving around him. He lets out a small, quiet sigh. He kneels to perform the grim task of collecting his proof of kill. "This is annoying," he mutters, pocketing the creature's eyeball. The hunt continues with brutal efficiency. One beast is electrocuted from a distance. Another gets a magically enhanced bullet straight through the skull. He moves like a ghost, a one-man demolition crew, taking down beast after beast without breaking a sweat. He forms a small fireball, using it to cauterize the gruesome trophies he collects. A necessary but disgusting part of the job. Wiping his hand clean, he does a quick count. "Is this the 5th one?" He holds up the heavy, blood-stained pouch. 1 million each. 5 million sell, already earned. It's not a bad payday, but the work is grim and repetitive. His mana detection is the only thing keeping this from being a total grind. He takes a seat on a cracked concrete block to catch his breath. He lets out another sigh. And they're not as weak as I thought. Their movements are simple, predictable, driven by pure instinct, but they make up for it with incredible speed and raw brute force. This is probably why the mission organizers insisted on 4-person teams. He thinks back to Miguel and his crew. They wouldn't have been able to handle these things alone. A cold realization dawns on him. They must have known that, which means they left him to die, believing he was just another weak mage. He pictures their faces, their decision to abandon him now colored with a much darker intent. He grits his teeth. The casual cruelty of it stings more than he'd like to admit. Well, he thinks with a grim sense of resignation, it's not impossible. In a city like this, that kind of treachery is practically normal. He sits for a moment longer amidst the rubble and the corpses, a lone figure under a gray, unforgiving sky. After a small break, he gets back up. There's more work to be done. Another beast is quickly dispatched, bursting into flames as he continues the hunt. His goal is 20 million sell, the exact amount he needs to buy the next dose of Stimonia. He does the math in his head. 15 more to go. At this rate, it'll take 2 whole days. He starts to have second thoughts. Should I have just taken a quest with an upfront payment? He shakes his head with a sigh. No point in regrets. He made his choice. What he needs now is a more efficient method. He suddenly spins around, his senses on high alert. His mana detection spreads out in a massive blue dome, scanning the entire area around him. The scan highlights the remaining beasts scattered throughout the ruins. 3 of them. Perfect. A confident smirk touches his lips as lightning crackles in his hand. I happen to have the perfect spell for this kind of place. He gathers a dense ball of pure lightning between his hands, the air humming with raw power. Lightning tracker. He releases the energy, which forms into spectral foxes made of pure electricity. It's a spell based on summoning theory. He can't give them a will of their own, but their duration is excellent. The lightning foxes streak across the landscape, becoming homing missiles for the damned. One of the foxes zips past him, heading for a distant target. He watches it go, then freezes. He whips his head around as another tracker shoots past, but this time, it's not heading for a beast. Someone's there, he realizes, his eyes wide with surprise. His mana detection has been active this whole time, but he never sensed another human. Their stealth is incredible. Just like that sniper. The memory of the Krimgar mission flashes in his mind, the sniper shot that nearly killed him. If this person is the same one, he forms a swirling ball of energy in his hand. This should be a good enough greeting. He unleashes a non-lethal attack, Soundwave. A massive wave of concussive force ripples through the air. In the distance, a figure with a long blue ponytail is thrown off balance. It's Kithel, the sniper from the Krimgar mercenary group. She grits her teeth, fighting to stay on her feet as the sonic blast washes over her. She lets out a grunt of pain, but manages to absorb the attack without falling. She lands hard, skidding to a stop, amazed that she's still standing. Lenik is impressed. So, you're skilled enough to withstand a sound wave? He thinks, a slight smile on his face. Then, his expression turns cold as ice magic begins to form around him. He raises his hand and a massive, intricately detailed spear of solid ice materializes above him. Icicle burn. The spear shoots forward, surrounded by swirling magic circles, a projectile of absolute zero aimed right at her. Kithel dives out of the way just in time as the spear slams into the building behind her, shattering it in a massive explosion of ice and concrete. She lands hard, her eyes wide with pure shock and terror. The sheer power of that attack was on a completely different level. She yells, twisting her body in a desperate, last-ditch attempt to survive. The icicle burn misses her by inches, but the spell isn't finished. It slams into the ground, and the freezing energy explodes outwards. Kithel is thrown from her feet, landing hard. She pushes herself up, gasping for air, a look of pure shock on her face. I'm alive! But her relief is short-lived. The frozen ground cracks and shatters as the spell's secondary effect kicks in, trapping her completely. Sharp shards of ice erupt from the ground, encasing her legs and pinning her in place. She struggles, but it's no use. Lenik walks towards her calmly. He knows that ice won't hold a skilled mercenary for long. I won't give her a moment's rest, he thinks, his eyes glowing with purple energy as he casts his next spell, Gravity Bind. Kithel's eyes widen as an immense weight presses down on her entire body. Please, she gasps, clawing at her stomach, struggling to breathe. Dark tendrils of gravitational magic wrap around her, crushing her against the ice. She can't move, can't even lift a finger. The combination of freezing cold and crushing pressure is too much. To cross paths with someone like you, achoo! Linek raises an eyebrow, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. Screaming and cursing already, he flicks a pebble at her with impossible speed. The mana-enhanced pebble smacks her rifle with the force of a bullet. Ugh! The rifle is knocked from her grasp, skittering across the ice. My gun, she cries out. She looks at him, completely defeated. Go easy on me, she pleads. Linek just smirks, pulling out a viper. Why should I? What did I do wrong? She yells, still pinned. He replies coolly. Wrong? You ran away the moment you were caught, she tries to explain. I just didn't want to interrupt your hunt. I was trying to stay out of your way. Linek watches her, completely unimpressed. How convincing, he says, his voice dripping with sarcasm. She changes tactics. Hey, I get that you don't trust me, but can you at least get rid of this ice? I think my toes are about to fall off, she complains, shivering. Linek just stares at her, considering it. He doesn't think she'll resist, but who knows what she's really thinking. He decides to test her, leveling his revolver right at her head. She flinches with a terrified squeak. In a blind panic, she blurts out the first name that comes to mind. Dylan. Linek lowers his gun, surprised. Dylan, I work with Dylan, she yells frantically. I'm just a regular mercenary. His expression remains skeptical. How do you know I'm acquainted with Dylan? Did Dylan talk about me? She asks, then immediately realizes her mistake. She just admitted she was asking around about him. Linek connects the dots. You must be from Antares then, she stammers. Why, yeah. His tone turns serious. Why were you following me? And how did you hide from my mana detection? I wasn't going to do anything, she insists. I was just nearby and didn't want to get involved in your fight, so I hid. If I wanted to kill you, I would have attacked first, she argues. As for hiding, let's just say I did it with the power of money. Linek looks intrigued. The power of money? This, she says, gesturing to her waist. See this charm? It's an assimilation charm made by an advanced druid, she explains. It's expensive, but worth every cell. She laughs nervously. Any mercenary with enough cash would have one. In a flash, Linek moves. Before she can even react, he snatches the charm right off her belt. Hey, give that back, she screams. Linek examines the small, purple-etched charm. A druid's magic. He knows their techniques don't leave a conventional energy signature. Their power comes from nature itself, leaving no trace for a mage like him to detect. It makes sense I wouldn't have noticed it, he thinks, studying the intricate symbol. He notices something odd. The symbol on the charm seems to have grown fainter. As he holds it, he feels his own presence dim slightly. He realizes its stealth effect probably only works when standing still, and given that the symbol faded, it must have limited uses, he deduces. He looks back at her. I doubt she would have attacked me with a crude, single-use item like this. Kithel forces a pleading smile. Hey, you're going to give that back, right? That thing is very, very expensive. Linek just gives her a blank stare. I can't guarantee that, he says flatly. Her face contorts with rage. You son of a... He cuts her off. Don't worry. I'll use it well and give it back to Dylan later. She absolutely explodes. Ah, that bastard doesn't even know what's in his own wallet. She slumps in defeat. Ha, fine. It's easier to just give up. A single tear of pure frustration escapes her eye. Linek finally releases the ice and she stumbles to her feet. It melted. Yay, finally. She cheers with zero enthusiasm. Then she yells, Water got into my boots. What are you going to do about this? He just gives her a deadpan look. Is that really what's important right now? So what now? She asks. I told you I wasn't going to do anything, he replies, already pulling out his phone. Jenny, quick question. Is there a blue-haired mercenary woman in Antares? Jenny's voice crackles through the phone. Blue hair? Ah, that crazy, yeah. With a click, the call ends. The signal is terrible out here, but he confirmed what he needed to. Her story checks out. He finally releases the gravity bind. Kithel gasps as the crushing pressure lifts from her body. She rubs her leg, which has fallen asleep from the cold. Ugh, pins and needles. Lenik asks bluntly, "What's your name?" She stands up, striking a pose. Camilla. But you can call me Milla. Is that how people usually shorten it? Lenik asks dryly. Milla shoots back. It's my name. Who cares? You're Van, right? She says, her tone shifting to business. I've heard plenty about you. You're here to kill the contaminated, aren't you? She asks, picking up her rifle. He replies, Aren't you here for the same thing? Well, yeah, she admits. I'm in need of some quick cash. Our team activities are on hold because of some deep web registration thing. So I came here instead, she finishes. Lenik stays silent. Her story matches exactly what Jenny told him. Millen notices his silence. What's up? Is something wrong? He simply replies, No. Anyway, he starts, but Milla cuts him off. A sly, predatory grin spreads across her face. There's a way to kill a whole bunch of these things at once. If you help, that is. What do you think? Interested? She asks, her eyes gleaming with the promise of a massive payday. We can split the money 50-50, she declares, trying to sell him on their new partnership. Lenik just stares at her, his expression unreadable as he dissects her proposal. What's her angle? He gives his answer, short and non-negotiable. 7-3. Milla's cheerful mask instantly shatters. Hey, she yells, clutching her stomach in mock agony. What am I supposed to live off of? Lenik calmly grabs her wrist, putting a stop to her theatrics. It sounds like I'll be the one doing all the killing. I have more to do, he continues, so it's only natural I take a larger share. Milla stomps her foot like a petulant child. What kind of bull is that? It was my idea. She tries a different tactic, appealing to his sense of fairness. Let's uphold some business ethics here. Half and half. Lenik just looks at her, a thoughtful hum on his lips. Who was it that didn't uphold business ethics first? He asks quietly. Milla flinches. He's talking about her hiding and spying on him. She has no ground to stand on. She throws her hands up in desperation. 6-4. I can't go any lower. This is an excellent idea, you know. I don't know how amazing it is, but all right. 6-4. Milla's face lights up. Really? She asks, pointing a finger at him. No tapebacks? Yeah, he agrees. Then let's go, she says with a grin. Lenik follows, asking, Are we walking? She winks at him. Nope. I picked up something great on the way here. I'll give you a nice ride. With a loud clatter, a rusty, beat-up forklift rumbles to life. And so, the two of them set off across the wasteland, riding a salvaged piece of industrial junk. Not exactly a chariot of war. Poff. It drives better than it looks, Lenik comments, trying to find something positive to say as he hangs on. Right? Milla says proudly. I just rewired a few things and it started right up, she explains with a cheerful grin. Isn't it great we don't have to walk? Lenik just stares ahead, completely unimpressed. As they drive, he casually raises a hand, mana gathering at his fingertips. He unleashes his lightning trackers, sending the spectral foxes out to clear their path, vaporizing any stray beasts that get in their way. Milla is stunned into silence by the display of casual, overwhelming power. That, she stammers. Lenik just points a finger at her. I'd appreciate it if you stopped right there. He doesn't need another outburst. He hops off the forklift as it comes to a stop near a smoking corpse. He calmly walks over to the body. He retrieves the proof of kill and adds it to his bloody sack. Business as usual. He gets back on the forklift and looks at Milla. So, where are we headed? You might not know this, but the contaminated are drawn to signs of life, she explains, starting the engine. I know that already, he replies flatly. Then where would they be most concentrated? He asks. She answers, the place where the vagrants live. He presses her. Is that nearby? She looks at him, surprised. Huh? You already knew? He clarifies. No, I just assumed. He sighs. It's not like I haven't considered the possibility of vagrants living out here, but looking for them would be a waste of time. In conclusion, he turns to her. Haven't you considered that other mercenaries might have the same idea? Everyone is probably already there. If you don't have another plan, then just drop me off here. He starts to get off, but Milla panics. What? Hey. Wait, she yells, grabbing his arm to stop him. Why do you have so little patience? Of course I'm aware of that, she says, a confident smirk returning to her face. I have a secret that no one else knows. And what's that? He asks. She explains. My boss is very interested in the vagrants. Lenik is surprised. Antares is? Yeah, she says, driving them deeper into the ruins. Because of my boss, I have to volunteer sometimes. We recently helped the vagrants move, so we're the only ones who know their new location. She laughs. What do you think? Pretty sweet piece of information, right? Lennox considers it. If she's telling the truth, they'll have the entire hunting ground to themselves. No competition. Not bad, he thinks. We're almost there, Milla announces as the forklift rumbles onward. They arrive at a makeshift settlement built around a massive communication tower. This is it. Milla looks around. There's no way the contaminated haven't found this place yet. The vagrants must be taking care of them. Well, we built them such a great house, she adds with a shrug. They should be able to handle that much themselves, Wennick asks. You haven't been inside? Why would I? She says, sticking her tongue out in disgust. If it wasn't for my boss, I wouldn't go anywhere near them. She brings the forklift to a halt. Let's wait here for a bit, she says, stretching. I don't see any right now, but I'm sure they'll come drooling eventually. She turns to Lenik, about to say something else, but stops. Her eyes widen as she spots something in the distance. A large group of figures is approaching them. There must be more than 10 of them, she mutters. Lenik's vision is sharper. 18, he says flatly. They're all mercenaries. He steps off the forklift, ready. Milla is furious. I came all the way here because I didn't want to run into any of them. Lennox's eyes glow. If they know how to handle mana, they probably had an easy time finding this place. What? Are you going to fight them? Milla asks. We were here first. We can just tell them to screw off, he replies. It'd be nice if they just listened, but I know someone there. Milla brightens. You know them? Good. We can just tell them to go away nicely. A bead of sweat runs down Lennox's face. No, I don't really know them that well. The group of 18 mercenaries trudges through the dust, drawing closer, and leading them are 3 familiar faces, Miguel, Erickson, and Claria. Miguel spots him, his expression one of mild, polite surprise. Van, he calls out, we meet again. This place is smaller than I thought. Lennox just replies, yeah. Miguel glances at Milla. Is the person next to you someone you've been with this whole time? I met her on the way, Lennox says simply. Is that so? Miguel replies, though his eyes say he doesn't believe a word of it. He smiles, a friendly mask that doesn't reach his eyes. That's good. It's dangerous to go around alone, isn't it? Lennox cuts right to the chase. What are you trying to say? Miguel's friendly facade drops. We had our eyes on this place first. It's a blatant lie, an attempt to claim the territory through sheer numbers. So, if it's okay with you, he says, his voice taking on a harder edge, can you move somewhere else? The crowd of mercenaries behind him shifts, a silent, menacing threat. Before Lennox can even respond, Milla's expression turns demonic. A terrifying wave of killing intent washes over the entire group as she snarls, Are you out of your mind? She plants her foot on the ground, leaning forward with pure rage. She can't believe their nerve, trying to claim a piece of land that belongs to no one. Miguel, the leader of the group that abandoned Lennox, stands there, listening to her outburst with an air of complete indifference. He turns his head slightly, a condescending look in his eyes. He lets out a sigh, telling her she clearly doesn't understand the unwritten rule of the wasteland. First claim, first rights. A roar of fury escapes Milla. She screams that this isn't his house, and that she was the one who helped the vagrants settle here. This spot is hers. Standing behind her, Lennox calmly calls out her name. But she's too far gone. She shoves his hand away, yelling at him not to stop her. How could she possibly calm down when the very people who showed up late are now demanding they leave? Miguel's voice cuts through her anger, cold and steady. He warns her to stop right there, reminding her that his group can choose violence too. He glances back at the crowd of nearly 20 mercenaries behind him. The threat is clear. There are only 2 of them. His group has the numbers. The advantage is overwhelmingly his. Lennox remains silent, his expression unreadable. Does this man really believe in the strength of numbers? Such a basic, amateur way of thinking. As his eyes glow with a faint blue light, his mind is already running calculations. If a fight starts, the first person he needs to take down isn't the loudmouth leader. His gaze sweeps past the others and lands on one man standing quietly in the back. A man with silvery white hair, dressed in a neat green uniform. That's the one. Lennox can't feel any presence or mana coming from him at all. He's either a nobody or he's just that skilled. This is the real threat. Just as the tension is about to snap, the man with the white hair steps forward, placing a hand on Miguel's shoulder. He calmly suggests they stop. He introduces himself with a single name, Morin. A gentle, almost friendly smile spreads across his face as he steps forward, his demeanor completely disarming. He addresses Milla directly, saying he never expected to see a mercenary from Antares out here. She's taken aback, confused by his polite tone. He introduces himself again as Maurin, from a group called Platon, explaining he's merely guiding these mercenaries today. The friendly smile never leaves his face. The name Platon hits Milla hard. She recognizes it instantly. They're a major mercenary office, a direct competitor to her own group, Antares. Maurin continues, explaining that Platon is known for scouting talented mercenaries with their incredible wealth. The situation just got a lot more complicated. He turns his attention to the area, noting that everyone knows Antares invests in the undeveloped districts. He correctly assumes this camp is one of their projects. After a brief pause, Milla quietly confirms he's right. Maurin lets out a soft laugh. He says it would be rude to ask someone from Antares to leave their own territory. Then his tone shifts. But he asks if they would permit his group to rest here for a bit. The polite request hangs in the air, sounding more like a demand. Milla stares at him, stunned. Rest? Yes, Maurin replies smoothly. And if they happen to come across any contaminated beasts while they're resting, well, they'll just have to get rid of them. Lenik understands immediately. This isn't a request, it's a statement. Maurin is telling them, in the politest way possible, that they're not leaving. He can see Milla hesitating. She doesn't want to start a fight with another major mercenary group. She clenches her teeth, practically steaming with frustration. So annoying. Lenik calls out her name. Milla looks over, her anger momentarily replaced by confusion. With no emotion in his voice, Lenik states that their deal is over. He's leaving. Milla is completely blindsided, whirling around and grabbing at him, demanding to know why he's backing out. Keep your word, she yells. Where do you think you're going? He turns back to her. Do you really want to compete with all of them? He tells her plainly that hunting alone would be much easier than dealing with this mess. With that, he turns his back and starts to walk away. Milla panics. She shouts for him to wait, desperately reminding him about the charm he took from her. In a last-ditch effort, she promises to give it to him for good if he'll just cooperate, pleading that she bought it for over 10 million. She watches him, a hopeful, pleading look on her face, wondering if her bribe will work. Lenik pauses. Then his eye flashes bright blue. He's sensed something big. A deep, rhythmic rumbling shakes the ground. In the distance, a massive cloud of dust rises from the desert floor. The mercenaries from Platon are the first to react. One of them asks what the noise is, while another notes that something is approaching. Miguel's eyes widen in horror as he realizes what's coming. He stammers, "Are those all contaminated?" A massive horde of shadowy beasts with glowing red eyes is stampeding right towards them, far more than 20. The ground trembles as the wave of monsters closes in. Miguel can only curse. They're completely surrounded. One of the mercenaries yells in disbelief, wondering why so many are gathered here at once. Milla, seeing her chance, turns back to Lenik. "Are you really just going to leave after seeing this?" she yells. "Let's team up. We have nothing to lose." A wild, excited grin spreads across her face. "And we can screw over these other guys while we're at it." But Lenik isn't listening. His glowing eyes are narrowed in thought. Something is wrong. This many monsters appearing at once is unnatural. As he watches the horde getting closer, he realizes this doesn't feel like a coincidence. It feels more intentional, like a trap. He glances at Maurin, who is watching the chaos with a smug, knowing grin. And in that instant, Lenik knows. He was right. He immediately barks an order. "Milla!" She looks over, startled. "Run to the front," he tells her. "Now." She's confused. "What do you mean?" "Take your shotgun and run," he repeats, his voice sharp and urgent. "I'll take care of the rest." Hearing the conviction in his voice, Milla's confusion turns to an excited grin. She trusts him. Without a second of hesitation, she takes off. The other mercenaries are shocked. "What are you doing?" one shouts. Miguel orders them to chase her. They can't let her get away. But as they start to move, Lenik raises his hand, purple energy crackling around his fingertips. "I can't let that happen," he says quietly. He whispers a single word. "Sinkhole." A wave of dark magic shoots from his hand into the ground beneath their feet. It's a simple spell used to create a small hole. But if he makes it stronger, the ground instantly collapses. The entire group of mercenaries cries out in shock as they fall into a massive, newly formed pit. Lennox stands alone at the edge of the pit, watching the chaos calmly under the gloomy sky. He looks down at the tangled mess of bodies below. He wishes they'd just stay down there, but he knows that won't happen. Sure enough, Moren is already getting back on his feet. A bright green aura flares around Moren as he gathers his mana to leap out. Lennox watches him. So, he was hiding it after all. A small, almost imperceptible smirk appears on Lennox's face. That's good, he thinks. A perfect chance to test something. Just as Moren is about to spring out of the pit, he suddenly feels a jolt. He lets out a strangled gasp, his body seizing up as the green mana surrounding him flickers wildly. From the cliff above, Lennox focuses his will, his hand glowing with a deep red energy. He's using his most terrifying skill, interfering with an opponent's mana flow and breaking it. He clenches his fist, and the invisible force tightens its grip. Maurin chokes, his spell completely fizzling out as he collapses to his knees. He grits his teeth, trying to understand. His mana, it won't move. His whole body trembles as he clutches his chest. It feels like someone is forcibly controlling his own power from the inside. His eyes, wide with shock and disbelief, dart up towards the cliff. He stares at the lone figure of Lennox, standing silently above him, and a horrifying realization begins to dawn. Lennox watches, satisfied. Red energy swirls around his hand. Looks like it worked. If it worked on Maureen, the strongest one here then, he unleashes the same power across the entire pit. A wave of invisible energy washes over every mercenary below. Panic erupts. All at once, every magic user finds their power cut off. They scream in confusion, their mana completely frozen. Miguel, powerless and terrified, looks up at the cliff edge. He knows they can't get out on their own now. In a desperate plea, he shouts up at the shadowy figure. "Mage Van, could you please help us? We can't move our mana." The name hangs in the air. Van? Miguel's face is slick with sweat as he processes who he's asking for help. Mauren, standing behind him, sighs in disappointment. He looks at Miguel with pity. "You still don't get it, do you?" Miguel looks back, confused. "What do you mean?" And then it hits him. His eyes blow wide with terror as the pieces finally click into place. On the cliff above, the figure of Van is no longer just a shadow. He's surrounded by a storm of crackling blue energy. The raw, untamed power of lightning arcs around Lennox's body. A terrifying, predatory smile spreads across his face as he finally reveals his true power. The man they abandoned and tried to bully is not just some mage. He is a monster. Miguel stares up from the bottom of the pit, his face a mask of pure terror. The cocky leader who relied on numbers is gone, replaced by a man who realizes he just picked a fight with a god. Lennox raises his hand, and the raw blue energy gathers around him, humming with immense power. He's not just showing off, he's solving the other problem. With a surge of magic, he unleashes the energy, not at the mercenaries, but towards the approaching horde. The lightning coalesces, taking the shape of two massive ethereal foxes. Down in the pit, the mercenaries can only watch in stunned silence. Miguel and Maurin look on, their minds struggling to comprehend the scale of magic they're witnessing. Milla, who had run ahead on his command, stops and looks back at the spectacle, completely blown away by the sight of the lightning constructs. She watches as the glowing blue foxes leap over the pit, a sense of awe washing over her. She realizes with a jolt of excitement that these incredible creations are his. The two lightning foxes dive straight into the horde of contaminated beasts, tearing through them with crackling energy. The monsters don't stand a chance. In a flash of light and a spray of gore, one of the beasts is completely obliterated, its head torn apart by raw magical power. Milla pumps her shotgun in the air, a wild grin on her face. "This is so cool!" she yells, completely thrilled by the glorious chaos. From his vantage point, Lennox watches her, pinching the bridge of his nose with a sigh. That idiot. She's not supposed to be watching. She's supposed to be shooting. Milla seems to remember her job, looking a little sheepish as one of the lightning foxes dissolves a beast right beside her. She mutters to herself that she got a little too excited. With renewed focus, she takes aim. A determined glint in her eye, she joins the fray, her shotgun booming alongside the crackle of lightning. Back at the pit, Maureen finally manages to pull himself out, landing gracefully on the edge. The hot-headed Erikson also scrambles out, landing hard on his knees. Mauen glances back at Lenok, a complicated expression on his face. He's a smart man. He knows when he's been completely outplayed. Lenok watches him, his posture relaxed, completely in control of the situation. Myron turns and simply walks away, deciding to cut his losses. There's no point in fighting a battle you've already lost. Lenok watches him go, then turns his attention to Erikson, who is just getting to his feet. He correctly assumes Maon realized who was interfering with his mana and decided to retreat. He's not stupid. But as he looks at the remaining mercenaries still trying to climb out, he knows the problem isn't completely solved. What is he going to do about the others? The rest of Miguel's original team, including Claria, finally pull themselves out, panting and exhausted. They curse, realizing they're too late. Erikson, however, isn't as smart as Moren. He storms towards Lenok, shouting his name. He gets right in Lenok's face, demanding to know why he just stood there watching, yelling that he could have helped them. Lenok looks at him, utterly unimpressed. "I don't know what you're talking about. The only person I need to help is the woman with the shotgun." He adds coldly, "We aren't friends. It's strange for you to act like we're teammates after you abandoned me." That's the last straw. Erikson's rage boils over, and he throws a punch, screaming that Lenok is a piece of shit. Lenok doesn't even flinch. He could just let his shield do the work. But then another thought occurs to him. There's no reason not to do anything. This is a perfect opportunity. He recalls an experiment he ran earlier, a basic shock magic. A golden light begins to glow from a device on his arm. He thrusts his open palm forward, unleashing a blinding flash of golden energy. The blast hits Erikson square in the stomach, sending him flying backward. Erikson chokes, the air forced from his lungs. He collapses to his knees, clutching his stomach, completely stunned by the attack. But Lenok isn't finished. "Bolt," he says, and a surge of blue lightning engulfs Erikson's body. The man lets out a final agonized scream before collapsing. Miguel and Claria can only watch in horror as their teammate is taken down so effortlessly. Lenok walks slowly towards them, hands in his pockets, stepping right over Erikson's unconscious body without a second glance. He stops in front of Miguel, waiting. The message is clear. "You're next." Miguel, sweating and terrified, tries to bargain. He asks why Lenok didn't let them know how skilled he was, claiming they would have treated him differently. Lenok just looks at him. "Treat me different?" He tells him flatly that he didn't come to this wasteland for people to kiss his ass. He has no interest in their false respect. His attention drifts to the ongoing battle, where Milla is efficiently taking down the last of the beasts. She's almost done. Meanwhile, the Platon mercenaries are also finishing off the few remaining stragglers, their efficiency a testament to their skill. Claria, seeing an opportunity, steps forward. She says that, like they agreed, they'll just count what they killed, right? She tries to appeal to Lenok, but he just tells her to wait. She puts on a charming smile, trying to distance herself from Miguel. "I don't know about him, but I don't remember agreeing to anything." She's throwing her own teammate under the bus. But before she can continue, Milla appears, clothes torn and body covered in grime. She leans on her shotgun and calls Claria out. "I get you need money, but you can't just abandon your teammates for it." Claria sputters, trying to deny it, but Milla cuts her off, holding up a bloodied hand. Milla gets right in her face, her eyes burning with intensity. "Weren't you thinking it'd be more profitable to be on the Mage's side instead of your friends?" "No." Cornered and exposed, Claria breaks. She looks away, defeated, and admits that Milla is right. Milla pats her condescendingly on the shoulder. "That's right. Good girl." She's enforcing the brutal, unspoken code of their world. Marin, who has been watching, approaches with a smile. He wipes his hands with a cloth and gracefully admits, "It's my loss." He walks toward Lenok. "I can't even be mad. You were so much stronger. What happened today was very impressive." He holds out a business card. "I have nothing else to give, but will you take this?" It's a card for the Platon mercenary office with his name on it. Lenok takes the card. He understands. This is Maureen's way of calling a truce, of ending any argument over the kills. Lenok tucks the card away and simply says, "Thank you." Morin gives him a final, respectful look. "Then, see you," he says, before turning to leave with his group. Just as things quiet down, Milla calls out, "Hey, Mr. Mage." She rummages in her pocket. "I have a business card too. Do you want it?" She holds out a dirty, grime-covered card with her name on it. "Here, Take it! Lenik just stares at it for a second before deciding to deal with it later. Let's get out of here first. She just keeps insisting he take the filthy card. Later, at the collection point, Milla is arguing with the payout machine, shocked at her low kill count. Lenik points out the count is right if they include the one whose eyes she blew off. He tells her to just accept it. She groans, realizing she only killed 7 while he took down 12. Lenik reminds her it's her own fault for getting distracted. She just clicks her tongue in annoyance. He gives her a light pat on her ponytail. Still, good work. A small, rare gesture of acknowledgement from him. Milla brightens up immediately. She grins and shakes his hand, telling him his magic was awesome. She invites him to visit Underworld sometime, explaining that Dylan is always talking about him and Jenny is curious. She tells him to come by if he ever needs work with a big reward. Lenik gives a non-committal reply, "I'll think about it." With a cheerful wave and a mischievous grin, Milla reminds him he promised, then heads off, calling, "See you next time." Lenik watches her go, letting out a tired sigh as the adrenaline finally fades. He stands before the payout machine, checking his earnings. 19 million sell. A little short of his goal, but it's close. He thinks to himself that with this much money, he pulls out his phone and brings up the page for the Stimonia miracle drug. After a moment's hesitation, his finger taps the purchase button. He lets out a long breath of relief, leaning against the wall as he looks out at the fiery sunset. That's one major step taken care of. Now, all he can do is hope that it works. For a man living in the shadows, a safe house is the only true sanctuary. Tonight, Lenik reinforces the magical barriers around his apartment, turning his home into a fortress. Inside, the air hums with the blue light of his magic. He sits in the center of the room, calm and focused, preparing for what's to come. He finishes reinforcing the barriers, his expression grim. That part is done. He looks over his supplies, water bottles lined up on the floor. He's done everything he can. Now, all that's left is the final step. His gaze falls on the red-wrapped box on his bed. The moment of truth has arrived. It's time to take the Stimonia. He lets out a long, shaky breath, his hand trembling as it hovers over the box. So much is riding on this. He used every last cell he had to win the bid for this drug. He knows, logically, that it might be another dead end. His fingers close around the soft cloth, his mind racing. He knows that forcing this much raw energy into his frail body could do more harm than good. But still, he unwraps the box. A small pill rests inside, pulsing with a gentle blue light. He has to check. He has to know if he can finally ease the debilitating penalties that have ruled his life. This is his one shot. With a steady hand, he picks up the small, glowing pill. No more time for doubt. He brings it to his lips and swallows. The effect is instantaneous. His eyes fly open. A violent tremor racks his body. He chokes, grabbing at his chest as an unimaginable pain rips through him. His body isn't accepting the medicine, it's rejecting it. Sweat pours down his face as he gasps for air. Is his body just too weak for a miracle drug? Damn it, he thinks, panic setting in. He clutches the sheets, his knuckles white. He wanted to avoid this, to avoid forcing his own mana into his body during such a delicate process. But this is no time to worry about a mana overdose. His body temperature is skyrocketing. If he loses consciousness now, he'll die. He has to fight. Gritting his teeth, he forces his own magic to flow, reinforcing his body from the inside, desperately trying to endure the onslaught. He breathes, trying to ride out the storm raging within him, his mana flickering as it battles the drug's violent reaction. He lets out another shaky breath. The worst of the initial shock is passing. But the battle is far from over. He grabs a bottle of water, his hand shaking as he chugs it down, fighting the fever that's burning him from the inside out. Leaning against the wall, drenched in sweat, he forces himself to stay conscious. He has to stay awake, no matter what. The night wears on. He lies on his bed, completely spent, surrounded by empty water bottles, the sheets beneath him soaked in a dark, grimy sweat. As the first light of dawn filters into the room, his fingers twitch. He survived. He never thought he'd have to pull an all-nighter just to stay alive. He sits up, exhausted. He doesn't feel any different. A wave of disappointment washes over him as he lets out a heavy sigh. But then he looks down. His bed sheets are stained with a thick, black substance. He realizes with a start just how many toxins were built up inside him. He picks up a corner of the filthy sheet, a thought dawning on him. Could it be? His eyes widen. He knew it. The disgusting smell clinging to the fabric. It's the unmistakable scent of viper, the monostimulant he's been forced to rely on. The Stimonia hadn't just cleaned him out. It specifically targeted and discharged the toxic materials from the vipers. A small smile touches his lips. It was worth the money. But that's not all. He realizes that despite reinforcing his body with mana all night, an act that would normally leave him feeling like he was being stabbed with thousands of needles, he feels no pain. No soreness at all, no symptoms. It means the mana overdose penalty, one of the worst parts of his curse, has been eased. He flexes his hand. It doesn't seem like there are any other miraculous effects, but just temporarily offsetting the penalty is more than enough for now. At least now he's confirmed it. There is a way to mitigate the penalties. There is hope. For a week after that, life changes. For the first time in what feels like forever, he experiences the miraculous effects of the medicine. He can sleep without pills, feeling like he's actually resting. After a quiet meal, he sits in the morning sun. Now that he's rested, he needs to find another job. He used all his money on that medicine, after all. He pulls out his phone and dials his broker, Jenny. The call doesn't go through. An automated message tells him the number is unreachable. That's unusual for her. He decides he'll have to go see her in person. He finishes his sandwich, a rare moment of simple normalcy. He heads out, walking down the strangely empty city streets. As he makes his way through an industrial district, the quiet starts to feel less peaceful and more unnerving. He looks at his phone again. Something's definitely off. The city is oddly quiet, and the internet isn't working either. Could something serious be happening for the data network to be down? He arrives at the familiar hidden entrance to the underworld bar. The bartender, an older man named Jordan, greets him. "Long time no see." Lennox gets straight to the point, looking around the empty bar. "Where's Jenny?" Jordan calmly wipes down the bar. "She was summoned," he explains. "Probably at some random office right now." This confirms Lennox's suspicions. "Is something going on in Balkan right now?" he asks. Jordan stops, looking at him with surprise. "Were you sleeping for a week? It's strange for you to be asking this." He asks if Lennox has heard the news about Philonom. Lennox admits he's heard a little. "That makes it easier to explain," Jordan says. He leans in, his voice low. "The envoy group that was supposed to arrive at the end of the month suddenly showed up last week. Thanks to that, the entire city of Balkan is a mess." Lennox processes this. The silence, the network outage, all because of an early visit from some envoys. It doesn't quite add up. "That can't be the only reason," he says out loud. Jordan nods. "Right. The real reason the city is on edge is because of who's on that envoy team. Someone unimaginable decided to participate." Jordan turns his back, the gravity of the situation hanging in the air. Lennox is intrigued. For a veteran like Jordan to describe someone as unimaginable, just how great are they? Jordan looks back, his expression serious, and reveals the identity of the unexpected guest, the transcendental being, Heaven's Rebuke, the legendary figure who lived in seclusion for decades in the lighthouse of Philonom. He delivers the final, earth-shattering piece of news. He's coming to Balkan. The city of Balkan is holding its breath, its neon streets unusually empty. And as the whole world waits, Lennox is about to break every rule to find out why. He walks along the silent highway, the hum of the city's tech, the only sound. He needs a perfect vantage point, a place to see without being seen. He looks up at a towering skyscraper overlooking the city square. That's it, a perfect location. He knows using floating magic will drain his mana, a risk he usually avoids. But for this, he has no choice. A complex magic circle glows beneath his feet, the air shimmering with power. If he wants to see Heaven's Rebuke, he has no other option. He pushes off the ground, ascending into the night sky. For hundreds of years, a legend has been whispered among the powerful. A legend of a woman who watched over the dangers of the open sea, a solitary lighthouse keeper. She hails from Philonom, a nation of floating islands, suspended high in the clouds. She is Madrea Falsier, also known as Heaven's Rebuke, a level 9 ascendant, one of fewer than 10 in the entire world. If a great mage is a strategic weapon, an ascendant is something far beyond that. They are transcendental beings, people who have truly challenged the limits of what is possible. Because of the immense sacrifice required to surpass those limits, they are incredibly rare. It's impossible to describe their power in words. But heaven's rebuke? She can manipulate time itself. From thousands of kilometers away, she can look into the past and the future, dedicating her life to observing disasters across the timeline. She is a respected, legendary pioneer, and Lenik has to see her for himself. He lands silently on the rooftop. If not now, he may never get another chance. His eyes scan the area, adjusting to the darkness. He immediately spots them. Soldiers. A sniper team from the city's special forces, one aiming a rifle while the other acts as a spotter. Their position far from the city square, a testament to how important a guest heaven's rebuke truly is. He can't let them see him. He needs to be a ghost. Invisibility magic is too risky, but he can use noise magic to erase his presence and illusion magic to distract them. He weaves the spells, a faint green aura enveloping the guards without them ever noticing. He slips past, a shadow in the night. He settles into position, hidden from view. He pulls out a small, high-tech scope Jordan gave him, hoping it works as well as the old bartender claimed. He looks through it, a satisfied smile on his lips. "It's perfect!" Through the scope, he sees the massive crowd gathered below, waiting in breathless anticipation. The government has everyone out for this. Agents, the military, all on high alert. This is the gravity and ascendant commands. He overhears the spotter's report. "Arrival in 30 seconds. Stay alert." Lenik holds his breath, his heart pounding. Finally, a hush falls over the crowd as a figure appears, escorted by a dozen agents. "She's coming." A wave of whispers ripples through the square. "Heaven's rebuke. The ascendant. She's really here." She moves with a quiet grace, her ancient eyes closed as if in a state of constant meditation. Lenik zooms in, his own mana-sensitive eye glowing, and in that instant, his perception of the world shatters. It's not a person he's seeing, it's a tidal wave of pure, overwhelming mana, an energy so vast it warps the very air around her. "What the hell?" he chokes out, his body trembling. "Can you even call that a person? A living being?" Her mana is powerful enough to blanket the entire city. He can barely stay sane just from looking at her. He feels his own mana signature being crushed and realizes with dawning horror she noticed him. He needs to get away. Now. But before he can move, a voice echoes directly inside his head, calm and ancient. How can there be consequence without cause? He freezes, his eyes wide with shock. The voice continues. "In a world where order is destroyed yet balanced, we've been trying to answer that question for a very long time. Or existence itself is the answer." Lenik is completely stunned, bathed in the blue light of her overwhelming presence. "He is an answer?" Madrea's voice sounds amused. "How interesting!" From the square below, she looks up, not at the sky, but directly at him. "If the others could see what I see now," she tells him, "they would have tried to take you, no matter the cost." However, her voice rings in his mind, "I know now that all struggle is pointless." As she turns and walks into the building, her final message is delivered. Beware of Alcade. The psychic link breaks. Lenik collapses to the rooftop floor, the scope clattering beside him. He gasps for breath, sweat dripping from his chin, his mind reeling from the impossible encounter. Back in his room, he meditates. Madrea Falsier's appearance changed many things, and for him personally, it gave him a new goal. To reach the peak of ascension. Through that, and only through that, why he finally find out why he woke up in this world. That is what he must do. He has never been more certain of anything. On the news, the meeting with Philonom ended quickly. The Balkan city government accepted all of Philonom's conditions. A complete surrender, all because an ascendant had sided against them. And 4 days later, he discovered that Madrea Falsier, Heaven's rebuke, had failed to ascend further, and died. Lenik sits in the underworld bar, pondering the news. She could see the future, so why come to Balkan in her last moments? Jenny, who has since returned, slides a drink over. She suggests the reason Heaven's rebuke came was because of a certain top-secret project, Black Consumer. They found evidence that Balkan was using captives from Philonom as test subjects for it. "The problem starts now," Jenny tells him. Jordan chimes in. "The person who forced the agreement is now gone." Lenik asks, "Are you saying Balkan will go back on their word?" "Probably not immediately," Jordan replies, "but they won't maintain this unfair agreement for long." Jenny runs a hand through her hair, stressed. They'll act with more desperation than moderation. It means war is likely coming. Lenak stands up. He won't be taking any jobs today. He has too much to think about. As he walks away, he thinks about Madrea. Did she sacrifice her life to create a momentary peace, knowing it would all fall apart? Or did she come to Balkan because she knew about him, to see for herself that a consequence without a cause truly existed? He sighs. No point in thinking about it now. His head hurts. The name she gave him echoes in his mind. Alcade. His foot bumps into something on the ground. It's a Viper injector pen. This is... He remembers it. Something he stole from some hooligans a long time ago. He has no use for it anymore. With a look of grim determination, he brings his heel down, crushing the device under his boot. He turns to leave the alley, ready to put that part of his past behind him. But a figure is blocking his path. Lenik looks up, confused. What the hell? A huge, grizzled old man points a finger right at him, his face a mask of contempt. That's what I want to say, you skeleton. He stumbles forward, reeking of booze, demanding to know who Lenik thinks he is, messing with his property. Lenik glances down at the broken metal, then back at the man, his expression unreadable. This is yours? Yeah, it is, the old man roars, his face inches from Lenok's. Are you deaf? He's clearly spoiling for a fight. Lenok just sighs, done with this nonsense. A faint golden light flares in his palm, and the old man stumbles back, his drunken rage instantly replaced by cold, sober fear. You're a mage, he stammers, his eyes wide with terror. Please, don't kill me. He immediately drops to his knees, scrambling to gather the broken pieces and offering them up to Lenok like a holy relic. Letting the light in his hand fade, Lenok takes the device. He calmly asks what the man meant when he said it was his. The man scrambles to his feet, his fear quickly being replaced by a strange sort of pride. He puffs out his chest, declaring that since he made it, it belongs to him. I remodeled it, he says, as if that explains everything. Lenik looks down at the device, and it all clicks into place. Remodeled. He remembers now. He'd taken this off some low-life thug. It was a standard-issue Dyke laser cutter, illegally modified into a deadly weapon. So this drunk old man was the one behind the illegal modification. What a strange turn of events. Lenik points out the flaw in his logic. If he sold it to a customer, then it's not his anymore, is it? The old man throws his hands up in exasperation. This is why I can't stand people who don't understand an artisan's spirit. He waves a dismissive hand. Whatever. The fact that you have this means you must be one of my customers. If you ever need work done, you come to me. He gives Lenik a rough, surprisingly friendly pat on the arm. Sorry about today, he mutters. And with that, he turns and stomps off into the night. Lenik watches him go, realizing he doesn't even know the man's name, let alone where to find him. He figures he'll just ask Jenny about the eccentric craftsman later. 2 days pass. A high-paying job request comes in through the deep web, and Lenik finds himself back at the underworld bar. As he steps into the back room, a man with shockingly green hair and a sharp suit greets him with a cheerful wave. Welcome! Lenik ignores him, his face a neutral mask as he walks past. He takes a seat, but he can feel the client's eyes on him, staring with an obnoxious intensity that's already starting to get on his nerves. Lenik finally turns to him, his voice laced with ice. Have you never seen a mage before? The green-haired man just flashes a grin. No, this is my first time. He leans back, looking Lenik up and down with an appreciative smirk. It's really cool. I've never seen a freelancer who's a mage as legitimate as you. Jenny, sitting across from them, chimes in. He's the real deal. The man just turns to her. Aren't you amazed too? Lenik cuts through the chatter with a single word. Hey. The man looks back at him, a questioning sound on his lips. Do you know me? Lenik asks, his voice dangerously quiet. Suddenly, the air in the room becomes heavy, pressing down on the man. Lenik's eyes glow with an unnerving blue light. He warns him that if he wants a job done, he needs to drop the casual act and show some respect. The man freezes, a look of pure shock on his face. He can't move a muscle. The pressure intensifies. The man grits his teeth, struggling against an invisible force. Lenik leans in, his voice a low growl. You should know how to behave. He places a hand on the man's shoulder, and the man constricts even tighter. Don't test my boundaries just to get on my nerves. Lenik knows this game. People like this poke and prod, looking for weakness. The second they find it, they'll walk all over you. He has to shut this down, now and forever. Do you understand? He asks coldly. All the man can do is let out a strangled gasp, while Jenny just watches, completely unfazed by the show of force. And then, Lenik releases his grip. The man jolts back in his seat, gasping for air, the pressure finally gone. Lenik just watches him, his expression cold and unmoving. The man catches his breath, smooths his collar, and lets out a low chuckle. "All right, I apologize. You're quite the hot-tempered one." The change is instant, a complete two-face. And he had that arrogant attitude while being the one making the request. This man, Lenik thinks, clearly doesn't understand boundaries. The man sizes him up again, but this time there's a flicker of genuine respect in his eyes. He notes that at a glance, Lenik seems more like a beast than a human. His gaze then drifts to the modified laser cutter in Lenik's hand. "By the way," he asks, "did you get that renovated by that old geezer?" Lenik raises an eyebrow. "I thought he was already dead. The fact that he's still doing that kind of work means he must be alive." The man just looks confused. Lenik leans in. "When you see him again, tell him that our security section chief is really mad." The man laughs it off. "Well, that didn't go very smoothly, but let's do introductions." He slides a business card across the table. "I'm Killian." He explains that he's on the assistance team for the company that made the laser cutter in the first place. "My company wants to hire you," Killian says with a confident smile. Lenik clarifies, "Dyke does?" Killian leans forward, his voice a smooth invitation. "What do you think? Care to hear the details?" Soon, they arrive at the towering headquarters of the Dyke Corporation. As they ride a glass elevator up the side of the skyscraper, Killian asks, "Do you know what my company does?" Looking out at the city below, Lenik replies, "Somewhat." As the city sprawls beneath them, Lenik recalls what he knows. The company, Dyke, started as a simple tool manufacturer for other industries, Dyke. But after expanding their business, they used their massive fortune to muscle their way into the high-stakes weapons industry, a move that put them in direct competition with the established weapons developer Achilles. Killian laughs, seemingly impressed. "Well, that's good enough." He gestures down a pristine white hallway. "If things go well, you'll be temporarily hired onto our assistance team." Lenik points out that he still doesn't know what the job is. Killian just grins. "That's exactly why I brought you here." He pushes open a door to a large office. "Fanoa, I brought the Mage. It's him." A woman at a large desk looks up, sighing in clear annoyance at Killian. "I thought I told you to let me know before you arrived." Her demeanor shifts to pure professionalism as she addresses Lenik. "I'm glad you could make it, Mr. Van. Please, take a seat." They exchange brief introductions. "Nice to meet you. I'm Fanoa Belushi, Dyke's Planning and Management Team Manager." Lenik simply replies, "I'm Van." He gets straight to the point. "I wanted to know something." Fanoa gestures for him to continue. "Go ahead. How high is your position within this company?" The question is so direct it clearly takes her by surprise. She asks why he wants to know. Lenik leans back, his gaze steady. "I want to know who's behind this request and just how big of a job it is." Fanoa's eyes narrow slightly. She remarks, "That werewolf didn't tell me anything. It's a test, a casual-sounding probe to see what he really knows." She asks him plainly, "You know that Killian's a werewolf. Did he tell you?" Lenik simply replies, "No." He leans forward, his eyes catching the light. "I could just sense it." He lets the words hang in the air for a moment, his voice dropping to a cold, chilling whisper. "Because I've killed one before." Fanoa Belushi is frozen. The confident, professional manager who was running this meeting is utterly speechless. In a single, chilling sentence, Lenik has seized all the power in the room. Scrambling to regain control, Fanoa brings up company policy, stating that internal fighting is strictly banned, but Lenik just leans back, completely unfazed. He'll make his decision after he hears her out. He's the one in charge now, and they both know it. Fanoa offers a quick, formal apology for Killian's behavior, a clear attempt to steer the meeting back onto her terms. But Lenik cuts right through it. He doesn't care about apologies. He leans forward, his gaze sharp, and tells her to answer his original question. He wants to know her position, her real authority. A glint reflects off Fanoa's glasses. She's a professional, and she adapts. She tells him all he needs to know is that she has the power to directly influence the direction of this project. She adds that this entire operation was her idea to begin with. She's not just some manager. She's the architect. Fanoa explains that as Dyke moves into the weapons business, they need to expand their customer base. A holographic map lights up, targeting the outer districts, the 40s and 50s. These are the lawless zones, chaotic and violent. They're filled with people who need weapons to survive. A potential gold mine if they can control it. Lenak just scoffs. He tells her he's no marketing expert. Fanoa quickly replies that marketing isn't what they want him for. She gets to the point. To expand into the 40s district, there are a few obstacles that need to be removed first. Her tone becomes grim, and she was hoping he could help with that. This isn't a sales job. It's a problem-solving job that requires a very lethal set of skills. Lena gets it instantly. They want him to eliminate the current weapons dealers in the area. A hostile corporate takeover, but with mercenaries instead of lawyers. Still, something feels off. He looks at her, confused. "What do you mean?" he asks. He points out the obvious. A mega corporation like Dyke has its own army. Why go to the trouble of hiring an outsider? Fanoa pushes her glasses up, all business now. She tells him there are two reasons. The first reason is him. His reputation as a freelancer is growing faster than anyone's, and more importantly, he's a mage. The second reason, she adds, is that hiring him gives them justification. Honestly, Fanoa admits, looking at the Dyke logo, that's the biggest reason. Justification. Lennox repeats the word, a slight frown on his face as he puts the pieces together. Fanoa explains that if Dyke used their own forces, it would be an official declaration of war, causing all sorts of political problems. However, she continues, leaning in, if you took care of the obstacles for us, indirectly, then their rivals would have no official grounds to complain. It would just be another random act of violence in the lawless outer districts with no official ties back to Dyke. Lennox looks down, thinking. The 40s districts are already in a state of anarchy. If a corporation like Dyke moved in officially, the fragile balance of power would shatter, something the government would never allow. They need him to be a ghost, a proxy to do their dirty work without leaving a trace. A slow smirk spreads across Lennox's face, his eyes glowing faintly. He understands the game perfectly now, and he sees his opening. He looks up, his expression confident, demanding. "What can you give me in return?" Fanoa's eyes narrow, almost impressed. She notes that he has a sharp eye for rare things and that mere money won't be enough to tempt him. She picks up a tablet. "I'm sure this will satisfy you," she says, sliding it across the table. On the screen is an ornate box holding 5 small, pencil-like objects. "It's Enagfil's 5 fingers," she announces. She explains it was a VIP auction item from the Central Council, a single-use artifact not available on any market. This is something truly exclusive. A complex magic circle glows around the item. Fanoa explains that it contains 5 separate evasion flight spells. Spells created by the legendary Maladus School of Magic. An item that money alone, no matter how much you have, simply cannot buy. 5, she says, holding up her hand for emphasis. "If you'll fulfill 5 of our requests, I promise to give this to you. It's the ultimate prize for a job well done. Plus," she adds, tapping the tablet, "a contract appears. They'll also pay him his standard deep web rate for each individual request, not only a priceless artifact, but handsome pay along the way." Lennox is silent, but his mind is racing. Mobility. It's his single greatest weakness. This artifact would give him 5 guaranteed escape routes. It's the perfect reward. Fanoa presses him. "What do you think?" The deal hangs in the balance. Lennox leans back, his expression impossible to read. "I'd like some time to think it over." The scene shifts back to the neon glow of Underworld. Lennox is running the offer by Jenny. "It's a big deal," she murmurs, understanding the gravity of it all. She leans over the bar, her gaze sharp. With equally big risks and benefits, she knows how valuable Enagfil's 5 fingers are. "If that's the reward," she says, "then the risk he's taking must be just as huge." Jenny lays it out plainly. Dyke wants to crush their rivals and take their business. She looks him in the eye. "You won't be able to avoid making enemies, right?" Lena confirms. He knows exactly what he's walking into. He thinks about his past jobs. They were against small gangs, monsters, simple targets with minor consequences. This is different. This is a war against powerful, organized corporations with deep pockets and professional killers on standby. The chances of retaliation are almost certain. This isn't just a job, it's an invitation to war. Even so, he knows he can't get what he truly wants by playing it safe. That will only get him so far. He needs rare medicines like Stimonia, priceless relics like the Five Fingers. And those aren't things you can just buy. They require power, connections, and taking massive risks. His eyes flare with a brilliant blue light, his resolve hardening like steel. At some point, he has to climb higher. This is his chance. He looks at Jenny, his decision made. Tell them, I'll take the request. The next day, in a dark, high-tech briefing room, the mission officially begins. Jenny pulls up a holographic display. The first target is a man named Paul Ackerman, based in the 48th District, a heavy investor in illegal weapons. Ackerman's profile appears. He started out 2 years ago, quickly secured a trade route, and his business exploded. Jenny muses that Dyke's strategy is to cut off the investor first, a smart move. Cut the head off the snake. Lennox silently absorbs every detail of the intel file. Jenny continues, explaining that Ackerman's funding source is a mystery, but rumor has it he's working for the Jew's master. She brings up another profile, Dominic Cabarro, a rising cartel leader. You know who that is, right? She asks. The job is getting more complicated by the second. Even with that connection, Jenny adds, Ackerman's personal bodyguard is a serious threat. A new profile appears, Jude Russell, a notorious former war mercenary. She tells Lennox that while Ackerman is the priority, Dyke is offering an extra reward if he eliminates Jude Russell as well. Why? Lennox asks, looking up. Jenny just shrugs. I don't know. Anyway, she says, moving on, intel says Ackerman is holding a meeting with his distributors near the port in the 48th District. Lennox immediately asks how reliable the intel is. Jenny confirms she double-checked it herself. The port area has heavy entry restrictions, which makes the intel more credible. So, I think they're right, she concludes. The time and place are set. Lennox flips through the rest of the file. What about the others on the request? He knows he won't be working alone. Jenny tells him there will be a team of 5 in total, all freelancers with a similar reputation to his. They'll meet in 3 days. She lets out a small sigh. That's everything, Dyke told me. The rest is up to him now. All right, Lennox says, standing up to leave. You're leaving? Jenny asks. He tells her that, with the mission in 3 days, he needs to start preparing. He pauses in the doorway, turning his head back just slightly. Thanks, he says, his voice quiet. For everything. A rare, genuine moment of gratitude. A small, knowing smile touches Jenny's lips as her expression softens. See you again, she says, a phrase that's both a promise and a prayer. As Lennox steps out into the light, he replies without looking back. Of course, he's walking into his most dangerous mission yet, with his closest ally watching his back. 3 days later. The cold, industrial port of the 48th District. Under the harsh glare of floodlights, a bloody corporate war is about to begin. Hidden in the shadows, Lennox takes a drag from a viper, the familiar blue energy coursing through him, steadying his frail body for the fight to come. He exhales slowly, his gaze sharp and focused. The time for talk is over. He steps out to meet the team. A hulking brawler acknowledges him, while a slender man with a sneer notes, "You're the last." The air is already thick with judgment. Lennox's eyes land on 2 figures in hooded robes and glowing masks. Steel masks? Definitely not your typical mercenaries. Dyke pulled together a very strange crew for this job. One of the steel masks steps forward to take charge, pulling up a holographic map of the port. He assumes they all know the plan and wants to get started. He explains the harbor is on lockdown by their target's men. 5 main entrances and, conveniently, 5 of them. The plan is simple. Each person takes an entrance, clears the guards, and then waits for the target. Once his position is confirmed, one person moves in to create a distraction. Then, the rest of the team joins the fight. The other mercenaries listen, looking bored and annoyed. This team has 0 chemistry. The masked leader holds out a case of small earpieces. These are communication devices, he explains. He tosses one to each of them, warning that the devices will break after tonight, so don't bother trying to keep them. They're disposable, just like the people using them. He then turns to the unmasked members, his tone dripping with condescension. But you're not very careful, are you? He criticizes them for not even covering their faces, reminding them that while Dyke has money, they won't protect them if things go wrong. The slender, arrogant-looking assassin just scoffs. "You guys don't work in this field much, do you?" He informs the masked man that in their line of work, showing your face is how you build your reputation and value. He couldn't care less about being seen here. "Just don't get in our way," the assassin says, turning his back. The tension in the group is already at a breaking point. As they split up, the fragile alliance is already crumbling. The big brawler walks up to the assassin. "Hey, which way are you headed?" he asks. The assassin dismisses him without a glance. "What's it to you? I work alone." The brawler sighs, a flash of disappointment in his eyes. "Is that so? What a shame." With a sharp-toothed grin, he says he would have preferred working with him, a predatory look in his eyes that screams he sees a rival he wants to test. Having been shot down, the brawler turns his attention to the last man standing, Lennox. He sizes Lennox up, noting he doesn't look like much of a fighter. He tells him to just follow along and, most importantly, don't die. Then comes the threat. A sadistic grin spreads across the brawler's face as he warns Lennox that if he slows them down, "I'll rip your limbs off." Lennox just glances back, completely unfazed. Another loudmouth thug with an empty threat. He'll show him who's stronger after the mission, he thinks. That is, if the big guy is even still alive by then. The countdown begins. Lennox takes his position. 3, 2, 1. The masked leader gives the signal over the comms. "We're going in." And the port explodes into chaos. The steel masks move with cold precision, while the assassin becomes a lethal blur of flashing blades. The brawler smashes through guards with raw power, his fists glowing green. The slender assassin carves a bloody path through anyone in his way. But Lennox's approach is different. He stands perfectly still, green magical energy swirling in his hands. He isn't rushing in, he's thinking. He watches a lone guard through a gap in the shipping containers, his plan already forming. While his teammates make a scene, he puts his own magic to work. These are just regular soldiers, easily manipulated by illusions. He slips away into the labyrinth of containers, a ghost in the chaos. His assigned area is clear. The target, Paul Ackerman, isn't here yet. So, before he arrives, he pulls out his silenced pistol. "I should lessen the number of heads." Lennox focuses his magic. His plan is simple and cruel. He'll manipulate the illusion spell on the remaining soldiers, make them hear things that aren't there, see shadows in the corners of their eyes, and slowly lure them into his kill zone. Confused and on edge, the soldiers walk right into his trap. He raises his pistol. He whispers a single word, charging the gun with magic. Silence. He lowers his weapon, surrounded by bodies. That was too easy. He decides to use the same method for the rest of his sector, efficiency over brute force. With his area secure, he speaks into his comm. "I'm in," he reports calmly. "On standby now." Then he takes command, issuing an order to the whole team. Whoever spots the target first, report. He's no longer just a participant. He's running the mission now. Somewhere else in the port, the arrogant assassin mutters to himself, annoyed that Lennox is now giving orders. His pride is clearly stung. Meanwhile, Lennox waits patiently. "Well, since I'm here, I'll begin." He starts preparing for the final phase. He reaches into his coat and pulls out a small, metallic charm. The stealth artifact Milla gave him. The charm hums with latent power, its cat-like design intricate. He knows it's a waste to use a single-use item here, but the bodyguard, Jude Russell, is a former war mercenary with inhuman senses. To stay hidden from a pro like that, he needs every advantage. Concealed by the charm's magic, he peers out. A convoy of cars is pulling into the port, the distributors, just like the intel said. A man with long, reddish hair steps out of a fancy car. It's him! Paul Ackerman. He greets his associates with a slimy smile. "Yo, buddies, good night." Lennox's eyes lock on. Paul Ackerman. "He's in my area." He reports it instantly over the comms, his voice cold and steady. "Paul Ackerman in Area F3. Ackerman claps a hand on one of the distributors, his friendly act slipping. "Perfect weather for business, isn't it?" The other man looks terrified. He thanks them for the meeting, saying it was so hard to get this opportunity. But his grip tightens, his voice growing menacing. The distributor stammers as Ackerman lists all his investments, money, gifts, bribes, all to make their business run smoothly. "However," he roars, his face twisting in rage, "nothing came back to me." He shoves the man, screaming in his face. Don't you know the phrase give and take? This makes me a bit mad, you know. His sanity is completely unraveling. The distributor cries out, trying to escape, but Ackerman's grip is like iron. Huh. Ackerman laughs, a crazed look in his eyes as the man whimpers an apology. And then he snaps. A brutal punch sends the distributor flying backward. Ackerman goes on a rampage, beating his own men senseless while screaming about his wasted money. The others can only cower and beg for forgiveness. From his hiding spot, Lennox watches the chaos. He's called for backup, but he can't just stand by. An opportunity this perfect won't last. He raises his gun. He'll wait just a moment longer. Let the target expose himself completely. Then he'll take the first shot. Blue, magical energy surges around him, pouring into the pistol. He stacks spell after spell, aim assist, trajectory cover, spin up, acceleration. He pulls the trigger. A massive, silent beam of pure lightning erupts from the barrel, streaking across the port. The beam slams directly into Ackerman, lifting him off his feet, his eyes wide with shock and pain. The mission has begun. Lennox's eyes glow with cold, blue light, his pistol still aimed as the magic races towards its target. Paul Ackerman's eyes go wide in shock as the supercharged bolt of lightning slams into his forehead. The impact is immense, but the sound is swallowed by magic. A silent explosion of energy sends Ackerman flying backwards over the hood of a car. The remaining distributors are thrown into a panic, scrambling and screaming as they realize they're in a kill zone. One of them makes a break for it, running for his life, leaving Ackerman motionless on the ground. But Ackerman isn't dead. He lets out a pained breath, his eyes filled with fury. He's caught by his bodyguard, Jude, who was right beside him the entire time. As the distributor flees in desperation, he doesn't get far. In a flash of red, a blade slices through the night, and the man drops dead. The arrogant assassin from Lennox's team has arrived. He looks down at the terrified distributors, mocking them. How do you do this kind of work when you're this easily scared? Ackerman, back on his feet, roars at his men. You're not going to die, you bastards, please. It's a bizarre, frantic plea. Just then, a wave of ice shards tears through the air, freezing some of the men solid. Another mercenary has joined the fight. Ackerman stares in disbelief. What the hell is that? A storm of ice obliterates the remaining men. The battlefield is being cleared with brutal efficiency. From a distance, Lennox watches. He recognizes the attack as a laser, not a simple spell. That merc is powerful. The female steel mask emerges from the smoke, coolly remarking that clearing out all the garbage at once was lucky. She turns to leave, assuming the mission is over, completely underestimating the situation. But the assassin's sharp voice cuts through the air. Hey, are you leaving without even checking the corpses? He points out that the bodyguard, Jude, wasn't caught in the blast. She just dismisses him, saying they should just kill Ackerman and leave. Their priorities are already clashing. Lennox watches them argue from afar. So arrogant. It's going to get them killed. He knows he has to prepare for the worst, his hand tightening on Milla's stealth charm. The assassin threatens to complain to Dyke, but the steel mask just scoffs. You didn't think you were the only one getting special treatment, did you? She taunts. So let it. Before she can finish, a blur of motion and a spray of blood cuts her off. The assassin has been run through from behind. He chokes out in disbelief as the steel mask stares in horror. He collapses, his body trembling. The steel mask turns, her own mask now splattered with blood. And standing there, wiping his blade on the dead man's jacket, is Jude Russell. His voice is chillingly calm. Ladies, you shouldn't be chatting so loudly this late. My client doesn't like it. He stands over his victim, radiating a quiet, terrifying menace. The power dynamic has just been shattered. The steel mask is stunned. How did you get through my detection radar? She stammers. Jude's blade is inches from her face. You crawled in here, with skills so shitty you didn't even notice I was here until I stabbed this woman. He licks the blood from his blade, a sadistic glint in his eyes. What an irritating taste, he says with a grin. Still, not bad for the first kill of the night. Lennox instantly recognizes the type. A scavenger, a specialized human weapon just like the retired soldier he'd fought before. The other steel mask unleashes a blast of energy from his cybernetic arm, but it's not enough. Jude easily dodges. Oh, you've got a real modern arm there, he says, intrigued. A faint blue energy crackles around Jude's own hand as he examines the tech. Are you part of the Cybreed Echo? He asks with a knowing smile. The name catches Lennox by surprise. the Cybreed Echo, an organization that pushes human limits by fusing the body with magic and engineering, creating living weapons. Lennox had heard they were rare, almost a myth. He's now realizing that was a lie. Jude casually dismisses the Steel Mask's tech. What a shame. Blood mixed with oil is greasy. You're just going to have to die. The Steel Mask warns him that he's the one who's cornered, that Ackerman is dead. He couldn't be more wrong. I don't know about that, Jude replies with a sing-song tone. The Steel Mask is confused. Then, behind Jude, a massive purple barrier flares to life around Paul Ackerman, who is floating in the air, very much alive. "Hey," Ackerman says, his voice dripping with mockery. "Did you really think I wouldn't know about the unwelcome guests coming today?" The Steel Mask is speechless. "That's impossible." Ackerman laughs manically, explaining he was prepared, and even invited another guest. The entire mission was a trap. And just then, a hand clamps down on the Steel Mask's shoulder. It's the Brawler, the hulking mercenary from their own team. "Been a while, right?" he says, before brutally crushing the Steel Mask's head in his grip. The merc collapses without a sound as Ackerman bursts into another fit of laughter. "You didn't think I could pay off someone on your side to be a traitor?" Ackerman sneers. "Idiots." From the shadows, Lennox watches the betrayal, his mind racing. Ackerman continues his taunts. "You should have known nothing's impossible with money. You guys are so bad at your jobs, it's hilarious." He laughs, standing over the wreckage of the Dyke team. He threatens to crack open the dead Merce's head for information. But just as he gloats, the lightning energy from Lennox's shot finally overloads his barrier, which shatters. For the first time, Jude looks genuinely surprised. A silent spray of blood erupts as the backlash hits Ackerman. Lennox stands calmly amidst the chaos, lowering his gun. Good choice to prepare beforehand. He planned for the barrier. The traitorous Brawler roars, his body glowing with green energy as he slams into the ground, furious that the plan has gone wrong. As the Brawler and Jude both make their moves, Lennox calmly assesses the new situation. Then, "I will also get rid of him first," he decides to take out the traitor. Jude spots him from across the port. "You were hiding all this time, you little rat!" The Brawler charges, green tendrils of magic lashing out. Lennox knows it's impossible to run from both him and Jude, so he forms a new plan. As the Brawler swings, Lennox erects a massive golden shield, not just to block, but to use the traitor as a human shield against Jude's attack from behind. The force of the impact is immense, sending shockwaves tearing through the port. Lennox's layered shields begin to crack and splinter under the overwhelming pressure. He grunts in pain, the feedback from the breaking shields jolting his entire body. 4 shields broke instantly. The raw power from a single punch is like getting hit with a heavy weapon. This is dangerous. He needs a solution, and he needs it now. He raises his gun again, pouring magic into it. Acceleration, aim assist, shock reinforcement. Not a kill shot, a stun shot. A concentrated beam of blue energy slams directly into the Brawler. Lennox watches through the dust and debris. Did it work? A low, menacing laugh echoes from the smoke. The Brawler emerges, completely unfazed, a terrifying grin on his face. "You think a child's toy like that would work on me?" he roars, charging forward again. Lennox can't believe it. His stun shot did nothing. What kind of nonsense is this? The Brawler screams that he'll destroy Lennox and his toy. If his last shield breaks now, it's over. I have no choice, he thinks, his hand moving back to his gun. He begins to channel another spell, this time with a different kind of energy. He's going to escape using a shockwave, a desperate blast to push himself away. A massive explosion of force detonates between them, kicking up a storm of rock and dirt. The recoil sends Lennox flying backward, tumbling violently across the pavement. He hits the ground hard, coughing as he struggles to get up. The escape worked, but it cost him. The Brawler watches him, a hint of respect in his voice. "I thought you were an idiot, but it looks like you've got guts." "All right," the Brawler roars, green flames erupting from his shoulders. "My ancestors love courage like that." A ghostly form rises behind the Brawler. Lennox's eyes widen in shock. That's necromancy? He was already this strong, and now he's getting even stronger by absorbing the souls of the dead. This is bad. Lennox takes another hit from his Viper, his mind racing. If Jude Russell joins this fight now, it's over. He needs to figure out what happened to the others first, sending out a pulse of mana to read the battlefield. As he gets to his feet, the brawler speaks, his tone almost friendly. "Honestly, I'd like to spare your life." He explains that with Paul Ackerman dead, his own job just got a lot easier. The traitor laughs. He's already been paid by both sides. Since Lenik did the dirty work, there's no reason to cause more trouble with Dyke. Lenik sees the angle instantly. "As long as there are no witnesses, you mean?" The brawler lets out a booming laugh. He turns, his expression hardening. "Exactly. As long as there are no witnesses." Lenik understands perfectly. The traitor plans to kill everyone left, then go back to Dyke and claim he completed the mission himself. Just then, his senses pick something up. Huh? A faint crackle of blue energy appears on his cheek. A biotransmission signal. He sees it. The female Steel Mask, using some kind of stealth tech to make a run for it. At the same time, Jude Russell is heading straight for them. He has to fight both of them now. His eyes narrow with determination. I have no choice but to use that method. He looks towards the dark, churning water at the edge of the port. That's his only way out. He makes a break for it, blue energy flaring from his feet as he sprints across the open ground. "Where do you think you're going?" The brawler roars, ripping a massive shipping container from a stack and hurling it at him. Lenik expertly dodges, the huge metal box crashing down behind him. The brawler doesn't let up, throwing containers like they're cardboard boxes. Lenik pushes himself, gasping for breath. The Viper is keeping him going, but he can't run much further. Jude is closing in fast from the other side. He's trapped in a pincer attack, with giant metal projectiles raining down. If I can just get a bit further ahead, he pushes his magic to its limit, dodging another deadly projectile. He unleashes a spell, Gravity Bind. A whip of dark energy shoots out, wrapping around a container in midair and slamming it down in front of him, creating a temporary wall. It stops the brawler in his tracks, giving Lenik the opening he needs. The brawler just chuckles, watching as Lenik finally reaches the edge of the pier. "You must be confident in your swimming skills," the brawler taunts. "It's not that easy to swim in the ocean at night, you know." "Didn't you come all this way to escape through the sea?" he mocks. "Otherwise, I don't understand. Why else would you have struggled to come all the way here?" Lenik looks at the dark, choppy water. The brawler has a point. Who would survive in this weather? The traitor smirks. "I guess you couldn't with a body as fragile as yours. Did you come here to find a nice place to die? How dramatic." Just then, Jude arrives, his blade glowing with red energy. The trap is sprung. The brawler laughs at Jude. "Did you chase her all the way there just to fail to kill her?" Jude snaps back. "Shut up!" He explains the Steel Mask was attempting a biotransmission to escape, and he had to let her go to deal with the more immediate threat. Jude sighs, annoyed. "Oh, that's unexpected." He turns to Lenik. "Looks like you tried to run and failed. Still, you look rather calm. Have you accepted your death?" Lenik's breathing steadies. "There's one thing I want to know. You have no reason to kill me. Your job is over since your client's dead." Jude laughs. "A useless question to ask right before you die." "Well, since my client's dead, I should at least get revenge. And," Lenik presses, fishing for information. Jude smirks. "Jude's master put me on the job." He explains that, while the master wouldn't execute him over one dead subordinate, he also wouldn't just let it go. There would be consequences. So, it's true. The intel was right. Ackerman worked for Jude's master. Lenik's mind puts the final pieces together. If they were hired by a crime lord to protect his close subordinate, they must be incredibly powerful. He has to get rid of them both, right here. His eyes narrow, a purple light beginning to glow within them. His focus shifts. A massive wave of dark purple energy explodes outwards from Lenik, enveloping both Jude and the brawler. Reverse gravity. He didn't run to the sea to swim. He ran to the sea to use it as a weapon. Debris and chunks of the pier are ripped from the ground, floating alongside his two stunned enemies. Jude and the brawler are caught completely off guard, struggling against the sudden shift in physics. "What the hell is this?" Jude roars in fury. "Did you think a foolish trick like this would work?" He stabs his blade into the ground, trying to anchor himself against the powerful magic. Both of them dig in, using their immense strength to resist being flung into the air. They're too strong for a simple gravity trick to finish them. But Lenik knew that. If he thought they were so weak that this would have worked, then I wouldn't have prepared this. He wasn't aiming for them. He was aiming for the ocean. And by the time Jude realizes it, it's too late. A look of pure shock crosses Jude's face as he turns. Wait, this direction is. A colossal wall of water pulled from the sea by his spell hangs suspended above them. Lennox stands before it, a conductor of chaos. "I need to get out of here," the brawler yells. But Lennox's voice cuts through the roar of the water, cold and absolute. "I can't let you run." A red energy pulses from Lennox, and suddenly, both men are paralyzed. "I can't move my mana!" It's his signature mana drain, locking them in place. Lennox explains his grand strategy. He had multiple chances to kill them on his way to the pier. The reason he held back, the reason he ran all this way, was for this one single moment. And with his enemies trapped, the massive wave of water he summoned comes crashing down. The sheer force of the water slams into them, a crushing tsunami that engulfs the entire area. They choke and sputter, tossed about in the violent churning water, completely at his mercy. Floating in the chaos, Lennox knows he has to time this perfectly. He has to strike before the wave recedes. Right this moment, he thinks. As the water churns around them, he unleashes his next spell, Ice Round. A massive wave of freezing energy explodes from him, and in an instant, the entire tidal wave freezes solid, creating a jagged landscape of ice. Jude and the brawler are trapped, encased in ice up to their chests, struggling against its hold. Lennox raises his pistol, his target clear. Aim. Assist. Outburst reinforcement. Spin up. Acceleration. He pours every bit of power he can into this single decisive shot. The bullet finds its mark. There's no way. Just because I couldn't move for that short period of time, how... He slumps over, his life fading. Lennox looks on, impressed. What a monster! He raises his gun for another shot. I won't create any possibility for further trouble. With one down, Lennox's glowing blue eyes turn to the final target. Jude shatters the ice around him with a burst of power, freeing himself. He breaks completely free, landing on the ice field, ready for the final round. He glares at Lennox, blade ready. He lunges, but Lennox is prepared. A golden hexagonal shield springs into existence, blocking the attack. "How did you—" Jude is shocked. A hold attack right after a large-scale spell should have been the perfect opening. Lennox calmly replies, "That's a good decision. However, I was already prepared." He explains that he intentionally left gaps between his shields, allowing him to rotate them the moment an attack is incoming. It requires precise mana control, but for a master gamer who understands system mechanics, it's not that difficult. Then, the next attack is, Lennox predicts his move. Since a direct attack failed, Jude will try to avoid a head-on confrontation. Just as predicted, Jude tries a feint, attacking from below while Lennox is distracted. Lennox stands confidently on his newly created ice stage, waiting. A wicked smile plays on his lips. He's got him right where he wants him. Jude appears right beside him, his blade swinging for a killing blow. But a small, glowing orb of fire intercepts the blade. It was a trap. The orb explodes, sending Jude staggering backward. Before he can recover, shadowy tendrils erupt from the ice, snaking around his limbs. Gravity bind. Jude is completely immobilized, pinned to the ice by the powerful gravity spell. "How did you know?" he grits out, stunned that Lennox anticipated his exact movements. Lennox looks down at him, his expression cold. "From the very first moment, I knew. There was no way he wouldn't be able to locate his own mana, even a tiny orb of it. And I spread my mana right where you're lying too." He had seeded the entire area with his power. Jude is horrified. "What do you mean?" Lennox unleashes his final spell, Shadow Raid. Dark, shadowy spikes erupt from inside Jude's body, tearing him apart from within. He screams in agony. He collapses onto the ice, twitching and broken. Lennox scoffs. "You licked blood right in front of me and you expected me to be deceived?" Jude finally lies still, defeated. His body dissolves into a pool of blood, which is then absorbed back into the ice, leaving no trace behind. Lennox's eyes gleam. I knew he was a vampire. A strong body, and arrogant battle intelligence. All the signs were there, a desire for blood. The way he sadistically licked his blade, and his final ability, the power to control a fog of blood. It's a useful skill, but it makes the user incredibly weak to attacks. The fact that Jude used it meant it was his final, desperate move. But Lennox has one more spell to cast, Thunder Calling. A massive bolt of lightning strikes down from the sky, vaporizing the last traces of the blood mist. No evidence, no loose ends. The red mist crackles and vanishes into nothing. The battle is over. Lennox stands alone on his frozen stage, victorious. He lets out a breath of relief, taking a pull from a viper. He overworked his body, pushing it to its absolute limit. It wasn't easy, but as he looks over the icy aftermath, he knows the first request is complete. A sleek white drone flies into view, its central lens glowing. Dyke has arrived to confirm the kills and clean up the mess. The first battle in this corporate war is won. Back at the sleek headquarters of Dyke Corporation, the aftermath of the mission is being assessed. Killian stares at an image of the frozen battlefield, a smug look on his face. "I knew it," he says. He leans back, telling his boss, Fanoa, that this is exactly why he warned her about picking a team based solely on their stats. Fanoa coolly replies that this was a possibility she had already considered. A traitor in the group. She admits they should have tested them. Killian presses her, saying they need a better way to recruit people than just hiring mercenaries with questionable loyalty. But Fanoa shoots him down. If they had a test, could they have really gathered a team that's skilled? She points out they would have had to pay them even more for the trouble. "How can you say that, knowing the situation we're in?" Killian retorts, his frustration boiling over. The mission was a disaster. He looks at her pointedly. "Is that why things turned out like this?" He's blaming her cost-cutting for the mess. Fanoa sighs, finally conceding. "We underestimated the 40th district. She thought it would be fine if they just brought together a team of mercenaries with clean records. But she never expected one of them to turn on them so easily." Killian sets the tablet down. He reminds her they're working with criminals. "You need to take a bit of a risk," he says. "This is the price of doing business in the shadows." "So what are you going to do?" he asks, gesturing to the image of Lennox. He calls him a real pro, telling Fanoa she needs to keep him on board for her plan to succeed. Killian adds that since the plan went to hell, she'll need to make it up to him if she wants him to keep working for them. Fanoa has already made her decision. She'll give Lennox the reward money meant for his 4 dead teammates. She hopes that will be enough to satisfy him for now. Killian agrees they need to test any new freelancers, even if it costs them more. Fanoa looks at the screen showing Lennox bloody and battered. "I shouldn't have tried to save money on this," she thinks. A very expensive lesson learned. Her gaze is fixed on his image. He is now her single most valuable and most dangerous asset. The screen fades to black. The next day, Lennox is at home, recovering. He's on the phone with Jenny, getting the rundown. The reactions in the underworld are dramatic. Paul Ackerman was apparently investing everywhere. Jenny explains that for the gangs he was funding, it's like their lifeline was cut overnight. The entire district is in chaos. And, of course, she adds, it's a huge deal that he killed one of Jew's master's key subordinates. He's made some very powerful enemies. As Lennox tends to his wounds, he asks if Dyke said anything else. Jenny tells him they sent a long, rambling apology. They're clearly worried he'll back out. They also asked him to visit their headquarters again. He asks for her opinion. "I think you should just ignore them," she advises. Jenny sighs. "I don't know what they were thinking, but it's strange for them to want you to keep working for them after such a shitty plan." Lennox, however, sees an opportunity. He'll hear them out first and see what extra reward they're offering. He's sure he can squeeze more money out of them. "Well, I hope you're right," Jenny says, trusting his judgment. She can tell the job was hard on him. She suggests he ask a man named Jordan for help with his injuries, mentioning he used to be a medic. Lennox is surprised. He didn't know Jordan was a doctor. Jenny clarifies he didn't have a license, but he was skilled. Lennox files that information away. "I'll ask next time." Time passes as the city moves on, unaware of the secret wars being fought in its shadows. After his call with Jenny, Lennox focuses on recovery. He ignores all of Dyke's calls, letting his battered body heal. His escape attempt had left his physical condition so bad it was even hard to eat. He reminds himself to avoid such reckless moves from now on. Once he feels a bit better, he uses the time to focus on magic research. Until now, he'd only improved his magic through simple meditation. Holding an orb of crackling lightning, he thinks about his lightning-bound spell. But now, he's changing his approach. He begins analyzing the fundamental patterns within the spells, deconstructing them. He's collecting data to create his own spells, preparing for a future where existing magic systems aren't enough. It's the mind of a top-tier gamer, breaking down the system to build something better. He surrounds himself with notes, muttering calculations. 3 big bursts of mana, 7 spins, 2 compressions. Should I draw out the patterns? He spends his days in deep focus, the world outside passing by. A few days later, feeling much better, he heads out for groceries. He can't give up on a healthy diet even when he's busy. He'd prefer a market closer to home, but he can't. Not after his encounter with that government agent, Evelyn, a threat he needs to avoid. He walks into a different market and immediately freezes. There, sitting casually on a crate of vegetables, is Evelyn herself. No way, how unlucky can I be, he thinks, panicking. Did she move her shop? And then, a horrifying realization dawns on him. He remembers her unique, unsettling green mana. A powerful mage? Working here? He needs to change his own mana pattern fast. He doesn't know if she's memorized his signature, but it's better to be safe. He quickly alters his mana flow as he approaches her. Long time no see. She looks over, a curious sound on her lips. I thought your mana pattern changed a bit, she says casually. I guess not? She shrugs it off. I must have imagined it. But the look in her eyes says otherwise. Probably, Lenik replies, trying to act normal. He can't believe it. She noticed he changed his mana pattern in a split second. How sharp are her eyes? And on top of that, he remembers her file. She single-handedly took down the Croconassalis. This woman is a monster. He realizes she's incredibly skilled. He needs to be very, very careful. He buys some vegetables, handing her the money. Hope you have good sales, he says, trying to get away. Wait, she calls out as he turns to leave. What's your name? Why do you ask? He replies, his guard up. She smiles, explaining his mana pattern is very neat for a level 4 mage. Someone like him could move up the social ladder quickly. We might meet each other again, she adds with a friendly smile. It would be nice to know each other's names. Lenik is on high alert. Does she want to meet him as a colleague or as an agent's prey? She leans in. I'm not supposed to tell you this, but do you want some information? She tells him there's going to be a large-scale inspection of the outer district soon, specifically targeting tax evaders in the 40th district. She advises him to disappear for a while if he's involved with them, looking at him innocently. I assume you don't do that kind of work, do you? Lenik plays dumb, his face a perfect mask of confusion. What's a deep web? Evelyn smiles. Never mind. I'm just telling you because I like you, she says, her tone friendly but her eyes sharp. It'd be awkward if we saw each other again in that kind of situation. Lenik thinks that if he got caught, it would be a lot more than just awkward. I'm Evelyn. Evelyn Marcia, she says, finally introducing herself. I'm Ed James, Lenik replies, giving her a fake name. Ed James? All right, I'll remember that, she says with a smile. Lenik tells her he'll try to remember her name too. As he leaves, Evelyn gives him one last parting shot, her friendly facade cracking. You better be prepared in case we meet again and you can't give me the same name. The threat is subtle, but crystal clear. He's on her list. You understand? She asks, her smile never reaching her eyes. It's not a question, it's a threat. Lenik just stares back, annoyed. He knows exactly what she is, a government hunting dog, and he's her new target. Without another word, Lenik turns and walks away. He lets out a heavy sigh. Just another complication he doesn't need. As he walks down the street, frustrated that he has to find a new market, his phone starts to ring. He answers it, his voice flat. Hello? He's not in the mood for conversation. It's Jenny. She tells him that, just as she expected, Dyke Corporation is getting desperate because they haven't been able to reach him. Lenok's expression shifts slightly. Really? Desperation gives him leverage, and leverage is power. Jenny continues, explaining that Dyke has already doubled his reward multiple times and is still scrambling to offer more. They want to meet next week. That's longer than I expected, Lenik replies. Jenny suggests they meet up to decide on their terms before he goes. Lenik doesn't hesitate. All right, I'll come right now. No time to waste when a massive payday is on the line. A short while later, he arrives at the familiar entrance to Underworld. He pushes the door open, and the moment he steps inside, he feels it. Something's wrong. The usual noise is gone. The air is thick with a strange tension, and it's unusually quiet. His eyes scan the room. The tension is suffocating, and it all seems to be circling one man sitting at the counter. The man turns his head, his sharp eyes locking onto Lenik. Oh, you're finally here, he says with a smirk. I was waiting. He stands up. Do you know who I am? Lennox's response is blunt, no. The man tells him he'd better remember from now on. A wave of dark purple energy erupts from him, his voice dripping with menace. He explains he's someone who took a huge loss because of Lennox. Lennox's eyes narrow, his mind already connecting the dots. The timing, the location, the threat, it's about his last job. But Lennox is faster. As the intimidating energy rushes toward him, a hexagonal shield of golden mana instantly materializes, deflecting it. He stands there, completely unfazed. He's met plenty of powerful people, and this one's intimidation tactics are nothing special. Lennox crosses his arms, cutting straight to the point. "Did you work with Paul Ackerman?" The man's face darkens for a second. He admits that Ackerman used to invest in his business. Lennox smirks. "So you sell weapons?" He gets right to it. "Are you here for revenge?" The man turns away slightly. "Not today." He gets closer, their faces inches apart. "I just came here to warn you." His eyes glow faintly. He tells Lennox his organization doesn't go easy on their enemies. He'll let this slide, just this once. He punctuates the threat by slamming his hand on the bar, sending another surge of dark mana at Lennox's shield. He's making it clear there will be consequences. But Lennox has no intention of making it easy. With a flicker of his eyes, a surge of his own golden mana flares up, meeting the dark energy head-on. The man's confident expression falters, stunned by the sheer control of Lennox's power. He wasn't expecting this. Lennox issues his own warning. He hopes the man won't misunderstand. If he tries anything messy, his client, Addict Corporation, won't just stand by. He leans in, his voice dropping. He asks if the man really thought no bodies were left behind just because of Ackerman's stupidity. The implication is clear. Someone powerful cleaned up the mess. The man is speechless. He realizes the person in front of him is far more dangerous and connected than he thought. He takes a deep breath, his bravado gone. "All right," he says, turning away. "Let's pretend this never happened." He knows when he's outmatched. As he walks to the door, he turns to Jenny. He tells her the only reason he's leaving her bar alone is because of someone named Kaiser. He warns her that if she tries to defend Lennox in the future, things will change. Jenny just slams her hand on the counter. "Beck," she says, her voice cold and firm. "That's enough. Get out." She's not about to be threatened in her own house. Beck Clinton hesitates, angry but defeated. He knows he's lost this round. He gives Lennox one last, hard look, a silent promise that this isn't over. Then, without another word, he turns and leaves. The moment the door closes, the tension breaks. Lennox lets out a small sigh. "Just another day." The bar returns to life. Lennox asks Jenny who that was. She explains he's Beck Clinton, a higher-up from a gang called Cigar Bang, very active in the 48th District. Lennox figures he's pissed since Ackerman died in his territory. "Yeah," Jenny confirms. She warns him that Cigar Bang isn't easy to deal with. They have almost 1,000 members and are one of the wealthiest gangs in the city. Jenny suggests working with Dyke to get rid of them, but Lennox is just thinking, "A gang, huh?" An image of Beck and his crew flashes in his mind. He wonders how much work it would be to eliminate them, and how much Dyke's support would actually help. He decides to prepare for the worst. Jenny changes the subject, telling him to look at her computer. She's gathered 5 requests from people who wanted him specifically. "Right now?" Lennox asks. He knows Jenny wouldn't do this without a good reason. The first request is from a broker named Sebastian, asking to retrieve a blueprint. Lennox notices Sebastian is a broker, just like Jenny. He asks if brokers usually poach clients like this. Jenny doesn't know, but points out the advance deposit is $22 million. He's serious. She thinks it could be helpful, adding that Sebastian's clients are sharp. An idea sparks in Lennox's mind. If he uses Sebastian to get inside information on Dyke, that would be a huge advantage. Jenny says she doesn't care. If Lennox wanted to work with him, he would have already. "Plus," she adds with a confident smile, "my name's already up on the deep web as your main broker." Her position is secure. Lennox lets out a small laugh. She's right. Their partnership is solid. He makes his decision. "Then I'll do this one." Sometime later, Lennox finds himself in the 45th District, standing in front of Sebastian's office. He looks at the clean, modern architecture. The difference between the 40s and 50s districts is staggering. The building is futuristic and pristine, a world away from the gritty back alleys he's used to. "Welcome," a voice says. Standing there is Sebastian, the man from the video, dressed in a sharp white suit. Lennox asks if this is his office. Sebastian laughs, saying he'd never invite someone to another's office. He motions for Linek to follow him inside. Sebastian opens a sleek door, leading into a luxurious meeting room. An older man with white hair is already sitting inside. Sebastian introduces him as Madison, here on personal business. Sebastian then introduces Lenek as Van, a very skilled freelancer. Madison looks Lenek up and down, unimpressed. He looks like an ordinary office worker, he thinks, though he says aloud that he has high expectations. As Madison turns, Lenek notices the bandages and cuts on his face. Interesting. Madison explains he's a manager at a car company called Ortable. While transporting a blueprint for a new model, freelancers attacked and stole it. His face is grim. He wants them to get the blueprint back. If not, destroy it completely. Sebastian reassures Madison that Van has never failed a request. But Madison is still skeptical. Despite his doubts, Madison puts on a smile. That's reassuring, he says, formally agreeing to work with them. After the meeting, Madison leaves. Sebastian turns to Linek, who is sipping coffee. What do you think? Linek replies bluntly. I don't know what you mean. He takes another sip. What else can I know other than the fact that the man was lying? Sebastian nods. If you already know that, then I won't need to make this long. Linek sets his cup down. The story was full of holes. Just a bruise and a few cuts? He's a terrible liar. Sebastian lays out the two possibilities. Either Madison is working with the robbers, or, Linek finishes the thought, he tried to betray his company and got betrayed instead. Exactly, Sebastian confirms. So, what will you do? Lenek asks. Sebastian reveals his true play. He has a good relationship with Ortable's CEO. He pulls out his phone, showing he's already recorded their conversation and is sending it straight to him. Sebastian predicts Madison will be arrested tomorrow. Linek reflects on Sebastian's methods, friendly on the outside, but brutal. So, Sebastian continues, what they really need isn't a confession, but the location of the actual robbers. And that, he says, is where Linek comes in. He leans forward, a confident smile on his face. So, will you accept the request?